I wasn't home much yesterday, so I missed a lot of the happenings from the last 24 hours, but today I happened to see a wacky headline. Nicki Minaj praises J.D. Vance as assassin as Erica Kirk sits next to her. This was apparently at something called AmFest, where Nicki Minaj went up on stage to celebrate Trump and a bunch of stuff or whatever, and then I guess while she was busy glazing and gobbling on, like, the administration's wiener, she tried to pay J.D. Vance a compliment by calling him an assassin, which obviously raises some eyebrows as Erica Kirk sits right next to her, whose husband was literally assassinated. Ordinarily, I'd put the clip here so you could hear it for yourself, but I don't want to take a chance of DMCA, especially with how rampant that kind of shit's been going on. You can watch it yourself if you want, though, but she immediately recognizes the blunder. She kind of scholars mated herself there by using that word. To me, it probably sounds like an Austin Powers type moment where it, don't say mole, don't say mole, don't say mole, mole. Where she was trying so hard not to use the word assassin, but then for some reason, her fucking neurons couldn't fire properly, and all she could think of for a compliment for J.D. Vance was that he's an assassin. And Erica Kirk tries to, dispel the awkwardness and, reassure her, it's okay and try and make light of it and move on from it. But what a weird compliment to try and pay somebody. Who says that? Oh, this guy's, so epic. He's so awesome. He's an assassin. That's something a middle schooler would say on fucking Xbox Live or something. What are you talking about? Who says that shit? Now, that's not the only thing I wanted to yap about here. Obviously, that's just a weird, wacky little thing. But Nicki Minaj's presence at an event like this is so head-scratching to me because she herself is not a U.S. citizen. I don't know how many people know this or how many people just forgot. She herself talks about not being a U.S. citizen and that she is literally an illegal immigrant. In 2018, she even made a whole statement about it with what was happening to immigration back then and how her heart was breaking for it, telling the story of how she came to this country at 5 years old, an illegal immigrant. She was discussing how she can't even imagine being separated from her parents at 5 years old and everything that was happening then. And since, she still has not become an American citizen. In 2024, only a year ago, she once again opened up reiterating, confirming she is still not an American citizen, despite paying so many millions in taxes and all that. So her going on stage yesterday and being like, the president is dashing and handsome, it gives me the same feeling as someone who's trying so hard to avoid getting in trouble by trying to butter up the person that can really fuck them. Oh, you're just so smart and striking. Devilishly talented, by the way. Did I tell you that? Honestly, I'd go as far as to call you a god, even an assassin. It feels like she's so over the top. Maybe she's worried about getting deported herself or something, so now she's trying to suckle the titty here of this administration and hide in its ranks as, a public figure. So now she's just stuck looking like a fucking imbecile. Yeah, this administration is perfect! Frosted Flakes, they're great! Yeah, who just said Epstein files? Someone shoot that guy! Yeah, us U.S. citizens! All of us, my fellow U.S. citizens, we gotta stick together. We love U.S. citizens like me, am I right? That kind of thing, she's cutting fucking WWE promos. But I think there also might be another explanation here. Again, just another game theory. Maybe she's not looking to protect herself. Maybe she's fishing for a pardon for her sex offender husband. Since Trump likes to hand out pardons like they're fucking Girl Scout cookies, I think there also might be this play from Nicki Minaj here to try and get one of those for her husband, Kenneth Petty, who is literally a registered sex offender. Maybe she's trying to make it so he no longer has to keep re-upping that and getting in trouble when he refuses to do so, like recently when he had to go under house arrest for failure to register as a sex offender. So perhaps maybe she's trying to get in their good graces so she can then float the idea to Trump about pardoning Kenneth. After the never-ending circus that has been the Epstein files, especially the most recent shenanigans here, it should be painfully obvious that the government is more than willing to bend over backwards to protect sex offenders and the most evil, heinous people on the planet imaginable. So it's not a far-fetched idea to think that maybe Nicki Minaj is making a play like that to try and get that special treatment for her husband. But yeah, anyway, I just found it to be a really interesting fit here. This is one of those situations, the call's coming from inside the house. This shit feels a little odd, because she herself is fundamentally the exact opposite of everything Amfest was presenting based on all the other clips I've seen. She is an illegal immigrant, she's not a US citizen, and her husband is a sex offender. I don't know, sports fans, maybe I'm on the crack pipe, but that doesn't exactly sound like the ingredients, the recipe to a perfect fit for the conference she was attending here. But, you know, what do I know at the end of the day? I just wanted to yap about it. That's about it. So, yeah. What a great day to have ears. I just heard something incredible. Typically, I'm pretty quick to spit on Twitter. If there was a leaderboard for Twitter haters, I imagine I'd be towards the top percentile there. I get up extra early to insult that platform. But I've got to give credit where credit is due. They just implemented an amazing system that allows users to see where accounts were created, like where they're based out of. And I genuinely think this is one of the best changes that platform has seen, especially in the current day and age. I'm sure by now all of you are familiar with dead internet theory. I probably don't need to rehash that. I've even made a whole video going over it. This kind of change to that platform, I think, paints the clearest picture for the reality that we live in for the current cyberspace climate. Tons and tons of accounts that are preaching things about like American politics or this and that have now been outed as being foreign-based, not actually American. And of course, that's only one of many things that have spawned as a result of this change, all of which I think are extremely positive to real people that try and engage on the World Wide Web. Every single day, and I've gone over the stats before, but every single day, people are led to believe that they're interacting with one another when they go to a social platform like Twitter. But the reality is, according to the data, 60% of all internet activity is bots. It's not real. It's fraudulent. You are not interacting with a human, most likely. You are more likely to be interacting with just some kind of fucking rage bait algorithm or something that's constantly like poking you, pushing your buttons to keep you engaged because it's making them money somewhere in the pipeline. Now, to clear up some confusion, it's not doxing its users. I've seen a lot of people crying foul, trying to force feed farts down people's throats about like how this is a huge violation of trust. And I think you guys know me by now. I am someone who preaches the value of privacy, which is unfortunately just completely dead in the modern day and age. No matter what you do, privacy has completely vanished at this point, and people have welcomed it with a smile on their face. So even though privacy has become basically just toilet paper for organizations to wipe their ass with, I do still think that there needs to be something users can do to stay, off the grid to some certain extent. But when it comes to this, I actually think Twitter did a pretty good job of ensuring that it's not actually putting their users at risk from this location data. Something that they made a mention of is that in countries where freedom of speech is limited and there could be like punishment for what users are saying in the region, they can instead just show like the broader region there as opposed to like specifically where they're at, where they could face retribution. I think that is a smart decision there, so that way users aren't just immediately on the fucking chopping block in places where freedom of speech is poo-pooed. So like, I don't really think it's doxing users, and I actually think this is a very valuable thing because all these accounts now that are really upset about it are ones that are actively trying to meddle and pretend to be what they are not online to influence or brainwash or what have you, or make money off of this impersonation. And I think this is a good step in a direction where people can finally see what's real and what's fake. I think that is very helpful. As things get muddier and muddier, a little bit of clarity on some of these accounts, especially in the political space, that's been the biggest talking point here, because so many politically charged accounts, especially in American politics, turns out they're not actually even American accounts. Turns out they're not even like Americans in general. They're based overseas across the pond. So being able to see that, I think, is extremely helpful, so people can start to maybe break out of their bubbles and their echo chambers and realize, oh, I'm being misled here. These accounts I've been following that are pretending to be like me and relate to me in my country, well, they're not actually real. This is all phony baloney. Now, what's not phony baloney is good hygiene, and it's something you need to take very seriously, and the best way to improve your hygiene is some high-quality soap, so why not get the best soap ever created? I'm talking about Cheeky. Right now, Cheeky's got our big Black Friday sale going on where you get 20% off all of our soaps using any creator code, so go to usecheeky.com and get yourself some soap. Now, I learned about this whole Twitter change from Dolan Darkest, whom he's been like my go-to recently. He has got his finger on the pulse of fucking everything happening online, and he presented a lot of really interesting ones, so I want to show you a couple of clips from his video here.
Pro-Trump, pro-American accounts were based out of Nigeria. One account, simply called American, from Pakistan. Accounts designed to get money for Gaza were based out of Nigeria. Vladimir Putin News was from Pakistan, and there were plenty of scammers pretending to be white women.
I feel like it shouldn't be that surprising to people that a lot of these accounts are actually just fucking bot farms somewhere overseas. It seems like a lot of them were based in Pakistan. Like, it really isn't like the most eye-opening news ever that these accounts are fake. There is a business here where they are fanning flames, keeping people fearful, latched onto their titty, suckling their milk because it's making them money. So they meddle in foreign affairs in order to build a following and make money off of it, and constantly feeding you things that'll keep you afraid and keep you coming back to their pages. But it's not real. They are based outside of the area for which they so passionately fight for and pretend to be from. It is impersonating. It is lying to you.
One account known as Lisa Artist posting "Nobody wished me on my birthday" and posting this AI slop saying "I am ill and fighting with cancer. Can I get likes?" There were plenty more bot accounts just like this, and they were all based in Pakistan.
To be fair, if you were seeing all of those AI trash pictures there and were still like believing that they were the legitimate owner of the account, you need actual help. Like, you need to be fucking institutionalized. Like, even before this changed, it should be blatantly obvious to you that that is a scam. Those are fake. I don't know how much more clear it could be. But here's even more clarity there. So just in case you were fucking delusional, like, you know, Bugs Bunny dropped a piano or like an anvil on your head like it was a cartoon and it made you fucking stupid that you actually thought those were really the women behind those accounts. Well, hopefully this will clear up the confusion around that.
Mariah Carey's account was based in Israel for some reason. Philippa Fransson from Sweden tweeting out, "I'm proud to be white." Turns out they are from India. And the list goes on. One anti-Trump Democrat account that claimed to be living in New Jersey was actually from Kenya and deactivated their account after this was exposed.
Worth mentioning briefly that there was allegations that when the update first rolled out, the official Department of Homeland Security's Twitter account said that it was based in Israel, though they said that this was fake news, like it was the result of a glitch or something like that, and now it displays that it's based in the United States. Though don't know for sure, and none of the articles have been able to verify if that truly was what was displayed in the beginning. I guess we'll never fully know, but thought it was worth putting in here anyway because it was something that was a big story that arose from this change. It's been pure chaos, pandemonium, as users have the rude awakening that a ton of these accounts they see every day, or maybe even interact with, or maybe really support, well, they're not all that you thought they were. Turns out there's a lot of underhanded tactics and a lot of shadiness going on here, if you can believe that. I actually think that the head of product at Twitter really did kind of sum it up best for why they felt the need to push a change like this forward. This is an important first step to securing the integrity of the global town square. As much as I find that vomit-inducing that they try and call Twitter like the global town square, like it's kind of cringe, that's a really good point. In order, like, if you are going to treat it like the town square where everyone congregates and talks and yaps and exchanges a lot of things, keeps everyone abreast on what's going on, well, there needs to be some level of trust, and that's just completely gone as the town square has been infiltrated by bad actors impersonating and pretending and scamming and misleading. So by having the location data be something accessible to the users, it is an effective first step at being able to deduce who actually is even a real person in this town square anymore, or who's just here to exploit and manipulate and scam and mislead.
I think one of the most insane multi-layered scams to come out of this. Last year, a few OnlyFans accounts went viral on Twitter because the models were pretending to be trans in order to get attention when they were actually cis women. Well, as it turns out, these OnlyFans models were actually Indian and African men pretending to be white women who were pretending to be transgender.
That one had to be the silliest one that he brought up there. That one is just kind of like a wacky plan. That is quite the scheme there. So, like I said, I actually do think this is a good change to the platform. I really do. So yeah, I just wanted to yap about it a little bit. That's it. So yeah. Wow. Actually, huge wow. A massive batch of Epstein files just dropped in hot, fresh off the battle bus here from the top turnbuckle out of nowhere. Like, I didn't think we'd even see any more with the DOJ putting up that huge stink even recently about like how courts can't force them to release it, this and that. It seemed like this was never going to happen because getting them to comply with the law was like pulling teeth. So they were a month late, but they actually released like millions of Epstein files. And there are huge, disgusting, evil things that have been uncovered in this latest batch of Epstein files. This time around, it's a little different than their previous release where there were hundreds of pages of blacked out redactions and that was basically it. This is what you saw with the Epstein files, except I thought that was going to make the camera go black. You get the idea. It was basically just staring into the fucking void. It was just pitch black because everything was redacted. It was just a lot of nothing. But even amidst that nothing, they were so fucking incompetent that they left in the ability to unredact the files yourself, where people were able to catch them breaking the law, where a lot of the redacted names were not names of victims. They were various other things, and a lot of the redactions were clearly not victims. Sometimes it even seemed like the redactions were there to protect the names of potential clients and perpetrators, which again is a complete violation of the Epstein Files Transparency Act that they were supposed to be following. But again, even with them farting out completely blacked out pages to protect these pedophiles in power, there were still a lot of huge revelations that came from this, such as co-conspirators that for some reason they never pursued. We don't know who they were because their names have been redacted conveniently, but we learned that there were co-conspirators they were investigating, and I guess they just let the leads dry up and then just said, fiddlesticks. They're gone. Now time to pretend they don't exist. Like Kash Patel under oath lying about it. Perjury Patel, by the way, still not punished for it. And speaking of unpunished, you know who else has been unpunished? Every fucking Epstein client, all of these rapists and pedophiles, all of them still just getting away with these unthinkable crimes. No one being handcuffed and thrown in the slammer. Doesn't even seem like they're pursuing any investigations or anything into it. Across 2 administrations now, no fucking arrests outside of Maxwell, who Trump has done everything in his power to ensure she is treated like a queen at a new summer camp that she now resides at. Barely even a fucking prison. This is lunacy of the highest caliber. Now anyway, I know I'm getting kind of sidetracked here with like the previously on Dragon Ball Z with this whole saga. The most recent batch of Epstein files came out a couple hours ago. Millions of files, so people are still combing through them, but what they are finding is alarming. Trump's name, of course, is all over these files. His name appears more in these Epstein files than Green Eggs and Ham appeared in the fucking Green Eggs and Ham Dr. Seuss book. His name is everywhere with numerous allegations about terrible, awful things. Some things we had heard little bits and pieces about from previous Epstein releases, but this one has significantly more, including this FBI report that claims Trump has been compromised by Israel, which anyone who's been paying attention to this administration shouldn't really be surprised at. I don't think anyone heard that and recoiled in their chair going, what? If anyone's followed everything that's been going on in regards to Trump and Israel, it should be no surprise that the FBI believed he was compromised, is compromised as well, most likely. But this is, again, new information that is hitting the public here from official sources in these Epstein files. These are big. Another huge name appearing in here is Bill Gates. So Bill Gates had an exchange with Jeffrey Epstein, and I think it's been known for a long time Bill Gates was associated with Jeffrey Epstein, but this information here is new. that talks about how he contracted an STD apparently and had asked Jeffrey Epstein to provide him with antibiotics that he could secretly dose Melinda with. He had contracted it from Russian girls apparently. Another massive name coming in is Elon Musk, who had an email chain with Jeffrey Epstein that was in these files about him trying to plan a visit to Jeffrey Epstein's island, and he seemed to want to find the wildest party, the best time to come through to the island, and he was trying to make plans to go visit the island. These new files also expose blatant lies that a lot of really powerful people tried to peddle to get themselves out of hot water in regards to their close connection to Jeffrey Epstein, like Howard Lutnick. Howard Lutnick is Trump's commerce secretary, and he claimed he cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein in 2005, yet in these files we can clearly see he was emailing Epstein in 2012, planning a trip out there, saying, "Hi Jeff, we are landing in St. Thomas early Saturday afternoon and planning to head over to St. Bart on Monday at some point. Where are you located? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? I have another couple, Michael and Mary Lehrman, with me on my boat, and each of us has 4 children. 2 16s, 2 14s, a 13, a 12, an 11, and a 7-year-old. Thanks, Howard." What a disgusting freak. He's even listing out the ages of the children that are joining them on their planned trip to Epstein's Island. This is in 2012. That's quite a few years after 2005, Howard. Seems like you told a big-time fib. Howard said that he had visited Epstein's house in 2005, but it culminated with him getting the heebie-jeebies. He called him gross and said that was basically kaput. That was the end of his relationship with Epstein. He washed his hands of him back in 2005, but that clearly wasn't true now, was it, Howard? These emails are from 2012, planning a trip out there and making a very odd mention of a bunch of children and their ages that will be joining you to Epstein's Island. Howard Lutnick is your U.S. Secretary of Commerce under Trump right now. This is your Commerce Secretary. And he is one of many very powerful politicians whom you'll find in these new Epstein files and previous Epstein files as well. These are just a few of many names, new names as well, very powerful people who appear in these files with alleged horrible, horrible things that they have done in connection with Jeffrey Epstein and the island. It is a big, big deal. This is undoubtedly just the tip of the iceberg here. This latest batch was millions of files, so there is still a lot of information out there that hasn't been adequately combed through, and still what we are learning right now is heinous. And I feel like it should be pretty obvious that there needs to be investigations conducted here, and maybe a little bit of fucking justice. Maybe some of these evil fucking demons getting arrested, perhaps. Why are none of these people in these Epstein files even being looked into at all? Why does Kash Patel lie under oath about there not being an Epstein list or clients or like co-conspirators when we now have all this available evidence that confirms there definitely were co-conspirators, there definitely are clients, and there is nothing being done, not in this administration, not the previous administration, to hold any of them accountable or find them. This is a huge deal that nobody should be trying to like minimize the importance of. For some reason, people are trying to pretend as though this is something we should just like brush aside, move on from the whole Epstein fiasco. That is craziness. There are people in the most powerful positions of government right now that are rapists and pedophiles that have got away with unthinkable crimes, and they need to be held accountable. We have so much information here. We have so many names, and we need them to be investigated. We need justice. I don't know why so many people are so okay with being governed by these monsters. It's baffling to me. It actually boggles my fucking mind. This latest batch shows even more evidence, shines even more light on these terrible, terrible things that unfolded here, and the close connections a lot of powerful people had to Epstein and the island. I'll continue to look into the files and see what else turns up from all of this. I'll be, of course, keeping my finger on the pulse of it, and I highly encourage all of you to be paying very close attention to it and the people named in these Epstein files, and the people that try and defend it as well. That is unacceptable. This is indefensible. There's no excuse for it. So anyway, wanted to just give you an update here. That's really about it. So yeah. Well, would you look at that? You called me short, and you were right, but then you called me stupid, and you were right again. You were wrong, however, when you called me crazy for sounding the alarm on the mind control that the TikTok zombies are falling victim to. Companies have found a way to get inside, worm their way into people's brains like that alien from Men in Black, Orion's belt pulling the levers on that dude's body. These corporations have found a way to control TikTok users' spending habits, to have them spend oodles of clams on actual landfill slop. Products that I know they couldn't move and were probably squatting on so much inventory, panicking, wondering what the fuck they're going to do with it besides just bury it in a landfill somewhere. And then someone hatched the idea, probably after seeing the Labubu craze, what if we paid influencers to pretend to be hype about it? And this formula of companies sprinkling tiddlywinks of cash throughout a wide array of TikTokers' pockets in order to glaze and get people excited about literal garbage has proven to be a grand slam for these corporations that are peddling poop. It has sparked a fire that has become out of control, leading to a raging inferno of just brainless consume. Consume at all costs. Come hell or high water, go to Target and buy the thing.
Off and then ready?
Pink. Fuck this shit.
3, 2, 1.
This is the latest one with the mystery glitter dumplings because companies have figured out if there is a gotcha element or a blind box mystery element to it, people will go ballistic over it no matter what the fuck it is. Even something like this, which is just a absolutely terribly made squishy toy. In a lot of these videos, people will pick up their glitter dumpling and give it a squeeze to celebrate, which is the intended purpose, instantly blows up like a fucking grenade in their hand. This is not a product that a sane society would ordinarily be going ballistic over. This would be something you'd see at like the checkout kiosk and be like, maybe I could use this as like a little fidget toy, or maybe my kid will. And it'd just be something real quick, real cheap. You throw it on the counter, you don't think about it, and it ends up in a closet for 20 years. But because companies have wisened up to the spending habits of TikTok, where they realized what everyone else with eyes has realized, that people will buy anything if they think it will help them get views or fit in with what's popular at the time. So the little trend starts, and this is not organic by any means, but the little trend starts where you open the glitter dumpling and you turn your head and you either get a boring static color like green, or you get the super rare, super exciting glittery dumpling. And brands obviously want to elevate the intensity of it, so if you get one of the commons, you gotta scream, ah, 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 ah. You have to go crazy. No, it's terrible. You have to convince your toddlers to say, fuck this, or shit, damn, that kind of stuff. You gotta get them swearing because it's so intense. And if you get the glittery one, that's the best moment of your life. That's more important than marriage. Like, that is the biggest event that's ever happened in your life. And then people see that, they're like, okay, I'll participate in this. I'll go out and get fucking 50 of them, a whole pallet like that one girl there with the glitter. You can see like an entire box, a case of glitter dumplings as she's trying to get that pull for the sake of the TikTok. It's very clearly artificial. These companies have products like this, which is trash. And I imagine they've had it for a long time. This isn't a unique product. This is something that's existed since I was a kid. Back in the Stone Ages, fucking 20 years ago. But back then, this was something you'd find at like an arcade where if you didn't get enough tickets to get the actual item you want, well, you'd get this and maybe a stick of gum. So these companies have squatted on shit like this for a long time, but they've found a way to repackage it using TikTok influencers, spreading out money and making a trend out of it that has just gone bonkers for them. Just being able to hawk this, of all things, and people buy it and convince themselves that it was fun and a good purchase. The ones that are unpaid, by the way, the actual like paid promotions of this, they don't give a fuck. It is obviously fake. It is part of the brand deal, but it convinces normal people to also participate as well in order to get some views, participate in the trend, feel included in it.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, ready?
Three, two, one.
This is the future of products. Like, I'm saying that genuinely. Every company is seeing this and has been seeing it and is leaning into it, and it's working extremely well. If it can work for something like a fucking terribly made squishy toy that blows up like half the time someone squishes it, it will work for anything. Again, this isn't some new toy or new invention only made possible in 2026. This has been around for decades, and it's something you couldn't give away for free. Nobody would want this. And everyone in these videos also most likely doesn't actually want it. They just want to participate in this hype train around it of like freaking out if you get the good one or being real mad and real steamed about getting the bad ones. It's not something they're going to use. Anyone that actually wants to use it probably can't even fucking find one at this point because it's selling so much to people on TikTok desperate for attention. But it's inevitably just going in the trash. And the people that are scalping it are also going to have their product inevitably end up in the trash. It's a great time to be a landfill, I'll tell you what. Your tummy's never running on empty. It is constantly being filled gluttonously with shit like this. Because once the scalpers can't move this product anymore, when the trend starts to peter out, no one's going to be buying it, at least not anywhere close to how they were, so they'll end up having to dump it. And this is just another example of how easily companies can control people's spending. All you have to do is convince them that this is like a fun trend to hop aboard, and they're willing to open up their wallet for it. Even for something as useless and stupid as fucking mystery dumpling. And this is far from an isolated case. In fact, I think there's an even better example, one that I covered recently, which is Neatos. Neatos are just colored shapes that are also just a little squishy fidget toy. There's nothing even gotcha-fied about it. The Neato you want, you get. You go to Target, they have the Neatos. It's not a blind box, it's not a mystery, there's not even a gotcha element. And yet, through the same means of just having some TikTok influencers hype it up like, Neatos, you gotta go get them, you need these in your life right now, you're a pussy, you're a loser, everyone hates you, you're ugly, you stink if you don't have Neatos. And through just like this hyping up of Neatos artificially, people then just started going out to Target and violently getting their hands on Neatos. I was covering brawls at Target over Neatos, people slitting each other's throats to get their hands on Neatos. And then scalpers found it. So then scalpers started flocking to it and getting pugilistic for Neatos. And now Neatos have made oodles and oodles of cash, and they don't even have a gotcha element to it. So it's not even the mystery loot box element of it. It's just TikTok told me that this is hype and trendy, and I want to be part of this, so I'll go buy a bunch. It's that effect of like, you're not cool unless you pee your pants. You gotta go out there and you gotta get the thing TikTok's talking about. You gotta go get it. And it works super well. And interestingly enough, in most cases, it appears to be really garbage toys that are actually made for sense, that companies have likely been squatting on for years with no way, scratching their head trying to figure out, how do we get rid of all of this? And now they found the answer. They found the solution through TikTok and artificially hyping things up and get people in a spending frenzy for it. There are some good products, though, that I've seen come from TikTok. Like, I know TikTok Shop is notorious for a lot of trash, but I actually have seen some good products, and I am aware that there are some companies that do actually use it to promote something positive, like an actual useful item that is, like, solid. So I know it does exist, but that's not the biggest thing that TikTok sellers are being utilized for. It's for shit like Neatos and mystery dumplings. again, Mystery Dumplings fully leans into this. Their branding now is the viral mystery dumpling. Like, this is something they have clearly planned for. It was a calculated marketing push through TikTok to get people brainwashed into buying. And it's going to continue. It's working really well, showing no signs of slowing down. So expect more and more Nido adjacent and mystery dumpling adjacent and Labubu type products to be fucking blowing up here. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it. That's about it. So yeah. Over a decade ago, I told a story that still to this day is the most unbelievable true story I have. It is a riveting, exhilarating tale of disgust, horror, and inspiration. I literally just blue screened right there, just trying to find the right words to describe this experience. And I hadn't told this story in over a decade, at least I don't remember talking about it, but a week ago for the other channel, we had Wubby and his crew down, and one of the videos we filmed was a little game where you would either tell a lie or tell the truth, and then a team would have to guess if that was make-believe, phony baloney, or a legitimate experience, and I got tasked with telling a truth. So I chose this story because it just sounds like it couldn't be possible, yet it is. It is the story of my sophomore year of college when I went up to Michigan State to party, and I met one hell of a woman up there, I'll tell you what. When I was in college, at 19 years old, I, even back then, had a big fear of flying, but I had a buddy of mine I knew on Xbox Live. His name was Kyle. He was in a frat at Michigan State. I forgot the name of the frat, but he had invited me to their big parties. I think it was for St. Patty's Day. They were doing like a weekend of partying. And this is when I first started to be social, and I said, you know what? Fucking do it live. I bought a plane ticket, accepted the invitation. I went to Michigan State University, and I went to their parties. I met a lovely woman at one of the house parties. I got her number. We chatted. Didn't hear from her for like a day. She texted me the next night, and I was violently high. Ill. Very ill. I had inhaled the bong water from a gravity bong.
Ooh.
I was struggling. I didn't know right from left. She had texted me to come over that evening. I wasn't going to pass up an opportunity. I had a buddy of mine drive me to her apartment. When I got there, she offered some wonderful accoutrements.
Excuse me?
One of which was a blowjob. I didn't.
I say lie. What do you guys think?
I was still in a fugue state. I peed all in her mouth. and
What the fuck?
of course, there's only so much space in this cavity, so she popped off. I peed everywhere in that bedroom. To which she said, "I can't do this right now." So she went into the shower to clean off, and I sat there in shame and confusion.
Truth?
I was so quick at the start of the story to think oh yeah, this is true. I didn't even have to think twice. It's so unbelievable. That last bit, I am praying for you that is a lie.
I have so many questions.
Yeah.
I think we get quite a few. They grilled him.
Yeah.
Okay. So first off, the most unbelievable thing, you flew?
Yeah, I did. I flew.
Yeah.
It was one of only, I think, 8 or 9 times I've flown. It was a solo
Why?
flight. Because I was finally socializing. This was a huge opportunity.
Did she gag when you pissed in her mouth?
I think she thought it was cum at first. And then when it was very yellow, it became more apparent that it was not.
Okay.
Okay.
But she did not throw up.
This might just have you explain it again, but I'm very confused how that happens.
Yeah.
Were you hard? I mean, I have to be real here. Were you hard?
Yeah.
And then you just start. I don't think I've ever mixed that up.
So you ripped a gravity bong,
Yeah.
you said,
Multiple times.
and you were nauseous during it?
Oh, I inhaled the bong water. I thought I was begging to...
Right.
Oh,
Yeah,
like
I was
sucked it to
begging.
the-
I was begging to go to the
And
hospital.
you were very hot. Very hot.
This is
Very-
a common theme.
Was this like a homemade, like plastic bottle one, or is it
Home
like an
Depot
actual...
bucket.
I don't remember at all. It was a
You
weapon.
would remember that.
I have a question. I know I'm not the question asking team, but did you say she said she can't do this?
Can't do this right now. I can't do this right now.
We'll come back.
But you know.
Also, I like how we said one of which, like out of the many offerings she gave, one of which
So wait,
was.
how did it end? Did I miss that? She went and showered and
we
then
became good friends.
did you stay the night?
Yeah.
This is no.
And that was the first time that you had met them.
At the-
after
earlier,
the party.
yeah.
Yeah, but you met them like
You
that.
peed in a girl's mouth and it worked out to where you could stay
Some
in the
girls
home.
like that.
Did she like it?
No.
Well, she said not right now.
I think I'm on full. This is a lie.
It has to be a lie.
I think
full
that
truth.
I think that this is like
How could we bring
the
in a
beginning
lie?
elements of this are probably true, but especially the end of it is like there's no way.
He potentially pissed like into the carpet of a woman's
Yes.
home.
Yeah.
You don't stay after that.
No.
She don't keep you there.
Was this? I don't care if you're the most suave motherfucker on earth. If you pee into
know
someone's
where I
mouth
was.
and on their floor the night you met them, you're not staying the night.
She was sober.
This is so a lie.
lie.
This is so a lie.
Okay, why do you think it's true? Because we should get to the bottom of this. This is our one shot here.
Yeah.
His reactions are like
He was dying laughing, and
So
so was the
genuine.
crew.
That's why I think that some of it's true. Like bits of it.
Yeah.
But not. There's just 0% chance.
I can't believe that he peed in a girl's mouth and then stayed and like watched TV.
And like hung out.
Family
yeah,
Guy
maybe
funny.
everything was chalked up to the piss.
Check this out.
Check out Spider Ham.
You'll never guess what Stewie says.
Yeah, okay, I can get to lie.
Well, okay.
Because like
I have a question.
her reaction just being like no gagging.
I'm gonna go shower.
No,
I'm gonna go
and being
shower
like,
and then
I cannot
come back
do this right now.
And then staying the night.
the staying the night is
What'd
not
you guys
that
do
weird to me.
Some dirty deeds.
You went around too.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Can we just lock And she was
As
sober.
far as I know.
What?
yeah.
Okay, wait.
Okay,
Did this
wait,
woman
wait,
have
wait.
a septum piercing?
That's
Okay, wait, I have.
valid question.
Valid question.
How long were you already an established content creator at this point?
Oh, good
I was
question.
faceless.
I think maybe it's a lie.
What do you say?
He said no.
I was faceless.
What is
When
that?
he was
supposed-
19.
Faceless.
What is that?
Oh, he's
You're saying he
19.
can't pull?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying if you were as large
No,
as
I
he
get
is
it.
now and you pissed in a girl's mouth,
She
you're
would
gonna
come
ask
back.
them to still
Yeah,
fuck them.
I agree. What? Lie?
Lie?
I think it's a lie. And if all of that is true, hats off
Yeah,
to
good on you.
however the fuck that happened.
Also, you
Also,
delivered
now
it really
it's
well.
on the other channel forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a lie,
I'm gonna go lie.
Charlie.
as
I
well.
go lie.
I'm gonna lie.
Locking it in.
Locking it in.
It's the truth. I've actually told this story once before, right after it happened in like 2014.
Remember that?
You made it into a video?
Well, I was playing Five Nights at Freddy's. Like, you guys aren't gonna believe it. No, she's married. She got married years
That's
ago.
tough.
Do not say her name.
Do not.
Every
What were the other
single
accoutrements?
aspect
I have
of
so
that.
many more questions now.
She had sex with him after he peed in her mouth.
She must have been a chill lass.
That's so
That's one way to word it.
That's
Yeah,
so
that
nice.
is one way to word it.
She was a trooper.
She really stuck it out for
Yeah.
you. That's awesome.
I can't do this right now. I'll be right back.
Give me a second.
Well, she really meant right now because she went and then came back and was like, all right, now I am.
Don't pee in me
I
again.
guess, I guess she thought that you were
do
gonna
it.
She goes, oh, you know, maybe not that, but
So it was a college apartment. So like it was very cramped. Yeah. It was separate rooms. But since it was a college apartment like room, it's very cramped. So her bookshelf was right next to the bed.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Harry Potter collection.
Oh my fucking God.
So I went back and checked that Five Nights at Freddy's video to see if there was any details I missed. And I don't remember keeping it so vague. So I remembered in that video when I was talking about it, it was a few days after it happened, and I was worried that if I mentioned drug usage, like about being high, it would get the video taken down or I'd be in trouble. So I do remember deliberately omitting that detail, but what I didn't recall until I went back and rewatched that video is that in its place, I made it seem as though I just stubbornly refused to pee, like crossed my arms. No, I will not tinkle. I'm gonna be a big man and get a blowjob with a full bladder. Which is just an unhinged mentality. But probably the biggest revelation from rewatching that was that I've misremembered what she said. I'm going to trust my word from almost 12 years ago where I said that she verbatim stated that she can't deal with this. I remembered her saying that she just can't do this right now because she went and showered. And I can only imagine what she saw when she came back. Just like dripping urine all over the place like a fucking horror movie scene with me sitting on the bed, cocking balls out, probably rocking back and forth with my eyes rolled in the back of my skull like a fucking exorcism scene. Because I did just have like a demon expelled from my wiener. She done sucked the urine devil out of me there. And yeah, we did hook up that night. And as I said in the Five Nights at Freddy's video, we did see each other quite a bit after that. Came over the following day, we did it all over again, sans the pissing everywhere. And then, even when I came home, we stayed in contact. I was desperately looking through my old photos because I had remembered I had taken a photo right after I broke my pinky playing pickup basketball, and I sent it to her. And I was like mewing, and I thought it was a really cool picture. Also, my pinky never fully healed. So that's why I have this like really fucked up pinky that I can't fully extend. And I sent her that. I don't even remember why. I think it was unprompted. And she was like, oh, that's pretty cool, I guess. So like, yeah, I mean, we stayed in contact. And then I remember a buddy of mine told me she had got married at some point or something. So yeah, definitely an experience I will never forget. She was great. And it's been a long time since I've dusted off this story. So it was a lot of fun to go down memory lane again. That's really about it. So yeah. Alright, you might catch me blushing a little bit, getting a bit red in the cheeks and squirming in my chair, because I'm a little embarrassed. I got to do something I've wanted to do for a while, and I got to do it with something that I really, really like. But I kind of blew it. Yep, didn't do the best job there. I got the privilege of doing a voice acting cameo in Baki, which is an anime I've talked about a lot over the years. I think it is just beautiful fucking insanity. And I got to be like a little side character in there. But my shit was poop. I did not do a very good job, I don't think, at least. I'll show you a brief clip from when my character gets introduced in the season. I don't think I can show you much footage of it because obviously it's a big anime. But it's a character that fans have been really excited for a long time, salivating, waiting to see them finally make an appearance in the anime, and, well, their prayers have been answered. That's right, I play generic police officer.
Yes, sir. Even from behind, I could tell you were happy.
I mean, I can hardly believe it. Musashi Miyamoto's alive. And he's agreed to fight me as a condition to get released.
Do you really believe it? That it's him?
In total, I have like 20 lines there as that police officer. A police officer who no doubt will make a return in Avengers Doomsday, I imagine. And I'm very excited to see the community power scaling unnamed police officer number fucking 4 here or whatever. Because I think, personally, he's probably pickle level, but we'll see what the experts have to say. And speaking of experts, let me drop you a little sage wisdom here, a little expert advice. Check out the Starforge Spring Sale we have going on right now. Huge savings on PCs and keyboards. Click the link in the description below. When I got approached with the opportunity, in my head I was like, oh fuck yeah, I know exactly how I'm going to do this. I'm going to ham it up and go for like a classic over-the-top Baki style performance. Like fucking channel my inner Jim Ross like it's the WWE. Get him with that "Bok on!" But what I didn't realize, because I haven't done much voice acting in general and not at all really with anime dubs outside of like 2 lines and like a really old one, is that you have to match the lip sync of the characters that are already established, and you have to match the tone of the voice actor that you are dubbing for. So with those instructions in mind, it became a little bit more difficult for me because that's not something I've done before, and I don't think I really did a great job nailing it. I think I was too focused on making sure that the words fit the lips and that the tone was similar to what was established in the original dub. And it led to this sounding like robotic. It almost sounds like I'm talking at you through like a fucking walkie-talkie giving you quest directions or something in an old PlayStation 2 game. Whereas with Dispatch, where I play Sonar, it was a very different process because I actually auditioned for that role. I actually, when I read for Dispatch, it wasn't for Sonar, it was for Golem. And then they offhanded mentioned if I'd want to try to see what Sonar sounded like, and I ended up getting that part instead. And Sonar as a character was one that hadn't already been like dubbed by someone else and was a character that was still being developed and fleshed out. So it was me setting the tone for the character with the dialogue and the performance and all of that, as opposed to trying to match an already established one. So doing that for the dub, like, it was very unusual for me, and I think I floundered the opportunity. Like, I'm still very grateful they had me on board. I think it's still super fun, and I love the show, so it's hyped to be a part of it in even this small way. But man, I just wish I had done a better job. Like, I really went in there thinking about to go ballistic in the booth, about to burn that bitch down. Barbecue chicken alert, barbecue chicken alert. Like, I was like, oh yeah, I've got this. I know Baki, I know Ball. I thought I'd be over there giving you like a huge explanation and lore drop around like a character using their finger as a scalpel to remove their own gallbladder in the middle of a fight because it got damaged. And then I'd recount the history of who invented that maneuver. The fucking London commoner named Geronimo Edwards who discovered it while on the road selling swill or something. I really thought I was about to dial in and nail it, and I unfortunately did not. I just couldn't fucking get in the flow state that I really needed to channel. For me personally, I found it significantly more difficult to try and match an already established performance, like to try and emulate that in English, than just performing something yourself as a character. So my appreciation for English dub voice actors, it shot up quite a bit, because that shit was pretty tough, actually. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about it a little bit. I really love Baki, so it was cool to have the opportunity. I just wish I had done a better job is all. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. You're looking at a man who finally broke the cycle. Can you tell? I'm glowing. I feel rejuvenated. I broke the Call of Duty cycle. I already told you I wasn't going to buy this game, but I know a lot of you really thought that I was going to cave in and succumb to the beckoning siren song of Call of Duty for some reason. So the game dropped. Stream chat was telling me I need to play it. I'm not playing it, but what I did see from Call of Duty Black Ops 7 is a skibbity toilet boss fight. And that's all I need to know in order to feel vindicated that I made the right choice. Now, I have seen some positive impressions from people that are glazing the multiplayer, gushing grannies over the zombies even, and that's great. I'm happy that you're enjoying it. Me and your mother are so proud of you for enjoying yet another Call of Duty game. Yeehaw. But I can tell you from everything I've seen, I know I wouldn't like this. So what the fuck is the point in me purchasing it just to be part of the same cycle every year that I have been for the last decade and some change, probably, where I buy every new Call of Duty expecting something different, expecting something to change that's going to get me hooked on it again like I used to be back in COD 4 and Modern Warfare 2 era, and it just never comes. So I sat this one out, but I do still want to yap about a couple of things. Definitely the skibbity toilet boss fight, but also apparently this one is very lazy, like even lazier than normal Call of Duty, in that it uses AI art in a few places. Apparently there's a big hoopla about like the Jin AI that this game uses, which is crazy for a $70 game, for a Call of Duty game, a AAA game, to be so fucking cheap that it won't even just use real art. That's kind of nuts. So I was yapping about it on stream a bit, blabbering there, so I wanted to show you a couple clips. They're using Studio Ghibli AI art. And Black Ops 7? Here, in case anyone doesn't know, big spoilers. This is apparently the final boss, and it is literally a skibbity toilet boss fight. It's crazy. Very cool. But yeah, I haven't looked into the AI stuff. Yeah, this is the Black Ops 7 skibbity toilet finale, baby. Call of Duty is back. Apparently people like the multiplayer, though. I have no idea. I haven't really seen any of the multiplayer outside of the beta, but this I couldn't avoid. Almost looks like a Destiny raid boss. Only in terms of size, I guess. The only mechanic it seems to have, from what I've seen, is this. And all you do is just pathetically, jump over it. So it doesn't really seem like a Destiny raid boss in terms of design or mechanic. Because all you do is just jump. Activision responds to Black Ops 7 AI claims is the most recent article. Activision responded to the claims regarding the usage of Jin AI to create calling cards in Black Ops 7. The response comes in the form of an email statement sent to Insider Gaming by Activision spokesperson in the statement, which you can read below. The company says it uses a variety of tools, including AI tools, for the development. You don't say. Like so many around the world, we use a variety of digital tools, including AI tools, to empower and support our teams to create the best gaming experiences possible for our players. Our creative process continues to be led by the talented individuals in our studios. I hate these fucking corporate statements, man. It's so useless. It'd be so much better if they just said, yeah, we use Jin AI. Suck our dick. At least then it'd be like, oh, that's honest. This is nothing. Literally just fluff. You use generative AI for these calling cards just to save time and money. It's the only reason. No, this game is gonna still sell fucking 30 million copies. You can hate the campaign, you can hate the skibbity boss fight at the end, you can hate the AI, but at the end of the day, 30 million people will still buy this game. It will not matter. And they know that. That's why they get so lazy and do everything for as cheap as possible. It's just gonna sell. So who cares? Is what it is. There's another article with the AI art. It's literally Studio Ghibli art. You see? Which one? There's so many articles about this. I'll just type in Ghibli. Oh yeah, here. This is a Reddit post that was showcasing some of it. Nice. Very cool. They have certainly empowered the creatives over there at Activision. You can really feel the heart and soul. Awesome. It's just easy money. Well, like I said, it doesn't matter what they do. They could literally release this game with nothing but placeholders in everything except the multiplayer, and people will still pay for it, and it will still sell 30 million copies. Like, it could actually just be like 404 images and nothing else, but as long as the multiplayer's there with the same fucking regurgitated slop, people will still be excited. No matter what, Call of Duty legitimately is too big to fail. There will never come a Call of Duty that actually flops anymore. Vanguard. Vanguard is like the closest thing to a flop, and that still sold, I think it was 25 million copies. Let me see. I'm going off memory, so I could be wrong. Call of Duty Vanguard sold, nope, 30 million copies. Still 30 mil. Like, it truly, again, does not matter what they do. Vanguard sold more than Battlefield's best-selling game, It's Too Big to Fail. Agreed. Player retention is always low, though. For Call of Duty, who cares? It's a yearly cycle. It's not like they support the game for the whole year. They'll support it for a couple months, and then it's right on to the next one. They don't give a fuck. It's not like they invest in those games long term. Just fart it out every year. Sell 30 million copies. Who cares if they drop it in a month or two? And that's the cold water of it. There is no reason Call of Duty ever needs to put even an iota of effort into their titles, because no matter what they serve up, no matter what slop is on the plate, it will be consumed by every little piggy out there. Their baseline for sales for Call of Duty games seems to be 20 plus million. Like, I haven't looked at all the sales figures for Call of Duty games post Modern Warfare, but I'm pretty sure most of them are in the 20 to 30 million ballpark. It is unfathomable how successful this franchise is. And it's very clear they just coast and have been for a long time. And I'm just tired of it. I'm not gonna bother buying Call of Duty games every year just to have the same shit again with a different coat of paint. Same shit, different toilet. Now, with them already feeling so comfortable and confident to use AI in Black Ops 7, I think it's gonna get even lazier. That's my bold prediction here. That's the crazy Baba Vanga Charles White predictions for the next Call of Duty, the next handful of Call of Duty. I think the future of Call of Duty is going to be mainly AI driven, where they're going to look to cut even more corners and squeeze even more money out of this franchise for even less effort. I'm not super surprised to see that they've already, intertwined AI art with Black Ops 7, and I think it's only going to get more and more egregious. So yeah, I think the state of Call of Duty is pretty pathetic and pretty embarrassing, but again, no ill will to anyone that is enjoying it. If you're having fun, all power to you. I just wanted to showcase a little wackiness here from Black Ops 7. A lot of quirkiness from Black Ops 7 here. Anyway, that's really about it. So yep. Wahoo! Is something you won't be saying if you see the new Super Mario Galaxy movie. It'll be more like a... It's not amazing, but it's not nearly as bad as a lot of people are claiming that it is. Well, I say not nearly as bad, but that's a bit too generous. It is almost as bad as some of the reviews claim. It's not very good, is the point. And this is coming from someone that liked the last Mario movie, even though a lot of people like to spit and shit on it for being like too simple and not, great movie overall. I'm just okay with that because it's a fucking Mario movie. I'm fine with it being simple. It was entertaining, and I think it did what it needed to do to be enjoyable for anyone. Like, not just for kids. Like, even families, I think, could go there and just have a good time. Like, the parents wouldn't, be miserable. With Super Mario Galaxy, though, I think adults will be miserable. Kids probably won't care because this is Jingling Keys, the movie. That's how a lot of people are describing it. It's very accurate. This movie is all over the place, just constantly... going nuts to butts here with cameo. Here's plotline. We're abandoning this plotline for new plotline, and then coming back to this one, just all over the place. It's a jumbled mess. But there's no doubt in my mind this is easily going to gross over $1 billion, and I'm confident kids are going to love it. As I said, it is just a movie where it is just always go, go, go. Here's thing happen, and then thing solve, so new thing can happen to then instantly solve to get to next thing that happened. Without a whole lot else there. So I'm very confident that kids are going to really like the film, and I also think if you're just a big fan and just want to see, Mario on the big screen again, you're not going to give a shit if it's not a typical good film per se, because it's going to show you a lot of things that you'll recognize and get excited and hype about, like a 2D segment where you'll be like, oh fuck, I remember playing something that looked just like that on my Game Boy, and look at how many things are happening in that over there. It's all colorful, and the animation is extremely good. This is what I wanted. And then that's nothing wrong with that. All power to you. But that being said, it's not an amazing film, and there's nothing wrong with pointing that out. Yes, it is clearly designed for a young audience. This, I think, is even more of a kid's film than the last Mario Brothers movie was. But that doesn't mean that you still can't point out some of its flaws. There's nothing wrong with that. So anyway, let's just go ahead and backwards long jump here into the review. There's going to be spoilers. Fair warning if you care about that for this movie. So I'll give you the big compliments. I'll give you a little bit of glaze here. I think the animation is beautiful. I think it is visually very nice to look at, and I think the action pops. So when there's a fight between Bowser Jr. and Mario and Luigi and Yoshi, it's pretty enjoyable. By far the biggest superstar here, the real, shining standout is the music. I liked the music in the first Mario movie, and I actually like the music in this one even more. They fucking crush it on the score here. They take iconic Mario tracks and they remix and fucking reflaffitate those puppies, and they sound great here. They're recognizable but different, and they fit so fucking well in the movie. It is the best part of the movie is the music. And those are the only two real compliments I can give it. So, let's start with something I've already briefly dropped some breadcrumbs on, which is just how messy the structure is. There are multiple times in this film where it introduces a plot element and then abandons it. So like a big thing is in the beginning, Bowser's turning a new leaf. He's getting more in touch with his emotions. He starts becoming friends with Mario, Luigi, and Yoshi. Yoshi gets introduced very early into the film. They become best buds, inseparable immediately. Bowser is, he's been hit with Mini instead of Wumbo, but then eventually gets Wumbo-ized, and he still is like buddies with the crew. And Mario's, of course, skeptical, but Bowser actually makes a pretty big sacrifice in order to protect Mario, Luigi, and the gang. And then, immediately after making that sacrifice, where he has to work in the mines, Bowser Jr. just abducts him. And then the second he gets abducted, he's like, those are my friends. And Bowser Jr.'s like, yeah, but friends are a weakness. He's like, you know what, you're right. And then that's it. That's the end of that whole thing that they just spent a good 15 minutes building up, and you think it's going to play a role and be something that they teeter around with. But no, it just completely gets abandoned. They wipe their ass with it. It's just like that. He goes, oh, you're right. Friends are cringe. And then that's the end of it. It doesn't come up again at all in the film. And there's a couple other examples of things like that where they introduce something or a plot element only to immediately get rid of it. That's just the most egregious. And another thing that keeps happening in this movie is that something will happen, and then it's like this big problem. For example, this has already been spoiled. I can't believe they dropped this before the movie came out. Fox McCloud is in this movie. Actually would have been a super hype reveal if I didn't see all the press about Fox McCloud being in this film. But he's here. He's probably the coolest character they introduce. And Fox McCloud is taking them to the planet that Rosalina's been captured, and on the way there, things kind of go tits up, and they end up crashing on another planet that seems like it's going to be a huge hurdle. Like, oh no, the spaceship is kaput. Yeah, it went kablooey, and now we're stuck here. What are we going to do? But then luckily, Luigi did a single 5-second broadcast that the Rosalina's children picked up on, and here they come scooting in sideways right to this planet in the middle of fucking nowhere. They just come right in. Fox takes the ship, and then they go maybe 2 blocks in the solar system to planet Bowser, which is a brand new planet that luckily is only a tiny little stroll away. Just literally maybe 25 feet away from this planet that they've crashed on, and now they have a ship so they can go there and do the final fight. It's just a whole movie that feels like it wants to speed run through things to make you point at the screen and go, oh, I recognize that. But nothing really connects. There's some characters in here that you'll recognize from the games, maybe some boss fights. I don't want to spoil any of those, but they're in here as little cameos, but utilized in such a small capacity that it feels like such a sad, disappointing waste of these characters, where they're there for literally a split second or a single scene, and then never utilized again. A couple of the Easter eggs they put there were cool, but then they have entire characters that you'll know from the games that feel like they probably should have had a bigger role to play, but instead are just binged for the sake of showing on the casino planet, they shot a couple of spitballs, and now they're gone. It's just, I don't know. It feels like it just wants to run through everything that you'll recognize from the games without having it actually flow in any way. Whereas the last Mario Brothers movie, even though it was simple, it did feel like we got a cohesive journey. At times, maybe it stumbled a little bit, but here, this movie is just always and then they go here, and then they teleport here, and then they get hit by a baby blaster, a baby ray that turns Mario and Luigi into babies, and they crash onto a dinosaur planet, but then they get rescued immediately, and then they go to planet Bowser right away. It's just, I don't know, nothing to me really flows at all, so it's just disjointed, and it leads it to just feeling really hollow and just trying really hard to capitalize off you being oh, I recognize that, how cool. And like I said, there are a couple Easter egg moments that are cool. Again, Fox McCloud, if it wasn't already spoiled for me, would have been a very shocking surprise to see in this film. And he is cool in this movie. He doesn't have a lot to do. I'll go ahead and spoil that. He has very little to do. He does a bit of space combat, gets hit with the baby blaster, they crash on the dinosaur planet, and then he drives into planet Bowser. He has maybe 8 or 9 lines, if that. So it's very little that he has. But I mean, he is a cool presence there. But like I said, it's just one of those things where it feels like they wanted to shoehorn in as many things as possible that you would recognize from their properties. It's like even Game & Watch is here for like a very brief appearance in a fight. But you want to know who's not really here, and it's very odd decision? Rosalina. And Loomis, by extension. It's a Super Mario Galaxy movie with very, very little Rosalina in it. Like, I actually think Fox McCloud has more screen time. I haven't checked the stats or anything on it. I would wager Fox McCloud, who is a supporting character, but also, like I said, doesn't have a whole ton to contribute here. I still think Fox McCloud has more screen time and probably more lines than Rosalina. Very odd choice, I'm going to tell you right now. I don't really know what that decision was. Anyway, no real reason to keep yapping about it. It's not an amazing movie. I don't think it's as bad as a lot of people are saying it is, but it's still not very good. I think it is a big step down from the last Mario Brothers movie, though. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Boy, howdy, do I have something wacky to share with you right now. This has to be one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in a tournament. Full stop. It happened at a Pokemon Go regional. A player named Firestar73 came through loser's bracket and won the entire thing, becoming the Orlando regional champion, but he was too happy about it and they took it away from him. He had a small pop-off, like a little celebration, and pop-off is a word I'm using way too loosey-goosey because it doesn't really apply. He was excited, so he dropped his headset and gave a single fist pump, one pump, not even 2 or 3 pumps, one fist pump, and then shook his hand, and they deemed it excessive and unsportsmanlike, so they stripped him of the win, gave him a game loss, and thus his opponent became the champion for it.
Now on his 11th one, he is the first-time champion for himself and your 2026 Orlando champion!
Incredible series from Firestar, pulling out all the stops, all the Pokemon, taking us to a decisive Game 5. Could not have asked for anything else.
That's the entire thing. That's his celebration that they thought was just out of line. They said, "You're disqualified, Buster. You were too excited. We can't have that. We're like fucking Dementors. We have to sap that shit up so your opponent is now the champion." And by the way, they didn't even announce this during the official broadcast. It wasn't until after it was all said and done, after the dust had settled, then they made it clear to the community that Firestar73 was not the winner because of this unsportsmanlike celebration. It's unhinged. Any sane, normal human being would look at this and tell you that there was nothing excessive or unsportsmanlike about what he did. His conduct was totally acceptable. It's just wild to me how infested the upper echelon of the Pokemon brass is with the unhappiness virus. Joy is the arch enemy of Pokemon tournament organizers and like Pokemon businessmen, these suit and tie zombies that actually control Pokemon. They hate happiness, truly loathe it. And this is just a further evidence of that. Firestar73 was excited, he was happy, and he did a very light celebration. Like, I mean it. Like, that is not excessive by any stretch of the imagination. I get more animated and excited when I find an extra fucking french fry in my goddamn Miller's Alehouse order. Like, he did not go crazy or anything. When I saw the headline, I was expecting like a Hungry Box level pop-off where he just stands up, picks up the chair, throwing the chair into the audience, lights a match, and then throws like a fucking stick of dynamite or something, like fireworks display. Like, I expected something chaotic, catastrophic, where he was like piling up corpses from celebrating, just beating the shit out of people or something. Something so extreme that it would somehow warrant an automatic game loss there, which gave the opponent the tournament victory. It would have to be something extreme. Like maybe they found out that he wasn't showering using cheeky soap, and then I'd understand why they'd disqualify him, because that's just not good hygiene. If you're showering, you gotta be using cheeky soap. It's the best soap in the universe. But this, all he did was he dropped his headphones. He didn't even throw them. He didn't spike them. He didn't give it like a Gronk spike in the end zone. He dropped the headphones, and then he pumped his fist once before shaking his opponent's hand. That is not excessive. That is not unsportsmanlike. Jiminy Christmas, I can only imagine what these dweebs would do if they saw Hungry Box, for example, pop off. They'd have a heart attack. They would keel over and die on the spot watching someone get that excited. If this was enough for them to be like, it's a game loss. Oh my God, I'm going to have nightmares. Oh my God, it's so much. Give it to this guy. Quick, quick, quick. We have to punish him for being happy. I can only imagine if they saw like an athlete or something, like an actual athlete celebrating, a big shot or a big moment in a game. These are the biggest fucking losers, man. Actual dorks. And I've seen a couple of people mention that Firestar73 got an earlier warning from one of the judges because he had dropped his headphones earlier when he was excited. So this was them, following through on their threats and punishing him for doing it again. That's still stupid. He shouldn't have, it shouldn't matter. He didn't do anything wrong. You can see him shaking in excitement. So he's taking his headphones off, he's shaking and drops them. He doesn't do anything like throwing them at the computer screen. He doesn't fucking rocket them at his opponent saying, eat dirt, pussy, and flicking them off or anything. He sets his headphones down. He drops them. That's not a big deal. Now, I don't know how he reacted earlier where he may have got a warning. Maybe it was more excessive then. But what he did here shouldn't have even constituted any level of eyebrow raising in the slightest. Not even an ounce. So I just think that's a load of barnacles. There is a game theory, though, that's being cooked up that I actually do think has some real oomph to it. There is a belief that these judges maybe bet on the match. And maybe they bet on his opponent to win, because Firestar73 did come through loser's bracket. Making a loser's run is extraordinarily difficult in any tournament. And perhaps they placed a bet on his opponent to be the victor. And you know how the story unfolded? He won. Firestar73 did make the loser's bracket miracle run, squeaking out the big W here. And now the judges, they're not going to get that payday. They're out that money, but they see a way of kind of weaseling a W, snatching a victory from the jaws of defeat by DQing this guy for being too happy. Because fundamentally, that's what it is. Hey, you were too excited, so you lost, actually. He won now. So I can definitely understand this conspiracy theory here, and I do believe there's a non-zero chance that it could actually revolve around that entirely. There's enough question marks here for how this was handled to at least warrant an official investigation, I would argue. Gambling has become a core component of basically everything. Esports, sports in general, TCGs, basically anything. And prediction markets are only serving to even further blow that up and expand the scope of gambling. So I have no doubt that there probably were bets placed throughout this tournament here, because in every single tournament, in every single game or whatever competition, there are people betting on it. So there is definitely the possibility that maybe these judges were betting on Firestar73's opponent because it was kind of a safer bet. Firestar73 looked unlikely coming through losers. It's a lot harder to pull that off, so they wanted to make some easy clams, but it didn't go in their favor, and instead, they found a way to try and weasel their way out of it and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Match fixing is something that is extremely prevalent in esports in particular. So it is definitely possible that this could be the explanation for it, because I just really don't buy into this garbage that he excessively celebrated and it was unsportsmanlike, thus they had to punish him by taking away the win and giving it to his opponent. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely absurd. Now, Firestar73 has responded after this whole thing has blown up, saying, I am incredibly thankful for the support directed my way. I have a direct account of my experiences releasing soon in an interview, which I will link when it's out. For the moment, please use the support link if you disagree with the ruling as well. Love y'all. Hopefully there are enough complaints to get this ruling overturned, because it just doesn't make any sense. If it stands, then I really think Pokemon Go as a competitive scene should be curtains. I think that should just be the end of it there. The competitive integrity is completely fucking ruined, right in the shitter with this. I think it's unacceptable, and judging from the response to all of this, it seems like the community agrees as well, which is extremely nice to see. So hopefully we'll see some kind of action here as a result of what the judges ruled. I hope they actually pay attention to the direct complaints. I don't know if they just wipe their ass with it like normal Pokemon Company does. I couldn't tell you. I am not an active Pokemon Go player these days, nor do I pay attention to the competitive scene, but this is just completely unjust. It's not fair, and it's unacceptable in a competitive environment. It just truly is. Like, maybe going forward, the Pokemon Go competitive community can rally together, and at the upcoming tournaments, maybe after every win, every player drops their headset in similar fashion to how Firestar 73 did to see if they're going to rule it like this going forward across the board, where that's going to result in a game loss every time for being unsportsmanlike or some shit. I don't really know. I just know that this is just garbage. And I needed to yap about it because it's one of the most embarrassing things I've seen in a fucking tournament setting. That's really about it. So yeah. 3 reviews, 1 cup. I'm going to be reviewing 3 shows that all ended this week in this video here, doing it all in one, going crazy style on it. So I want to start with what I think to be the most, interesting that not enough people are talking about. Sentenced to be a Hero. I made a video glazing this when it first aired. The first episode was like an hour long, and it felt like I watched an entire movie's worth of content to kick off the season. I was blown away. I know nothing about Sentenced to be a Hero. I watched that on a whim because so many other people were gushing grannies on it, and I thought, well, this isn't something I heard of, so how good could it be? And then episode 1 came out and just slapped me around with high-quality animation and a really interesting story. I expected generic slop. It was not. It had a pretty simple premise, but throughout the season it fleshed it out into something genuinely interesting, and I am glued to it. So I was hooked right away. And a lot of people were, but unfortunately it's come out at the worst possible time because this season's lineup was so stacked. It was clashing with Titans, the Behemoths, JJK, Freerin, Hell's Paradise, Fate's Strange Fake. It was such a big stacked lineup that unfortunately Sentenced to be a Hero started to fall off of people's radar, starting to play second fiddle, and then everyone just kind of collectively stopped talking about it, which is such a fucking shame, because if this came out at any other time, it would have been the standout. This would have been what everyone was talking about and suckling on, because it's extremely good. The animation is top tier. I would say it's second only to JJK this season. I put it over Fate's Strange Fake and Hell's Paradise in that regard. Its action, I think, is beautifully animated. And every single episode of Sentenced to be a Hero had action. There was never any, slow slog, anything, boring. It was just a lot of action. But even while delivering all of this, it still kept planting seeds of mystery and, intrigue. I will say that its characters aren't exactly the deepest. They're pretty standard shonen tropes that I feel like pretty much all of you have seen before. You'll definitely recognize that in a lot of these characters. But they're put into a world that is unlike most others that are out there, where being a hero is like the ultimate punishment for only the most vile of criminals, where they can't die and they have to devote their lives to just saving everyone else. No glory, no fame, no appreciation. These are scum villains. Those are your heroes. And we follow the hero unit as they are saving the world from the demon blight who use fairies to basically just destroy humanity. But along the way, and I'm going to get into a little spoilers here because, the season just ended and I want to talk about a lot of the things I liked. Throughout the journey, you learn that there's other forces at play, coexisters that want to exist with the demon blight because they believe humanity is doomed, and the only way to ensure a future for themselves and the ones they care about is through cooperation with the demon blight and accelerating their plans so that way they can have authority in the new world once humanity falls. So then, not only are they clashing with the demon blight, they're clashing with other humans that have allied with them. And in particular, this concept gets explored extremely well in the final episode. My jaw was on the floor for the finale here. The fight with Bujum was great, and then the final episode hits, and you get so much that had me on the edge of my fucking seat, man. Kivia's clash with a very important figure in her life and everything that unfolded there. And then, I'm trying to avoid the biggest spoilers here, but I just want to say it was masterfully done how they handled that. It was animated beautifully, and it was extremely emotional. These characters that we had followed throughout the entire season, everything getting flipped on its head in a crazy clash at the end that doesn't feel like just an ass pull, but feels like a really natural development of things. Holy shit. Chef's kiss. It was incredible. I really, really, really liked this season, and I hope that there's more to come from this. because they did a great job. They knocked it out of the park. I know I've been complimenting its action in particular because there is so much of it here, but as I said, it's not just that. I think they do a great job of setting up a very interesting world, and I'm excited to see more from the characters. Like I said, they are a little one-dimensional throughout season 1. There's not like a ton that you get outside of Kivia. Kivia is the one that gets the most development. She gets fleshed out a lot by the end, but the rest around her, also aside from Xylo, he gets a lot of fleshing out too. But like the other cast of heroes, they don't get a ton of time to shine and develop, but even still, they're very cool and they're very hype. Especially someone that we only get introduced to in like the last 2 episodes, Rhino. I'm really excited to see more from Rhino because there was a big twist with that character. And even though we just met him, it felt substantial and it felt really interesting. But anyway, I won't yap too long on Sentence to be a Hero since I'm reviewing 2 other shows here. But I want to say, this show is incredible. I really hope people stop sleeping on it. Let's now move on to probably the one everyone wants to hear my thoughts on, JJK Season 3 Part 1. I'm a big Jujutsu Kaisen guy. I think all of you know that. I was very excited for Season 3, and overall, I really liked Season 3. But I don't think it was flawless, and it's something I talked about on stream throughout the season as it was airing, and I was met with collective boos because people don't like when you step out of line of the hype train and rock the boat, but I feel like it wasn't as strong as Season 1 and 2. There were extremely great moments in Season 3, of course, and some of the new characters they introduced, I am really happy to see there. I'm really, really happy that Yuta is blossoming here after JJK0. We get to see a lot more of him in Season 3. He is an extraordinary character. I also really liked Higuruma. I think he was extremely exciting as well. It's just, Season 3, I think, got a little too lost in the sauce of the culling game and its rules and really drilling home numerous times, even outside of like the infamous lore dump episode where it's basically an entire episode dedicated to just vomiting out all of the culling game rules and regulations. Like, I felt like I was at a fucking board meeting for it. But even outside of that, there are just multiple times where it like just halts its own momentum to just over-explain what's happening in the grand scheme of the culling game itself. You know, like explaining someone's curse technique and then talking about why they need to take those points or add a rule that allows them to take points in order to accomplish this goal. Like, it just felt to me like they didn't respect the audience's intelligence to kind of piece it together on why certain things were happening. So they would instead just like hit the brakes screeching and then explain it to you. And to me, it just felt like a little messy because of that. And of course, like, it jumps all over the place, which I don't really have a huge issue with, but I know a lot of other people did. They felt like it made the story a little more disjointed, which I can see that, but that personally didn't bother me nearly as much as just like this constant need to over-explain everything that you're already seeing in order to ensure that you know how it fits into the culling game rules and the big plan and the overall scheme of the culling game. That really did start to irk me. I'm just being honest. I don't think it ruined the season or anything, but I do think that it weakened some moments because of that. But like I said, overall, I still really enjoyed it. Like, it wasn't disappointing by any means, and the final episode of Season 3 Part 1 here, one of the best in the entire series. It might be the best in the entire series. The start to finish, Yuta's fighting against multiple opponents, delightful. What a treat. A visual spectacle. That was a fucking home run. They crushed the finale. And I'm very excited for Part 2. Now, this is a Part 1 of the culling games here, so I do think it's also a little unfair to like review it as its own separate thing, because as it fits into like Parts 2 and everything that comes next, I'm sure it'll feel a lot better if you were to watch them all back to back to back without like a break in between. But since I'm reviewing everything that ended this week, obviously I'm going to be talking about JJK Season 3 Part 1. Again, I still really liked it. It had incredible moments. I think it also has one of the best episodes in the entire series. It's just, I didn't love how hard they went on making sure you got every single fucking tidbit, every tiddlywink of lore in regards to the culling game, and every single rule and the fine print of every rule too. It just made it kind of a headache that I think, made the pacing a little worse at times. And now let's move on to the third thing I want to review that just ended. I just finished it, Frieren Season 2. You might remember, I didn't watch Frieren when it first started. I was not a day one Frieren enjoyer, and it wasn't until December of 2025 that I went through and watched all of it, and man, did I fall in love with it. When I first watched it, I watched like 4 episodes or so, and I just didn't get into it. But when I watched it in December, it hooked me. Like, after, really getting the vibe of Frieren and what it was doing and how it differs from every other show that I'd seen in recent times, it really started to hit. A word everyone uses to describe Frieren is cozy, and it is, but it's a lot more than just being cozy. Especially in Season 2. It extends far beyond just being some kind of, slice-of-life comfort show. It really is just a show that gets you invested in a journey, and what it means to enter a time of peace and just appreciate the little things and every experience that comes your way. We follow a party that is many years past a grand journey that Frieren was on, where they defeated, the ultimate evil. The land is saved, and by all accounts, we're in peaceful times. It doesn't mean that everything's sunshine and rainbows. There are still monsters out there. There's even still demons, and occasionally the party we follow now of Frieren, Fern, and Stark will kill some of the demons or vanquish some monsters, but oftentimes they're just doing real simple chores. And we're meeting some characters that we only spend an episode with, but they leave a lasting impression. It's just a very human feeling of like how characters connect with each other, helping one another, and recounting a journey and trying to really hold on to those memories and an experience. I just think Frieren does a good job of making you care about every character that you come across and root for this new party of heroes. And Season 2, they now are in a much more dangerous location. They're in the Northern Plateau, where there's a lot more turmoil, there's a lot more chaos. Things are not amazing. And in fact, the highest rated episode in Frieren was in this season, and it's an episode that's entirely action, where they're fighting a 4-armed, 4-sword wielding demon. And it's a fucking hype episode. So, like, there is action here, but it's not the bread and butter. And I really appreciated the action here, but it's also not why I'm watching Frieren. It's not like I'm going into every Frieren episode hoping that they're gonna fucking, blast this demon, face fuck a demon lord or something. Like, I'm there because I want to see them go from village to village, maybe get a new grimoire that helps them butter some waffles more effectively with a spell, and they help this individual or help this town by doing their fucking laundry or something. They make such trivial tasks and chores have such a deeper meaning to them, and it's easy to feel like a connection to that, which is why I think this show hits so hard for so many people, myself included. It's just a really unique show in that regard. Now, Season 2, though, I will say, it's short. And, of course, that's not a surprise. We knew going in it was going to be 10 episodes, but it feels really short. But the finale, I think, is very strong. I'm very excited for where it's going to go when it comes back. They set up an incredible encounter here with a character that we knew from Season 1, Dinkin, against one of the most powerful demons in modern time, one of the Sages of Destruction, that's taken over his homeland and turned it to gold. I'm very excited for that clash, and I imagine that's going to be a pretty pivotal moment in the next season. I just wish this season was a bit longer. I wanted to spend more time with these characters and on this journey. The 10 episodes, to me, didn't feel like enough, which is a good complaint to have, that you want more, because it's just that good. Season 1 had a lot more episodes, and I just want more Frieren is all. So the season did feel a little short. It's not that it feels incomplete, and it doesn't feel like it's, abruptly ending or anything. Like, I feel like it had a pretty solid conclusion. It's just, I wanted more episodes. That's really it. That's my only real complaint for Season 2. Anyway, these are the 3 anime that concluded this week. I know Hell's Paradise is right around the corner, as well as Fate Strange Fake, but I didn't really want to wait for those 2 to end before dropping some reviews here. Plus, doing 5 reviews in one video seems a little too ambitious. So anyway, just wanted to give you my thoughts on these. That's really about it. So yeah. Roblox is one of the most popular platforms on the planet. And I don't mean just for gaming, I just mean in general. Like, in just normal existence, Roblox's numbers are unfathomable. Kids probably know the name Roblox before they know the name Jesus or Santa Claus. Roblox is more popular with kids than the common cold. Let me just slap you with the cold hard Carfax here with the numbers. Roblox recently just broke the record for most concurrent users on a gaming platform. They hit 47.3 million concurrent users, which absolutely fists Steam's previous record of 41.2 million. And at least 77% of that record comes from only 2 games, Grow a Garden, which has become a fucking Godzilla kaiju level success over the last couple months, where it's been breaking records left and right for concurrent players. It got to 22 million, which is the highest for any single game ever, absolutely biblically smacking down Fortnite's record from its prime. And another game, Steal a Brain Rot, which had 15 million concurrent. These numbers are unfathomable, especially when you consider the fact that more and more people have had their eyes open to the danger of the platform. Over the last couple weeks, Roblox has been getting fucking torched. It has been getting flambéed by the general public because many people have now become aware of just how many predators have been rampant on that platform for years, unchecked. And really, the straw that broke the camel's back was when they banned Schlep. And they made a strong stance against vigilantes who were getting predators arrested from their platform because Roblox was not doing enough on their own. Roblox pulled some galaxy brain chess maneuver and just showed the world its entire asshole, and it was rotten. Roblox has made like a really aggressive, strong, scorched earth stance against the people that are stopping predators on their platform, as opposed to channeling that energy to going after the predators themselves. They seem more upset that people are talking about and doing something on their own about these dangerous, evil individuals on their platform. Yes, over the years, Roblox has, of course, reported dangerous people to authorities, but they've clearly missed some. They've slipped through the cracks. And as such, a lot of children have been victim to some horrible people. You can find so many stories about this happening, and Roblox's lack of action. It's sickening. So the community took it upon themselves to start trying to do something about it because Roblox wasn't listening to them and they clearly weren't doing enough. And instead of like working with the community to try and make it better, Roblox instead attacked all of them and made this like, you know, fucking wearing the Infinity Gauntlet, we will snap away all vigilantes. And then crickets about the pedophiles. It's fucking baffling. So it hasn't been going well for them in the public eye, yet their platform continues to grow, gluttonously consuming every fucking user on the planet. Even though their stock price did plummet after they dropped the fucking meteor on Schlep and made their really passionate stance against people taking matters into their own hands to try and protect children, their stock price has now recovered and is almost back to where it was in a very short period of time. It has rebounded, and it will likely just continue to go up because its users are exploding. So even though parents and like the general population are more aware of the danger on Roblox now than ever, it hasn't actually impacted them overly negatively, other than their reputation being in the shitter, which also doesn't really seem to matter that much because people are just fucking addicted to it like Fent. So they continue to flock to Roblox, even knowing full well the possibility of bad actors being all over the place. You could queue up for a Steal a Brain Rot game, or God forbid, wait in line to meet LeBron Simulator, and then next thing you know, you're waiting in line next to a Meep City veteran who's talking sexual and trying to get you to go to their fucking Telegram or some shit, or talk to him on Discord. It's a huge problem. People are aware of it, but it is still growing. But luckily, there are still people willing to try and get Roblox to do more to keep the platform safe from this scum. There have been a lot of stuff that we've already covered, but the most recent being Law by Mike, who has now joined in this fight against Roblox, where he has announced he is suing them. and he is actively looking to gather more evidence from more victims about all of the traumatic experiences and all the horrible things that they may have gone through on Roblox, to try and get Roblox to do more to moderate that platform to keep the kids safe on it. Because it is a platform mainly used by children. Also, I've mentioned this before, the fucking CEO, Dave Buzuki, I think that guy is a real creep. I think he is such a weirdo. It was pulling teeth trying to get Roblox to acknowledge that 17 plus, that still is a minor. So he is the guy that's pitching Roblox as having like a companion app, or not a companion app, being half gaming and half dating for 17 plus. He wanted a 17 plus dating service to be in addition to Roblox as a gaming platform. And not only that, all of like the adult games on Roblox, like the spicy content adult games, are 17 plus. And they were locked in on that. They planted their fucking feet and refused to budge an inch, no matter how many people were telling them that 17 is still a minor. You shouldn't be able to have adult access given to a 17-year-old and like a 17 dating app. It's so fucking weird, but they were really like, they planted their feet on that, and it's only recently that they finally said, okay, 18 plus. What? I cannot believe how hard it was. That should be a huge red flag to a lot of people, I would say. But also, I'm going to go a step further. Roblox is mainly a platform for children. I just don't even think it should offer 18 plus services in any capacity, like 18 plus games or a fucking 18 plus dating accessory to it. It's weird. And I know I've already mentioned that, but I really find that so fucking alarming that they would not move on 17 plus. And then when they finally did, they did it like really disappointedly, like, fine, kicking sand, 18 plus then. Anyway, though, I'll stop yapping about that. I want to briefly show you a couple bits and pieces from Law by Mike's video here about the lawsuit that he's working on building against Roblox. I want to show you a clip here, though, where he's mentioning the moderation, which has been a big thing people have pointed out in regards to Roblox's failures in protecting children.
Roblox is now the go-to social platform for younger audiences. 78 million users log in every day. The platform processes more than 50,000 chat messages every second. Roblox claims its AI and human reviewers scan all of it, text, audio, and images. But here's the problem. The company allegedly employs only about 3,000 moderators. Compare that to TikTok, roughly 3 times Roblox's daily users, but over 13 times the number of moderators on staff. The reason for the lack of moderators is allegedly due to Roblox's focus on growth over safety.
I recommend you check out Law by Mike's full video on this covering it, but this section here I think is something very important to mention, and it's something, again, a lot of people have talked about, including moderators from Roblox and former employees in this department. Roblox seems to have prioritized perpetual growth with safety falling to the back burner as like this afterthought, because they've been able to get away with being very lackluster and hands-off for so many years. Despite tons and tons of victims and tons of horror stories, they've never really had anything that affected them to a degree that would concern them to make them prioritize safety. Contrary to what they say to parents and shit about how safe Roblox is, it's like letting your kids, have daycare in heaven. There's nothing wrong on Roblox. You got our big thumbs up guarantee on that, which is obviously not the case. And you can also see that reflected in the size of their team. As Law by Mike points out, 3,000 moderators for their size is just not enough. He compares it to TikTok, which has significantly more users and significantly more moderators. Like, I think everyone recognizes that it's not possible for them to catch every single bad actor and every single bad message that goes through Roblox. The volume is just too high. But what they could do is work more collaboratively with people like Schlepp, people that do actively work to try and make the community safer. Instead of villainizing them, they could instead be, in partnership with them, or at least on friendly terms, and at least listen to them, because the community also wants the game to be safe. So they are working to try and make the game they love safer for the player base. And instead of Roblox coming out and fucking slapping them around for no reason and banning them, it makes no sense why they wouldn't view that as another arm of moderation for them, where the community is policing themselves. Their handling of it just makes no sense to me. Like, they don't have enough moderators. I think that should be very clear to everyone, including Roblox, so they need more moderators. But they also have a community that is actively trying to catch bad actors and get them off the platform. And instead of working with them, they are working against them. It's just so fucking backwards, if you ask me.
In fact, 8 current and former trust and safety staff describe ignored requests for more resources, backlogs of incident reports, and even a manager quitting after promised hires never showed up. Some say protective features they suggested, like pop-up warnings, were rejected, and safety settings, like blocking strangers in chat, were switched off by default. Once again, Roblox points to AI moderation as the solution. But employees admit the tech still misses the subtle signs of unsafe behavior. And the gaps aren't small. The filters block words like Snapchat or Discord, but people get around them by using emojis or by tweaking the spelling a little.
To me, that paints a very clear picture that Roblox prioritizes profit over safety of its users. Instead of hiring more human moderators that can pick up on those behaviors, like former employees have mentioned, they instead put all of their eggs into the basket of AI. Not because the tools are more effective and it's better than their human counterparts, but because it's cheaper. 100% AI is significantly cheaper instead of hiring another 5,000 moderators or something. Instead of hiring 5,000 people with a salary and everything that comes with it, the benefits and all that, they instead just need to have AI do it for them. It would save them so much money on their bottom line, which is why it's so enticing to Roblox and many other corporations like it. It is clearly not as effective as a human moderator. Human moderators seem to actually want to improve Roblox. According to these reports, they were suggesting features that were rejected for some reason and a plethora of other issues. But the point is, instead of Roblox listening to the human moderators, it sounds more like they just kind of sidelined them and focused on just AI and beefing it up a little bit, even though it clearly wasn't doing a good enough job. Again, the motivation for that decision is obviously financial because of how much cheaper it is to use AI instead of hiring more human moderators.
Most platforms lean on a law called Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, and that law protects websites and apps from being sued over what their users post. That's why Instagram or YouTube don't get dragged into court every time someone uploads something harmful. But the lawsuits against Roblox aren't just about what users post. They're about the company itself. Lawyers argue Roblox designed the platform in risky ways, marketed it as safe, and then ignored clear warning signs. And at least one court has already said Section 230 doesn't cover misrepresentation. So if Roblox tells parents this is safe and it's not, that responsibility falls on Roblox, not the users.
This section was very interesting to me because Roblox, for as long as I can remember, has always touted itself as being at the forefront of innovation and keeping children safe on their platform. Again, it is a platform parents are definitely familiar with because it is a platform very much catered to children. It is mainly a platform for kids. So obviously one of the main concerns of a parent is, well, is it safe? Is there going to be anything bad on there that my kid could be exposed to or something? And Roblox has always stepped forward to assure them that, no, there's nothing bad that can happen on there. It's all perfectly safe. Even though it's very clear and there's evidence of Roblox being aware of so much danger and so much bad shit going on its platform, not just with the predators on there, but even just a lot of the content on there. He points out a couple of the games like Escape from Diddy and shit like that, but there's more than that, like the shower simulator games and the virtual very spicy games on there and shit. All of which have gone unchecked for so long. Very clear that it is not as safe as Roblox claims that it is. And it seems like they know that it's not, but continue to make the claim anyway. Anyway, though, it'll be very interesting to see how it all shakes down in court. Law by Mike announced that he is going to be joining in this and working collaboratively with other lawyers against Roblox, and it launched a website called I Think I Have a Case for anyone that may have an experience like what so many others have unfortunately gone through on Roblox. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of talk about this a little bit. That's really it. So yeah. It's so weird how every single game that comes out right now needs to have some kind of grand debate about it. controversy needs to surround every game as gamers desperately try and find something to hate about every single title that comes out. And the latest argument leaving bodies in its wake has to be the dumbest I've seen so far, with people pretending to care about the absence of swimming mechanics in the new Mafia game. I'm starting to think maybe those 5G towers actually did do something to people's brains, because this shit is fried. A clip went viral on Twitter where they showed that Mafia the Old Country doesn't have swimming. But it turns out it's also incorrect, and there is a swimming animation in the game. It's just this game doesn't use swimming. It's not an open world game in the first place, by the way, yet so many people were outraged and kept shaking their fist and planting their Dorito-crusted swamp ass all over this game's reputation, calling the developers lazy for not adding swimming. This is what's wrong with modern gaming. No swimming. They don't care about the detail. My immersion is ruined. Like, what are you, 6 years old? Your immersion? What, you need to see the character do a fucking breaststroke in order to clap in your chair and enjoy the game? Like, what the fuck? It is not an open world game. Some of the greatest games of all time don't have swimming in there. I didn't see anyone making a big hoopla when Elden Ring didn't have swimming mechanics and water levels. People just genuinely want every game to fail and will find the most outlandish things to pretend to be upset about in regards to them. I know that was devastating to look at. What you just bore witness to was Gamers 9/11. No swimming in Mafia the Old Country. Instead, an invisible wall prevents you from frolicking in the sun and splashing around in the water. It's heartbreaking. It's horrifying, actually. I'm gonna have a conniption. Who gives a fuck? This is not an open world game. It is not a series that has ever been known for its swimming. In fact, in the entire Mafia franchise, there is one game that lets you swim in a limited capacity, and it's Mafia 3, the one everybody hates. Like, this is ridiculous to pretend that this matters to you. I don't understand. It's such a stupid thing to get up in arms about, especially because this game is doing exactly what a lot of people have been crying about wanting more of. It is a $50 game, by the way. It is not the overpriced $70 or $80 experiences now that we've been getting fucking shoveled down our throats. It is $50, meaning it is a reasonably priced AAA game, which is extremely refreshing. There's only a handful of these, like notably Expedition 33. And it is also a linear, single-player game with a huge focus on its narrative. Exactly things people have been demanding more of in the AAA space. Now this comes out and people still aren't pleased because they can't go into the deep water. They can't go live out their immersive fantasy of being a mob-associated mermaid. Like, this is stupid. Why bloat a game like this with mechanics that aren't even utilized like swimming? But here's the thing, what's even more fucking crazy. They did add swimming animations to it for the sake of immersion. It's just you can't go out into the sunset like that. You can jump into deep water and you will swim before being brought back to shore. I forgot to turn my face cam off while watching that so you can get the real-time Charles reaction to seeing this riveting piece of information surface about the swimming animation actually being present in Mafia the Old Country, contrary to the popular belief spread around Twitter. And as with everything, it is impossible for people to admit that they were wrong, so when this information hit the mainstream, people said, oh, it's even lazier than I thought. Oh, so there is swimming animations, but it just fades to black and you're back on the dock? Oh my god, this is deplorable. I will never buy another game from this company ever. The laziness is palpable. They're getting paid to do fucking nothing over there. When this is like literally the exact thing tons of other games that are beloved do. Try swimming in Arkham Knight or something. See what happens. It's exactly the same. It's just, people are so desperate to find the most trivial things to harp on for a reason to hate a new game. And this isn't even a game I have any interest in playing myself, by the way. I initially thought it'd be fun to play through, but then when I watched some other streamers play it, it didn't really seem like I'd be overly invested in it. But now, out of pure spite for this controversy, I feel like diving in. It's just so infuriating. Because, I mean, like I said, this game does a lot of things that people have been begging for in the space for a while. Reasonably priced, story-driven, single player. Like, it is people have been hoping for more of those, and now it's here, and it's still not good enough because the swimming wasn't up to their standards. It's just craziness. I find it hard to believe that these are real people. I just have a hard time coming to terms with losers like this actually existing. It's such a meaningless argument to have, because even if let's say this game did have swimming, there would equally be a chance that it would have been controversial to have swimming, because people would say, you can swim in Mafia the Old Country, yet they never use it in the game. What a waste of development time. What a waste of budget. Why even hire people to work on swimming in a game that doesn't use it? Bloat. Like, it could have easily swung the other way, too, if they did have swimming. Like, I've seen that complaint plenty of times from games that offer a ton of mechanics, many of which don't even get utilized. People say it was a waste of time, a waste of resources and money. So, you can't really win. Like, the absence of swimming here is like the most useless shit ever, because in so many games, like I mentioned, you can't swim. It's not like this is exclusive to just this, and it's not exclusive to just modern games either. Go back 10 years, 20 years, whatever. Some of the best games ever made do not have swimming in them. Like, it is just an immutable fact. If a game doesn't require swimming, if it doesn't necessitate having swimming mechanics, why bother putting them in there? It doesn't even do anything for immersion anyway. The only place where you could have swimming and not really need a focus on it would be in like an open world game, which this is not. It is a story-driven, linear, single-player game. So why the fuck would you even bother wasting the time putting it there to begin with? It's just so brain dead. Now, I have been someone that's been pretty vocal about how modern games don't do a lot of the small stuff that older games used to. The best example of this is Left 4 Dead versus Back 4 Blood. Left 4 Dead spent a ton of time crafting really immersive gore elements that really breathed a lot of life into the game. It was extremely impressive and it looked amazing. Back 4 Blood, a much more recent game, like a decade after Left 4 Dead almost, didn't have anything near that level. And it's not just this example, like there are just so many modern games that don't do what a lot of the earlier games did when it comes to like destructible environments or like small things built in the game. Even just super simple stuff like having a plethora of animations that could possibly play depending on where you shoot an enemy or something. Nowadays, instead of spending all of that time and money on those like small elements, they'll focus more on like the big ticket stuff, the big picture things, as opposed to like these really small handcrafted details that used to be more prominent in earlier games. And that is an art that I miss. I wish there was more of it, but this is not an example of that. This is not like a modernized, lazy dev cutting corners type situation. This is literally a game that doesn't use swimming, doesn't need swimming, not having swimming, yet they do still have an animation for it should you choose to jump into the water. So, like, they did actually care about the immersion and detail to at least put in a swimming animation that'll play briefly before getting out of the water. Like, I think they did everything correctly when it comes to that. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. This shit is cringe. It was a stupid argument. This should have never been controversial in the first place. It's dumb. That's really about it. So, yeah. There's useless, and then there's Pam Bondi. Cockroaches have more respect from people than Scam Bondi ever will. She's just been fired. Hallelujah, time to butt chug some brewskis in the bathtub tonight to celebrate this wonderful news. Pam Bondi famously shut down the conversation about Epstein, stating that we need to focus on the Dow because it's over 50K, stating that it's ridiculous to be talking about Epstein when the Dow's over 50K. That's what we need to focus on. And now look at us, Pam. Who could have seen this? Dow's under 50K and You know what they say, you can't spell druid without D-U-I, and you're about to see the mythical Coors Light druid in full action here as she gets her 5th DUI, this time with her child in the car.
So how'd you end up in the ditch here?
Actually, I just found here and I just...
Okay.
I didn't end up a ditch.
Well, I'm sorry. You're in the grass line here. I just want to make sure you're okay.
Her reaction to that question of why she's in the ditch is perplexing to say the least. Her eyes get so wide I thought they were going to pop out of her skull. She's making the same face Tobey Maguire made in Spider-Man 2 when he realized everyone on the train just saw him without his mask on.
Can I just get your driver's license so I know who I'm talking to?
No, I actually don't have it with me. I'm so sorry.
So I know who I'm talking to.
I promise you. I'm trying to tell you the truth. I promise you.
I hear ya.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
That's okay.
Alright, how do you spell your last name?
The whole time the officer's speaking to her, she's doing some wacky, odd motions with her face like the animatronics from Five Nights at Freddy's. It seems like she's struggling to keep her eyes open and like focus on what's happening here. Like she's emoting the same way the NPCs in Fallout 4 do.
When I knocked on the window, she woke up and I said, "Are you okay?" Because I thought maybe she hit her head or something.
She's slurring her speech. I got an odor or something in there. I don't know if it's necessarily alcohol. Her pupils are huge.
Contacts here. Hi, you roll it all the way down. What's your name?
All I could see is a little boy, and I was like, well...
And she was completely passed out?
She was tipped over on the steering wheel.
So the lore breakdown is, she works nearby, was taking the trash out, and saw this vehicle here, and went up to check to see if everything was okay, because all she saw was like a child in the back seat, and then she saw that this lady was face down into the steering wheel, passed out, so then she put in the call, and that's why officers arrived at the scene here.
I see you got a little problem here, huh?
No. I'm good.
So what brings you back to the parking lot? Did you have an appointment?
To see you, yeah, we did, actually.
Where was your appointment?
He had an appointment.
Yeah.
Now, from what I can gather with these breadcrumbs she's dropping, she's in this parking lot because her son had a doctor's appointment, and she just got blackout drunk, passed out, and then cruised the vehicle into, like, this ditch area here. So I guess in order to get ready for the doctor's appointment for her child, she put on her coats and butt-chugged 5 Coors Lights on the way out, and then it led to all of this.
Okay, so obviously we have an odor of alcohol coming from you. Okay.
Hey, actually...
Hang on a second. So I'm gonna... So...
Never do this.
I have an odor of alcohol coming from the vehicle. Okay? How did you end up here?
How what?
How did you end up here?
My son.
Okay, your son drove you?
I'm not from here, guys.
What do you mean, not from here? Like, from this planet? Because, my god, these are like some very uncanny, almost horror movie-esque motions she's making with her body here. So, she tries to say she's here because her son... And the officers interpret that as her trying to say the son was driving and the kid's like 6 years old. So unless he built himself a pair of stilts like Jimmy fucking Neutron, that kid's not reaching the pedals. I don't think he was the one behind the wheel of the vehicle. I think what she was trying to say is the reason she's, kind of torpedoed her car in this parking lot is because her son had a doctor's appointment here. And she was just so fucking drunk she couldn't get the information across.
Okay.
That wasn't the question.
So why are you here in this parking lot? I'm just curious how you got here.
So, I'm sorry.
She didn't have one on her. Her name's Mary.
How did you get here?
Huh?
What made you come to this parking lot?
I really apologize, but I'm not really...
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you to apologize. I'm asking you a question. How did you get here?
Sorry.
Why are you here in this parking lot?
It doesn't take a super genius to recognize she's very fucked up. It is a miracle she didn't get herself or her child or another innocent person on the road killed here, because it doesn't even seem like she knows where she is at this moment. And she's making like expressions the same way a dog does when you ask it who chewed up the sofa and it knows it's guilty. It is impressive just how many different facial expressions she's going through here. It's like in Super Mario 64, the intro where you like move around his face in a bunch of wacky ways. That's what she's doing, like with her teeth and everything. Just hitting some of that. You know, it's more akin to like that infamous Charles Manson clip where he's like, I'm nobody. And he does like all that weird shit. That's what she's doing right now. She is so unbelievably intoxicated. I think that she was trying to make like a conscious effort with her face to appear sober, but just can't quite do it and doesn't recognize everything that's happening.
Okay. Is your boyfriend his dad?
Yeah.
No.
No.
We knew it. No. I apologize.
Are you warm? Are you warm in the car?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Does your car normally smell like alcohol?
No.
Where were you coming from?
Huh?
Where were you coming from?
Are we talking
The road.
The road. No, were you coming from your house?
Yes.
You were coming from your house.
That was a checkmate maneuver from this lady here. The chess master made her move. Where are you coming from? The road. Chef's kiss. Then she just drops the mic. Damn. She played hardball.
Okay, so then how do we end up here in this parking lot?
Because I came here from the road.
Okay. So you just came off the road and just came into the parking lot?
A kind of a walk.
Okay.
Well, the more I hear from her side of things, the more I think maybe I was too hasty to judge here. Maybe she's not intoxicated. Maybe she's just experiencing the sixth dimension. She's in like a whole different wavelength right now, but she's starting to really make a lot of sense when you stop to think about it. This could be a huge misunderstanding here, officers.
Mary, do you need an ambulance?
Yeah, I actually do.
You need an ambulance? Okay. Why do you feel you need an ambulance? What's going on so I can tell them why you need an ambulance?
I can't breathe, actually.
You can't breathe? You're breathing pretty well.
What did I do? Can you please tell me what I did?
I can just feel every neuron in Mary's brain banging against the sides of her cranium, desperately trying to get through. Mary, don't ask for the ambulance. Don't say yes to the ambulance. It's a trap. It's gonna be the biggest regret ever when you see that fucking bill they slap you with at the end. Don't fall for it. Don't say yes to the ambulance.
I'm gonna have you turn to face me, okay? What you're gonna do is you're gonna follow tip my finger with your eyes and your eyes only. Do not move your head. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Move your eyes and your eyes only. Top of my finger. Follow it. No, leave your head straight.
Sorry.
Straight on with me.
Sorry.
With just your eyes, please. Okay? Got that? It's pretty simple. You look at my finger, or you looking at the ground? Okay. All right. Actually, come over here. We'll utilize this line here, okay?
They had to break out further testing because she fucking aced the follow the finger brain buster there. She seems like she's in a state to pass the bar, I'll tell you what. She is crushing these field sobriety tests. Wait till you see how she walks this line.
1, 2, on your... Stop. Don't start the test, please. Okay. When you get to your 9th step, you're going to take a series of small steps like this, turning around, watch me. You're going to take 9 heel-to-toe steps going down the line. 1, 2, all the way to 9. Count your steps out loud. Keep your hands down to your sides. Right foot in front of your left foot, like I explained to you.
All right.
Okay.
6.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, come on back over here.
She did so well in the first portion of this test, she skips the second. Because she came over there, hit him with the fucking Hezi Jimbo, and then dunked on their ass with that beautifully perfect straight line that she just walked. So now, they're going to try and get her with a third one.
So this next test is going to be a one-leg stand. So when I tell you to, you're going to raise your foot approximately 6 inches off the ground. And you're going to count in the manner of 1001, 1002, 1003, and so on until I tell you to stop. Okay, you may begin.
Sorry.
You're right. Keep going. Jeremy, you have a PBT. All right, you can stop. How much would you say you've had to drink today?
Actually, nothing.
Yeah, that sounds about right based on everything I've seen here. I don't hold it against her for not being able to pass with flying colors on the hold your leg up test. There was clearly a banana peel that she was slipping on there like it's fucking Mario Kart, so That one just needs to be thrown out. They wiped their ass with that. Inconclusive evidence there.
Right now, because he's downtown looking for you. He just called in a well-being check.
No.
And the first place he went is he walked to all the bars because you were supposed to bring him to the hospital.
I would never do this.
You're not at a bar, but you're drinking beer in the parking lot and throwing it out.
Stop it.
So she declined the PBT invitation there. She said, I will not be attending that hootenanny, so now they're going to take her in for further evaluation. The father has called in a wellness check because she was supposed to be bringing the child to the doctor's appointment or the hospital or whatever. Didn't happen, so he started checking the bars, apparently, looking for her there, because this seems to be a common occurrence with her. And now the officers are going to be picking up the father to bring him to the scene. They also apparently located some Coors Light that had been tossed aside here, and the father confirms that that's her beverage of choice. So the dots are starting to connect a little bit here.
How many times have you been arrested for operating while intoxicated? Never?
Your husband says 4 times. Does that sound about right to you?
No. He's not my husband.
Well, okay.
Can you please just stop, judging me, please?
I'm not judging you. I'm asking you questions.
Hey, Mary, I'm judging you, though. DUIs are just completely fucking inexcusable. This is her 5th one now. She had 4 prior DUIs, yet she still gets to get behind a wheel of a vehicle. I don't get it. I truly don't. Why does she still have her fucking license? It seems like the only time she even gets in the fucking car, even with her child in there, is if she already can't even remember her own name because she drank so much. It is so dangerous. She's putting her life, her child's life, and everyone else's life on the road at risk by drinking while fucking hammered like this. And it's something she seems to do often. She has been caught and charged with DUI 5 times. Now let's think for a moment, how many other times has she driven while completely fucking blackout drunk that she just didn't get arrested for? They didn't catch her. It's just crazy. I don't know why she's able to just keep getting her license back. She treats beer like it's Popeye's spinach and it somehow makes her turbocharged and a great driver or something.
Prescription drugs for anything?
Yeah.
What for?
Panic attacks, anxiety.
Because her pupils are as big as her eyes right now. And we have fresh Coors Light cans in the snow. At her drink of choice?
Yeah.
Okay.
She lives in Pennsylvania. She's here for a visit.
Did she come from Pennsylvania today?
No.
Okay, so she's been out here for a couple days. Weeks. Okay. Officer Koleski is obviously arresting her for an operating while intoxicated. Having the child in the car ups everything higher. And then having 4 priors, it's going to be felony levels, and then she resisted, fought, and kicked us. We were trying to do it back here.
I obviously cut out a lot here when they were putting her in the squad car. She was spamming some low kicks there for a minute. Can't really see them all too well, and there definitely wasn't a ton of elbow grease behind them or anything, considering she can hardly fucking stand or keep her eyes open. But even still, they're mentioning that as her, striking at them while trying to put her in the vehicle. They found Coors cans there, which, hey, they're going to have to run the fingerprints on there because it could have been that dastardly Coors Light ferry that comes through and just happens to sometimes just fucking drop Coors Light cans in the middle of nowhere like it's fucking loot boxes. Maybe those aren't hers. And maybe it's just a big old quinky dink that, according to the father, that's her drink of choice. We don't know for sure. That's all remains to be seen.
Okay.
I really gonna feel bad for you.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Did she get you too? You okay? Breathe. Let the adrenaline slow down.
Idiots.
Now you just sound like my father.
Okay.
To ensure officer safety, the suspect is restrained in a chair, and a spit hood is put over her head as she's transported to jail. Her blood alcohol content was determined to be .236, which is almost 3 times the legal limit. She was charged with her 5th or 6th offense of operating a vehicle while intoxicated with a passenger under 16 years old, resisting obstructing, and 2 counts of battery to a law enforcement officer. She is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
So the father then picked up the child. Firefighters were keeping him warm and away from all of the hoopla that was happening with his mother, because that is just such a fucking terrible thing. My heart breaks for that child. That's just terrible to grow up with a mom like that. Now, when they got her to the hospital, they had a warrant to draw her blood to confirm intoxication and rule out the possibility of it being like some kind of, maybe reaction to prescription drugs that she does have and that kind of thing. But while trying to draw that blood, she was less than cooperative, you could say. It started to look like an exorcism scene in there for a moment. She was wiggle worming and squirming, apparently even like biting. That officer, I guess, got a bloody nose from all of it at some point. I couldn't really see that on the body cam. I don't know how she got up there and got him, maybe with like a headbutt or something. I couldn't tell you. But it was pretty chaotic in there, but when they got her blood, they confirmed, no, she's definitely drunk, like very drunk. That's the root cause of all of this. Now, if you want my Neanderthal perspective on it, I really think she should lose her license. I know, maybe I'm talking crazy, maybe I'm boofing the crazy pills, but I just think it's pretty clear she shouldn't be trusted behind the wheel of a vehicle. This is completely fucking unacceptable. It's just a matter of time until someone dies because of this from her. But I just have a sneaking suspicion that's not going to happen. I bet she'll be back on the road pretty soon, and that is very scary. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. Yep. Today is my birthday. It's a special day for a special boy. I've turned 31 years old. Or rather, 31 years young. And I'm going to tell you something, sports fans. I'm feeling like a real spring chicken. I had a hard time sleeping. I woke up after only a handful of hours of sleep. So then I read a book, which is something I've been doing a lot more of, reading. However, I'm not reading anything productive or thought-provoking or useful. I am currently nose deep in a real page-turner from a Book Talk recommended production, a Book Talk book called Haunting Adeline, which is apparently Book Talk's equivalent of One Guy, One Jar. It is a revolting read, but I've been using it almost like a lullaby to myself. So I read from that book and slept on my couch, woke up, my neck hurts, my back hurts, and I can't fully put my arm like all the way back because it causes pain. It's incredible how quickly the human body degrades at 30. It seems... It's unbelievable, actually. I wasn't going to bother talking about my birthday or anything. I never do. I don't really treat birthdays like it's a huge deal or anything. But today has kind of been catastrophic, and I want to give you my first impressions of being 31 here. Especially because I gave such a glowing review to 30. Like, my moist meter on 30 years old was, like, very positive, like a 95%. I felt the best I've ever felt physically. Like, I'm stronger now than I have ever been in my life. Like, I have actually been making real progress getting to 225 on the bench, which has kind of been like a white whale for me for a long time because I'm only 130 something pounds. I know, I'm literally like a stuffed animal human being. I'm 5'6", like 130 something. I am a petite, like, plush toy. But I've been really like pushing for 225 on the bench is like this big goal. I'm getting much closer now. I've also been doing a lot of running and making a lot of progress in my cardio, which, if you remember from like 5 years ago when I did the presidential fitness test for a video, I fucking puked running only a mile. So now I've significantly improved in that department, but today I've turned 31 and all of a sudden I've got glass bones and paper skin. I shit you not. When I got up from the couch and, like, I was all sore, literally moaning and groaning like an old man when he's getting up from his chair, fucking full of ass and grease stains in the swamp-ass throne, I went to stretch it all out, so I'd, like, hung on my pull-up bar and I was doing, like, some scapular retractions and stuff, just trying to stretch everything out back there. And when the pain still didn't go away, I thought I was having a heart attack. I was like, okay, I guess this is just the new norm here at 31 years old. We're in a different ball game now. Even my ideas at 31 years old are fucking, like, geriatric. I was seriously considering driving and getting some Epsom salt to take a bath in it. I haven't taken a fucking bath since I was a child. But I was thinking that this might actually be a pretty strong idea to help with my back boo-boos here that all of a sudden I've gotten from just sleeping on the couch for like an hour. It's 31. I'm not loving it. 31 is a little different than 30 so far, I'll tell you right now. So I guess maybe the takeaway here is if you're 29 about to turn 30, Nothing to worry about. You should be very excited. 30 was great. But if you're 30 about to hit 31, sleep with one eye open. You gotta be prepared. You know, get out like some elbow pads and shit. It may even be worth baby-proofing your house even if you don't have kids, just to optimize your safety. You gotta treat all the objects in your house like an enemy, because everything is now capable of causing you pain. I can't even sleep on my fucking couch. That bastard hurt my back. And my neck. So, 31, I'm a lot more fragile. Overnight, I guess. So now, another new fitness goal of mine is to train like Goku so I can go back to sleeping on my couch comfortably sometimes. I used to like sleeping on the couch. I don't know, it was like almost therapeutic. Like when I'd have trouble sleeping in the bed, sometimes the couch would be like the last bastion of hope for me to get any shut-eye. And I'd hate to lose that. Like, it'd really suck. Anyway, though, I just wanted to share my early review here of 31. Of course, it's still an in-progress review, but it's not off to the strongest start here. Chapter 1, I haven't been super thrilled with thus far, but, you know, hopefully it only gets better from here. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. We recently experienced a government shutdown, and now, with the 1-2 punch here, the two-piece combo, we are experiencing something even more devastating. The r/art shutdown. Lord help us all. The mods decided to sail off into the sunset, and it looks like that subreddit is now just in shambles. With no tyrants to moderate it anymore, there is nothing left. And they couldn't even just leave without making it cringe. They made a post about it. I'll go ahead and show you that real quick. But in a nutshell, if you haven't followed the story at all, there was a mod on r/art who took down a post from an artist named Hayden Clay because he had mentioned the word print when replying to a compliment in the thread, which is against rule number 9 on the 10 commandments of r/art, where you can't promo anything. So they took down his post, and he reached out to them in DM saying, hey, you really gonna take my post down because I gave a little more information? And he said, you broke the rules. I can also delete your entire history if you'd like as well, which was very hostile, a very power-trippy response, to which Hayden Clay responded, basically saying, like, this is a little weird. And they said, okay, take this then, Buster. Here's your just desserts, and deleted his entire post history, which included all of his art, some of which was some of the most popular on the entire subreddit, which is a pretty big blow. Hayden then responded to that again, just saying, like, this is ridiculous, seems like you have a vendetta, and he said, I don't know who the fuck you are. Some main character energy, just really eye-rolling, nauseating shit. To which Hayden once again responded about, like, how ridiculous it was, and then they said, you're reported for harassment, have a good day, which ended up immediately banning Hayden from Reddit for 3 days, because apparently Reddit mods have that kind of power, where even the admins will just bend the knee to them. It was a huge deal, big hoopla. I made a video about it yesterday, and everyone was upset at these mods because this is just completely unfair and it's ridiculous. It's unhinged to be behaving that way. And now, in response to everyone calling it out, this is what they did. I know, apparently the r/art mods are throwing in the towel. They made this dramatic post. We out. You win. We all resign. This is them signing off, I suppose, after so many people called out what they did as being just fucking ridiculous. They can't even just leave without making it cringy. It's impressive. They still had to do some kind of little song and dance on their way out. I know, they think this shit went so hard. It's so tough. Just fucking dorks. Just complete dorks. Power-tripping dweebs. So everyone was making fun of them, shooting spitballs, myself included. How can you not make fun of a vermin this embarrassing? And then, this afternoon, they made this post. So I guess they're resigning, which is cute, because it's not like a real position. It's not like a, give me your badge and your gun. This is literally just logging out. That's it. This is one of the bigger subs, too. They'll be replaced quickly. They're probably just going to make alt accounts. They're not going to be replaced. One thing that I have learned about Reddit is that there is this upper echelon of, like, closed-door handshake mods that all moderate, like, 90% of this fucking platform. And this is such a big subreddit, there's no doubt in my mind they're just gonna have them make another account to be a mod or some shit, pretending. There's no way. They're not going anywhere. That Ego response by the mod. I mean, it's crazy, Ego, just from being a fucking unpaid moderator of a subreddit. Also very possible they paid for the position to begin with. I don't know about that. I don't know how that works. If you pay to be a mod on Reddit, that should be a jailable offense. It would be so interesting if someone infiltrated the inner circle of Reddit mods. I think it'd be interesting, yeah. I think that actually would be a fascinating story. Because maybe some of them do get paid for it. It's possible. I doubt it, but it is possible. It's just so lame. They couldn't even just recognize that the problem was their behavior. There's just no level of, like, self-awareness, it seems. Like, if you're gonna resign, which again is just such a loser way of putting it, you are a fucking unpaid janitor on a Reddit subreddit. Like, come on. It's not that big of a position here where, you know, there's gonna be some kind of, like, ceremonious ordeal around it. But if you were going to, like, relinquish that position, maybe having some reflection like, here's why. I understand where you guys were coming from. I apologize for being such an insufferable douchebag asshole to this artist. You know, maybe something like that would have been in good taste. But instead, they just hit you with the, we out, you win, we all resign. It's just, it's just so skin-crawlingly annoying. But I guess this is a very strong brotherhood because it was one moderator who went rogue. Well, potentially two because of the story I covered 3 years ago where a guy fucking melted down because he thought one of the artists submitted AI art when he was proven wrong. He said, well, your art isn't what I like anyway and AI can do it better. Get out of here, Buster, plus you're muted. That could have been two different people, but at most, that's two people on this mod team. That's not the entire mod team. But because of these two, the entire team decided to disband together in solidarity. So it seems like they kind of rally behind that behavior. At least that's the perspective I get. The impression this leaves me with is that these mods felt like they did absolutely nothing wrong and people were just being ridiculous with pitchforks calling for their scalp. So instead, they're just going to be the bigger people and just leave. That's it. But they don't think they did anything that warrants any kind of, you know, outrage. That's the impression I get. I think it's so weird how the entire mod team now leaves because of the behavior of one, potentially two of them. That to me shows that they kind of huff their own farts and enable themselves. Like they wind each other up and think that they're constantly correct. It's just, I don't know, very pathetic, really, all around. But maybe it's not the entire mod team. That's just how it reads. It said, we all resign, and the subreddit is now in like a limbo, so it seems like it's the entire mod team on r/art, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's just a couple of them. Who knows? What I do know, though, is that I want to leave you with like a little positive nugget here that I was going over on stream last night. I don't know how many of you saw this, but there's actually a really hype collab between Assassin's Creed Shadows and Attack on Titan. Holy fuck, it's a disaster. You have to see this shit. I don't think it's worth making a whole video on, but you at least need to check out a snippet of this. Speaking of art, did anyone see the Assassin's Creed Attack on Titan collab? It's incredible. This might just get me back into Assassin's Creed. It is actual peak. Look at this shit. This might just have me fire up Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Ascend!
No, it can't be! No! Get out of there!
Go!
Come on!
Come and get it!
Why does he look like Skibbity Toilet? I don't know, that's Ubisoft polish for you right there, baby. Oh, also, if you were thinking that you were going to be able to fight this as some kind of boss fight or something, think again. This is the extent of the encounter. You just run away and then he gets trapped.
Someone back home once said,
Why do babies come into this world crying? A question that's plagued inquisitive minds for generations. But I have the answer. I believe babies are born crying because they know that they will now have to share oxygen with Pokemon scalpers. And that is definitely worth shedding tears over. Also, they probably know that all their toys are going to be purchased by these fucking losers and flipped on Facebook Marketplace and eBay, so they'll never even get a chance to play with hobbies that are literally designed for them, but have been hijacked by these awful, degenerate losers. Another day, another big load of spit that I gotta fucking hawk the loogies on at scalpers.
Why don't you just hell out and have one, dude? He's literally like asked you so politely, like.
You want this one? You really do? Yeah, you do. Yeah. All right.
He just wants the pouch. But no, now you gotta buy it because you just did that. No, leave it there because he just did that thing. There you go.
You know why? Because I opened this. I collect this. Yeah, I didn't do it. Okay, then buy it.
Well, you can. You have all of them.
That guy's nose grew 50 inches with that big lie that he told. My left butt cheek, that guy's a collector. He's a scalper. And there is so much ill will towards scalpers, rightfully so, that now they have to always try and hide behind, I'm a collector! Don't worry, I'm a good guy! I'm collecting all of this product. But everyone knows that's not the truth. Just look at this fucking goober. Look at the way that he lashes out because someone had the audacity to ask for one of the Pokemon products that this guy is hoarding. And so then he just starts crumpling it up like toilet paper and giving it to him like, okay, there, you can buy that, buster. Then when the guy understandably says, no, this is stupid now, you've ruined it, I'm not going to pay full price for something that is completely ruined now because of your temper tantrum, the guy takes it back and is like, well, I will purchase it because I am a collector, pinky out. Like, bullshit, man. No sane person is going to be paying full price for something that is completely destroyed. He's just trying to make a whole song and dance out of this performance. I'm a collector, so the condition doesn't really bother me. And that's just not true. If I crumpled up all of the Pokemon product around you and then charged you full price for it, would you do it with a smile on your face, Mr. Big Shot Collector? I doubt it, buddy. It's so fake, man. He is a scalper. No legitimate normal collector or someone that's buying it for their kids is going to take the entire stock of Target and Walmart Pokemon product. That is exclusively behavior from these degenerate worm scalpers.
Hey! Scalper, no scalping. Scalper, no scalping. Scalper, no scalping.
I'm not normally one to get behind TikTok trends, but this one, I gotta tell you, put a smile on my face. Just taking the Pokemon product from scalpers' carts. Hey, you're not gonna get any fist wiggling from me over that behavior. Because these scalpers truly think that because they put it in their shopping carts, it's theirs now. They planted the flag and now it's theirs, and you're stealing from them if you take one of those products. Which is just goofy. That is just not true at all. In fact, you can make a much stronger argument that these assholes are actually stealing from the rest of the community that wants to get product either for their kids, for themselves. Unfortunately, that's more uncommon than saber-toothed tigers. That shit is fucking extinct right now because the only people that get their hands on Pokemon product from like Walmart and Target are these scalpers because they literally camp out and wait overnight for it on every restock and every drop. These unemployable, loveless losers literally wait hours overnight just to be the first in the door to get their hands on a couple of boxes of Pokemon product to ensure that nobody that actually wants to engage with the hobby can get it. It is just these scalpers, but even still, I got no issue with someone going in there and taking a box of Pokemon product right out from their grubby, greedy little paws there in their shopping carts because there should be buy limits in place, and I'm pretty sure there are in most places, but they circumvent that and wipe their ass with the rules because scalpers just do anything they can to hoard Pokemon product. So this guy's done 2 videos like this. This one made me laugh the hardest because the guy chases him down and fucking slips and falls. I don't know if the TikToker dropped the banana peel Mario Kart style and just had him spin out and eat shit, but he was feeling it, man. He had his like head buried down, walking slow over the cart afterwards too. It actually gave me a bit of a belly laugh there. And it's not just that TikToker that's doing it. Other scalpers are now getting in on that action of just taking from other scalpers' carts. It's pure fucking pandemonium. That reminds me, have you seen that scalper clip of the guy who grabs a box right from the employee before they stock it, and then once he reaches the counter, he begs another scalper for one-piece TCG packs? I have not seen that one. That sounds on par for pathetic scalper behavior, though.
Nice. Oh, but you cannot do that. Yeah. Come on.
What do you mean? I'm gonna pay. I'm gonna buy it.
Oh, buddy.
I'm gonna pay for it.
Okay, you're not allowed to take that box.
Okay,
you can get what you want inside it, but you can't take the box.
Alright. Yo, could you not touch my... Yo.
Can you not... This guy has the gall. Can you not touch my box? Brother, you just took this off of the employee's dolly. And now all of a sudden he's claiming ownership of it. What a loser. Normalize taking shit from scalpers.
First come, first serve, bro.
Yeah, but I was there first.
Bro. Watch yourself, bro.
Watch yourself, bro. I can hear this guy's a dweeb. Watch yourself. What are you gonna do? Cry to mommy about it? The chutzpah. Wow. What a dork.
You have to make the purchase here. I do the purchase.
Fucking insane. Guy already got everything.
So insane!
Bro, you gon'...
Oh, wow.
Ooh, you...
It's so crazy how many scalpers are just unapologetically doing this shit, man. Ugh. I haven't seen one in the wild yet, but I imagine it's because I go to Walmart in the afternoon. These fucking vultures are there in the morning. The second restock happens. But to just go from like the restock over here to just another scalper with a whole cart full of product.
Some packs of One Piece?
I only got 6 here, man.
No way.
Sorry.
Can I get one ETB?
No, I need them all.
Oh, just one.
2, 4, there's 4. Seriously.
Man. Ooh, it's so cringe. Ah, it's so pathetic. His day is ruined. How can you be so mean? I know he wouldn't share his product with the other scalper, dude. What? No honor among thieves? What kind of madness? He's violating scalper code. I like how this guy says, I need them all. I only have 6. I miss being able to actually participate in my hobby, haven't gotten a single card in months. Yeah, I mean, it sucks, bro. Blame these losers. I heard the more Pokemon you scalp, the worse your hairline gets. Was this craze still from the COVID era? TCGs blew up during COVID, but no. You can't blame this on, like, the COVID hysteria around cards. This is truly just the state of, like, everything. It's not just cards. There's scalpers for literally everything. Fucking Nitos, Burger King collabs, McDonald's collabs, Popeyes collabs, everything. That one was extraordinarily stinky. I could actually smell the fumes coming from the cameraman scalper here. Just listening to him speak was painful. He's in like a perpetual fugue state as he's bouncing around trying to grab Pokemon product to scalp. And then he runs into a bigger scalper. As Qui-Gon Jinn said, there's always a bigger fish. And then he starts groveling, begging for some One Piece cards. And then that fucking twerp is like, I only got 6. I can't part with any of these. I only got a measly 6. And then the rest of his card is littered with Pokemon. So you know no normal family is actually going to be able to get their hands on it because it's been cleaned out already first thing in the morning from these assholes. And of course, it's not slowing down. Some places are enforcing limits, others aren't. There needs to be limits in place. They need to stand by them. I promise you, the inventory will still move. You will still have Pokemon products flying off the shelves, even with a limit in place. You can just see the mile-long lines that are building every place that does have limits, so you can at least do the bare minimum of ensuring these scumbags can't just make off with the entirety of the inventory themselves. At least you can spread it out, and maybe there's a slim chance that an actual collector or family gets their hands on some. Limits should be normal when it comes to these products because it's just completely fucking out of control from all these scalpers that are sweeping like a plague. Anyway, just needed to clown on them again. That's really about it. See ya. Episodes 3 and 4 of Dispatch dropped last night, so of course I streamed them. I am hard hooked on this game. I am blown away by how good this game is, and I'm honored to be a part of it. I play Sonar in the game. In episodes 3 and 4, there was a lot of Sonar. In fact, one of the most difficult decisions the game has offered thus far involves Sonar. But that's not what I'm here to yap about. Last night, while streaming it, I was making some unpopular choices. I was making some choices that the chat didn't fully agree with, but I'm making the right choices. You see, not to Darman on you with that, but the thing is, I go where most men fear when it comes to story adventures. I don't follow the easy path. I choose the road less traveled. And come episode 8, when it's all said and done and the dust settles, I'm confident people will look back on my playthrough and my choices the same way we look back on Picasso's life, where at the time, people didn't understand him. They thought, he was afflicted by the orb of confusion. That's not art, they said. But now look at it. His art, his name has become synonymous with high, expensive art. My playthrough will age like fine wine. I know it will. I'm very confident it will. So while it may look like I chose all the options that ensure that Robert stays a virgin, I'm playing the long game. And also, I'm basically doing a Sonar-only playthrough anyway. I'm turning Sonar into Superman. It's so fucking fun. And also, I think that's the sign of really good writing, where people get super invested in the choices that you can make and, where they go. So the chat getting, fired up when I was choosing... I don't want to get into spoilers yet, but when I was choosing towards the end of episode 4, I think really showcases just how well the game is doing at getting people roped into it, invested in the characters in the world. I'm having so much fucking fun with it. I can't wait for episodes 5 and 6, so I just wanted to do, another little highlight video for Dispatch 3 and 4 here. But if you want to watch my full playthrough, of course, I've got it up on my gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. Go subscribe. I upload 1,000 gaming videos a day.
About the other day with Phenomenon.
Oh, don't worry about it. I didn't even want to really go to dinner anyway.
It was awkward. It's why I didn't want you to come. Phenomenon and I broke up.
What?
Over Tokyo Dream Sushi?
Yeah. It's just...
That's a fucking lie.
The timing felt...
That is so fucked. How am I on the bottom of the leaderboard? I am busted strong.
Those three ain't shit.
Did you come over
That's the biggest load of barnacles I've ever seen in my life. So it's only between Sonar and Invisigal?
Smart ass, I came over to tell you that one of your team members is in need of assistance.
What the hell?
Sonar, you alright? Why are you sending a distress call when you haven't left the building?
Could you send a locksmith downstairs?
What happened?
Coop seduced me.
I said, hey, want to see something cool, and then handcuffed you to a squat rack.
But you said it with a hot voice, so I assumed you meant boobs.
Okay, team, I know Blazer mentioned someone's getting...
Alright, I see why I'm at the bottom of the leaderboards. I forgot about this plot line.
There, that's what you'll be judged on.
What a bunch of bullshit.
Sorry, what's bullshit? Do you not know?
I look pretty cool in that frame, though. I'm aura farming up there.
Losing feeling in my hand.
Oh, I can't even go on a mission?
Fun, kinky way.
Wait, no, I'm gonna fall behind. I'm so cooked. No.
And there's some debris of... There's body parts left behind.
That's actually crazy. I thought for sure, so when I was recording the lines, I thought this was like a wide stretching thing where you could choose a bunch of different heroes. I was like, maybe people cut Sonar, but if it's between me and Invisigal, who's one of the main characters, I think 99% of people are gonna cut me. What a shame! What a shame! No! What the fuck? I'm cooked! Throwing on purpose now. Alright, they want the bat guy. Of course they want the bat guy.
Alright.
Should I send somebody else too, just to be safe? I feel like I probably should. I've got some failures now, plus it doesn't matter. I might just send Sean with me. I'll send Punch Up. Here, we'll get more acquainted here. After the immense betrayal I felt.
Fuck yeah. My two favorite things. Drugs and...
This is gonna be nice camaraderie.
Oh, God. They sent me fucking coffee now for 2 fucking seconds.
You sure it was us?
Oh my god,
You're
okay.
just getting coffee shits in your old age.
Definitely not mind over matter. This has fight in the name, and this is Punch Up. It's gotta be fight, right? It's gotta be fight. But then forcing it out, like straining, also feels combat adjacent. I think I'm gonna force. I think I'm gonna go for force. We're gonna go force. Get it out of there. Okay, we made the right call.
Unspeakable things in that alley.
Oh, should be good. We should be good. Yeah. 100% success rate with sonar, by the way.
Be right back. Just gotta go.
So
powder
easy.
my cocaine.
Dude, you promised me you were gonna cut back.
I will, right after this bump. And like 4 more bumps.
Been a while since I had to call in a coke-related favor.
See, Punch Up and Sonar are friends, but I send them together for the synergy, and we still fuck ourselves. We still sabotage ourselves.
Okay, as you know, by the end of today, one of you will be cut from the Z-Team.
This is bullshit.
Yeah, you said that already.
Cut me from a job I didn't want in the first place.
Miss Blazer, maybe if you gave us a dispatcher who knew what they were doing, you wouldn't have to throw no one out.
Hey, Nikki Mirage, I'm standing right here. You can talk to me.
I wasn't talking to you, bitch. Which weak-ass superhero team did you come from? Fucking Geek Squad?
Doesn't matter where I'm from, Cardi.
That's a banger reference.
Figure out who stays.
Some bitch just cut me in line at the Utopia concert. I've been here for 12 fucking hours.
Utopia's a hack.
I like her.
You basic, fat bitch. You've got super hearing and you use it to listen to a girl who knows 4 chords and can't write a song to save her life.
Man, that's pretty brutal. Peacefully soothe out the line. That feels like Sonar. Our charisma, our intellect, everything's looking good there. Should I double up to be safe? Like, how rowdy could they possibly get at the Utopia concert, right? Like, are we talking like Swifties or what? Maybe we just rip both. Here, there's synergy here. We just had a nice conversation. We share similar music tastes, clearly. Let's just send them both. Let's just send them both.
Did I mention I went to Harvard?
I think this will be good. This will be good. This will be good for us.
What kind of music you got in your heavy rotation right now?
You will be magnificent.
Let's learn to fly. Well,
Oh!
officially. Legally. Your flight-capable heroes need a flight license.
Okay, that's me.
Copy that.
I need my flight license, please. What does this do for me? I can't imagine. I don't care. Sonar! Go get it, I think.
Yeah, but who's counting?
I am.
Alright, what did I get for this?
Yeah.
If transformed, Sonar flies to call locations, greatly reducing travel time. He also carries non-flying heroes. Oh my god, Sonar is busted now. Even though he's been busted. Get in there, Sonar. Some more hero training. If there's someone who needs extra hero training, got some free time. Yeah, Blonde Blazer, fall in love with Sonar real quick if you don't mind. How's my training? When in hybrid form, if Sonar is sent on a call that fails, he will talk his way out of it and reattempt. In Megabat form, Sonar is immune to injuries and his resting time is reduced by half. Holy fuck, I could actually just solo everything, so I can fly to my calls, and my resting time is reduced. I feel like it's gotta be this one. Don't plan for failure. Oh, you're so right. I can't have no in my heart. I can't go into calls thinking I can fail. You're so fucking right. With the word fail even being there, I've gotta write that shit off. You're so right.
I have fucking villain powers. I can turn invisible and skulk in the shadows. My powers let me steal shit and watch famous people fuck. Being a villain is my fate. It's in the fucking stars. In the same way that blonde Blazer was always meant to be a hero.
You make your own destiny.
Where'd you get that? Kung Fu Panda?
Son of a bitch. I just get bullied by everybody.
I think it's in Trolls.
Trying to help.
Also.
How is he even still alive? I beat his ass with sonar. No one survives that.
In overhead lights, which should temporarily blind him.
Giving you a chance to take him out.
1,
2,
3.
I'm no hero. Fuck, no, let me try that again. Now you see me? Wait, what about lights out, Thundercuck?
That's the one. Would have been better if you said it first.
right?
We did it! Now we're friends again. Are those like grafted to his arms? Why are we letting him keep those weapons?
Hey, Bengal bitch boy, fuck you!
I don't really get why he gets to keep those here.
Did you mean all that? You really think she has a shot? All that stuff about fate sounded good, but I don't know if you were just saying what you thought she needed to hear.
Yeah, everyone has a shot. People are who they choose to be. If Invisigal wants this, she has to commit. It's too easy to quit when you're not good at something.
It's a steep learning curve.
I should have just said no. Nah, she fucking sucks, actually. She has no chance. I'm cutting her right now, actually. I'm 100% taking her out.
I'm really happy for you.
So, it's between Sonar and Coop.
Oh!
That's not, no. Invisigal's still at the bottom of the board.
Oh, the one in the bullpen? That thing updates every hour. Invisigal moved up. Catching lightning struck really gave her a huge
So why the fuck am I still down here, by the way?
The donut shop escape, slipping past Malevola, now the jewelry store, really bumped up the wanted levels.
It's like missing the free throw on purpose to get the putback.
Yeah, exactly. I don't watch football, but I get it. Look, I know I'm not supposed to play favorites here, but even if she was on the bottom, I'm not sure I'd have let you cut her.
That is a good thing she's
But you'd let him cut Sonar?
So,
you trained Sonar twice, blonde blazer. You gave me a flying license and gave me a superpower for hero training.
It's your call.
You got me fucked up. This is super easy. No, it's Coop. Get Coop out of here.
Coop. If I'm honest, she still feels a little...
evil?
Yeah. Cutting people added up. I'm sorry.
But I cheered for Invisigal.
You did. I saw that. That was cool of you.
I only did that because I thought she was being cut.
Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, I mean, this feels good then. She's an asshole.
Yeah, well, she snuck past you with her last dispatch. That's, wow, look at that. That's very menacing. Well, thank you.
She's pretty powerful. Okay, so I don't think you can cut Invisigal then. That makes sense. I think it's... It's probably only Sonar and Coop, huh?
Thanks.
Nice, that was a great episode. Man, did I fuck up heavy in that first dispatch, though. I could not save my guys. I failed most of the first dispatch there. 55% of players cut Coop. That means most people chose to keep Sonar! Let's go! Oh, is this the toss that people were warning me about? Oh, shit! Sonar, you've done it again. I know. We're all so happy Sonar didn't get cut. I feel the same way.
Fuck.
That's not Sonar! Or maybe it is, without my bat face. Nope. That's Robert Robertson. Damn it, man.
One of them is the poster boy of SDN and the other guy pukes water. What am I missing?
We now go live to the 405 where an unusual scene.
Oh man, they actually did break up.
Shit, he looks rough.
It's not mine. By the way, they make me wear it, then it's back in a bag by midnight.
I'm gonna zip her up, she's gonna call me a perv.
What's happening today?
What's that?
What's happening today? The thing you're going to.
SDN sponsoring a dinner gala thing. Radiant Valor, a night of triumph.
Why does that sound like a propaganda?
Don't touch me, you creep!
There.
Get away from me, Robert!
Yeah, it does kind of sound like some sort of fascist-themed prom. What do you think? They were making alterations all morning.
Your areola's showing.
No cause for alarm, but a little bit of your, areola is out. It's like a slight hue shift.
Oh. I don't think I've heard someone say areola out loud before.
It's been a while for me, too. It's the only reason I chose that option. Otherwise, I would have just said, looks good.
How do I look? The breakup story is out, so I might be getting more attention than I'm comfortable with.
I think you look incredible.
Thanks. I was supposed to be going with him, but I don't think he's going to be making it.
You want me to see if Sonar's available?
Downtown branch dropped him. Indefinite suspension.
Is that your car?
I don't have a car.
Chase mentioned it.
Yeah. The only candidates that make sense are him or Waterboy.
Oh, Waterboy for sure. Waterboy for sure.
Mostly, I'd like you to get him out of the parking lot. Oh, and tell him to stop with the edible arrangements. He keeps sending them, but with all melon.
That's disgusting. I'll see what I can do.
So why would Phenomenon even be on the Z team? This guy's like actually a Viltrumite? Why does he need us? Just go do it yourself, man.
Hey, Phenomenon. How you doing, bud? You're lost.
It's very abrupt. One moment we were savoring uni straight from the urchin. Next moment, I'm contemplating flying into the sun, absorbing all its energy and casting this planet into infinite darkness so that I never have to see her or anyone else ever again.
If I only had a nickel, right?
Free of the torment in my soul. And maybe then I could quiet my mind to these destructive thoughts. Do you think there is someone else? Perhaps another lover could be the cause of all this. Maybe she met a person.
Oh my god, should I just tell him? Will he kill me?
I am not a person. I'm
gonna tell him.
One anatomically.
Look, Phenomenon.
Punches a hole straight through me.
Because I don't want you hearing it from someone else. I kiss Blazer. Before you incinerate me, it's worth noting I had no idea she was in a relationship.
This happened while we were together? It just gets worse.
No, hold on. She didn't kiss me. She didn't do anything wrong. I kissed her.
So, you or to blame for my sadness?
Yes!
Maybe, but...
Yes, I am!
I guess this is something she was thinking about for a while. I'm not that good of a kisser.
I now believe that you had nothing to do with our breakup. It seems the velocity with which I sat up has shot shards of glass into your chest.
Well, shit.
What an incredible sequence that turned into.
Where was the shootout?
Parking lot. Didn't think taking a desk job would have me bleeding this often. What are you doing here?
I had a dream last night that we were fucking. Usually I don't remember my dreams, but this one was pretty vivid.
How was I?
What did I do?
I didn't finish.
Fuck!
Not
Sounds about right.
asked. We're talking about me. So this is why you've been acting so weird all day.
I'm doing that thing where I imagine being with someone, you know? See how it feels, how it looks.
I kissed Phenomenon,
like
by the way.
Trying on a dress.
You were there.
I could have been. I could be anywhere.
I actually kind of want to put Phenomenon on the team now just because of our interaction in the parking lot. Fuck. But I really like Waterboy. I want Joel. Fuck, man. That's a tough call.
You're a menace.
I feel like it's gotta be this. This is my only mobility option. For punch up, I can go punch up and Golem and probably be fine up there. I think this is how we gotta do it. I'm gonna try it.
You ever look in the mirror and go,
Review their tax documents. Huge! That's a sonar-only ability, baby. Check those puppies out.
Sonar. Can you look into their tax filings?
Oh, man. They're definitely up to
Oh,
no
yeah.
good.
Yeah, these are some bad boys. Remember, he can fly her. Oh, that's super true, yeah. He can fly the non-flying heroes. I still think that's the play, so I think it's going to be these two, fly her there. I just don't know what I'm going to do about this one, the resuscitation.
I've got the bandwidth.
Alright, so now he'll fly her there. We'll move that.
I'll handle this shit like I handle all my shit.
And then I'm going to... Oh, I don't have anyone... Alright, I gotta coffee somebody. Damn it! Alright, I guess just give it to... Well, let me see what this is first before I send Golem.
It's time for Phil's walk. What? No, Phil's my dog. Can you just, like, walk him around the park?
Okay. This looks pretty good for Megabat Sonar here. I've got some mobility. I've got some vigor. How strong could this dog be? If Sonar can't solo this, then the game's wrong. I feel like I can absolutely do this in Megabat form. But what if I need to? No, if I can't solo this, then the game is the one that's wrong, not me. Fuck it, I'm sending Golem to training.
Still on the 405.
Buzzer beater. Alright, tell me we did it. Tell me we did it.
Cars to sadly directing traffic.
Oh, this is gonna be close. It's gonna be close. That's so stupid.
I had no idea Blazer was such a heartbreaker.
Is that surprising?
I'm just impressed. Didn't think she had it in her.
I cannot believe I didn't successfully walk that
Robert,
fucking
I
dog.
got my stapler.
Where was it?
I left it in the locker at the gym.
What do you mean he got away? You better find
Oh
him.
my god, it's the dog again. Do not underestimate this dog. I gotta send the whole unit. All units. I'm just gonna do both to be safe. We're gonna need all hands on deck for this. Actually, do I get more out of these two?
On it.
No, I get more out of these two. Well, yeah, I get more out of those two. If she gets that. Okay. Surely we can handle the dog now.
My initials were literally on the box and everything. Fuck!
I don't read things. Sometimes it's different, like a logo, but it's probably still good.
I don't want the fucking trash noodles, wet fart boy.
Whoa, what are you doing?
Whatever, it was an accident. Just aim your dick up and water piss it off. That's not... You...
So help to get, you know, an actual good person on your team, which I'm positive both of them are. They just have other issues.
I could never betray my friend.
I think he deserves a shot, and he seems shockingly more stable than Phenomenon at the moment.
I hear ya.
Welcome to the squad, Waterboy.
Starts, but yeah, let's go with it. I'll let him know.
I am very curious how it would have played out with Phenomenon. That was legitimately a hard choice for me there. But I couldn't not put Joel on my squad, man.
Hey, I leave. It's my clothes. They're waterproof-ish.
I bet his stats are fucking atrocious, though. I bet he is actually fucking worthless on missions. I just have a hunch.
Today.
Vanderstink! Sonar can solo this. Oh, actually, wait, I've got a great plan. Oh, no, wait. This isn't gonna favor me at all. I was just gonna clone Sonar for the ultimate Vanderstink appreciation here. But this is not gonna favor me. Because this is all mobility based. This is not a Vanderstink schmoozin' thing.
Can we bribe them?
This is perfect.
Budget cuts.
Cheerful, positive, and uplifting.
You could try charming them with your winning personality.
That's Sonar all day.
My key to success.
That's super easy.
Being successful.
Alright, Waterboy, it's time to get you off the bench.
I'm on
Oh,
No
by
stopping me
default.
this time.
Waterboy assigns himself when not sent often. He gains +1 to the highest stat for that call. He can only be removed one time. Send a charming and good-looking hero to join a superhero dating competition. Physicality is valued in addition to looks. I could think of no one less suited for that than Waterboy right now. Actually fucking a terrible choice. I will use the one time to get him out of there. Yeah, no matter who I send, my combat doesn't change. So who casts the widest net? I think it's Prism. But I want to keep Prism up just in case for the next call. I think I can just send the level or actually Flambe, so that way maybe I can get them fired up. Plus these two love each other. These guys are like really close friends.
Oh shit. They're after Coop.
And they can try. Fuck those arseholes.
Can you give her a heads up or something?
Way ahead of you, Bob.
Huddle. Guys, watch. Look out.
Why the fuck am I all wet?
Sorry.
Why did you injure him?
Apologize. It's my fault.
Worried.
The more you expect failure, the more likely it is to happen. I don't think you have a stutter. I think you have a confidence issue.
Oh, fuck.
Worried you're gonna say the wrong
We're the Reddit
thing, so
armchair psychologist.
I'm blowing your mind. What are you afraid of with the C-Team? I mean, seriously, what's the worst that could happen?
I don't know, they call me useless. They call me, I don't know, they think I suck.
See? They say that all the time. You worrying about it didn't stop a thing. So fuck them. Fuck me, fuck everybody. From now on, stop caring what anyone else thinks. It smells very chemically in here.
That was cute. That was far deeper than I thought it would be from that. Joel is such a good voice actor, man. I'm jealous.
What you watching?
Typecast 2. You spying on me?
Technically, you're still on the clock. Didn't peg you as a rom-com fan.
If I'm on the clock, you shouldn't be pegging me with anything, Robert. That's extremely inappropriate. Especially since I'm usually the pegger, not the peggy.
Noted. Well, tell me how it is. I wanted to see that one.
There's still
At least 20 minutes of trailers. I always forget what I'm watching by the time the movie starts.
Same. You going solo?
I'm a loner, Robbie. A rebel. That and I feel bad asking people to pay when I'm just gonna sneak in. The only lame thing is I can't get snacks.
Floating buckets of popcorn do tend to draw a lot of attention.
Ah, but I miss it. I miss popcorn.
Oh, it's gonna be Blonde Blazer. Oh, fuck! Shit! fuck, that's tough. Oh, shit. I don't want to be pegged. Sorry, you said peg, you scared me. My pussy's way too tight for that. Sorry, I can't let that happen.
Wow.
I can't do it. I can't.
Spoilers.
You shouldn't have said peg.
Yep. Have.
No pegging. No pegging. Sorry. That's big no. We don't like that.
Too much coffee?
Wait,
Sure. What's up?
this isn't what I look like.
I don't totally know what you mean, but okay.
The powers make me... it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna show you. Are you good with that?
I have absolutely no idea what's about to happen, so this is very exciting.
Temper your expectations.
Oh my god, wait, this is gonna be nuts. It's a clone of Sonar. It just changed your hair color.
I'm sorry.
You're disappointed.
Are you kidding? I can't tell if... Are you joking or am I joking?
It's a big difference.
You're what? What, 2 inches shorter?
And a brunette, come on, it's... Okay, maybe if I wasn't called Blonde Blazer, I wouldn't be so self-conscious about it. People have expectations, and they never...
I'm not falling for that kiss her trap
Always
again.
the superhero. It's hard to live up to.
I've already... You've already got me with HR on one of those.
And I think you like me.
I just wanted to hear you say it.
Hey, I'm Mandy.
Robert. It's really nice to meet you, Mandy.
Likewise. Would you like to have dinner with me, Robert?
I would love that.
I'm playing the long game.
I could possibly be saying that would make him keep going. You sure you don't miss the blonde?
Look, I actually prefer brunettes, so this is great.
Oh, is it now?
Yeah, I actually came here tonight to ask you to dye your hair.
Oh, wow. What a coincidence.
I know.
How cute.
It's crazy.
Nice. Hard choices in that episode. Phenomaman vs. Waterboy, Invisigal vs. Blonde Blazer, Kiss vs. Take It Slow on a Date. Basically, I feel like if I pressed Kiss again, she was throwing me in jail. Those are tough choices. Oh, actually, the majority of people chose Waterboy, huh? I thought it'd be Phenomaman for sure for most people. Oh, most people chose Kiss. Fucking gooners. You don't understand real emotional connection. Oh no, most people picked Invisigal. Oh, I misunderstood that one then. Friendzone POV. Friendzone? Are you kidding? You're out of your fucking... You're off your gourd if you think that's friendzone. She was actually bullying you earlier. Fucking Invisigal not only bullied me, she punched me in the goddamn face and then talked about pegging. That's terrifying. Terrifying. She beat me up and then threatened my butthole. You kidding me? If things don't seem to be working out with Blonde Blazer, I'm sure there's plenty of time to pivot. Invisigal doesn't know why I said, or didn't, rush over to the movie. She has no idea. We got so much time. We got fucking 4 episodes left. Yeah, it's good. Pluribus is the latest from Vince Gilligan, and he proves, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that he just can't miss. He is just him. It's incredible how everything he's made, I like. More like Vince gurgling, because I am gargling and swallowing everything he puts out with a smile on my face. This man just knows how to tickle me. He is able to put out things that I just really, really enjoy. The only thing he's made that I can even think of where I had, multiple complaints was El Camino, and that really did feel like it was kind of more of a paycheck as opposed to a passion project that he wanted to see through. But even that wasn't bad or anything. Anyway, though, enough Gilligan glaze here. Let's talk about Pluribus. I think it is such a fascinating concept that is explored beautifully. In a nutshell, I'll avoid spoilers for now, but of course, I get into spoilers, so I'll give you a warning when we get there. The show is basically about an invasion, but not in the traditional sense that you're thinking of, where tiny green aliens come down, probe our butts, and suck our tits and everything. This is an invasion in the sense where everyone's mind on the planet all of a sudden joins together into a huge hive mind. After a mysterious discovery at the beginning of episode 1, and a set of circumstances that lead to a spread of some sort, everyone joins into this giant collective. And there is no longer any I, there is only we. And everyone on the planet, save for 13 survivors, are now part of that collective. And they're basically omniscient since they have the collective knowledge of all, 7 billion people except for these 13. And since they're spread out all over the planet and information hits all of them instantaneously, they can basically do and get anything like that, like magic. And the 13 survivors now inhabit this world with this not human entity that has taken over the humans, but it's like really nice. It's like super fucking polite. And we follow Carol Sturka, who is one of the 13, and she... now we're going to get into spoilers. Now it's spoilers time. Spoiler warning. She lost someone very dear to her. And she hates what's happened here because it is the death of individuality. These are not really people anymore. It's now a thing. And she doesn't like that, and she's fearful of when they eventually force her to join as well, she would lose herself. It's a really, really interesting concept, and Carol Sturka is played by Ray Seahorn, who's extremely talented. I'm sure if you've seen Better Call Saul, you already know that, but she crushes it in this role. She is alone. She is miserable. She's been through so much, and she continues to try and fight against this entity, and even tries to team up with the other survivors whom just aren't interested in it. They like this because this entity that has now joined the consciousness of all the humans on the planet is so fucking nice, so sweet. Granted, it's a big old dweeb, it's a huge twerp, basically talking to a Redditor 24/7, but it genuinely wants to make the 13 survivors happy. It will do anything they ask. It can't lie to them. It cannot hurt them. It will actually go out of its way, sacrificing people to help these survivors be happy. And even in one of the episodes, Carol's pushing them to their limits. What if I asked for an atom bomb? Would you give me that? And they're like, well, we wouldn't be happy about it, but we would. And it's just so interesting because it's understandable why the other survivors wouldn't really view this as a negative thing, because it is world peace. Nobody's getting hurt anymore. There's no dying. There's no conflict. It's complete tranquility and just infinite, sunshine and rainbows. But it's not real people anymore. It's now just this thing that has their minds and their souls. They're basically puppets, but they're very nice puppets. And the show is just so well written, which I've come to expect from Vince Gilligan's work. It is always impressive just how tight the writing is with its characters, and especially the narrative here, where even when there is something dark, a big reveal that Carol Sturka unveils about this entity, it's then able to be argued from their perspective, well, this is why we do that. We do that because X, Y, and Z. And when you hear their side of it, it's shit, that's pretty understandable. It's still hard to view them as evil bad guys, even though they are. They non-consensually did take over the entire planet's consciousness to join it together, because that's how it spreads, that's how it survives, and it believes it's a blessing. It believes it's doing everyone a favor because everyone that joins is apparently extremely happy about it. So they're viewing it as this gift, but there are things about it that are weird and sketchy and even downright unforgivable. And when those get unveiled and Carol brings it up to the other survivors or to the hive mind, they have really strong arguments for why they have to do that to survive, because not only can they not hurt the survivors, They can't hurt any living creature. They won't step on an ant. They won't swat a mosquito. They won't pick a fucking apple. So, like, it's so fascinating watching them explore this concept because it is a bad thing. All the people on the planet no longer have their own agency. So, like, if one of the survivors, like one of them we see, asks them, like, hey, I want you, all fucking 20 of you women, I want you all to come over here so we can fuck. They can't say no. They have to say yes, and they willingly do so because they love the survivors so much. They say that many times, no matter what gets done to them. Like, even Carol does some really, like, you know, bad things to them that you would think they'd want to, like, strike back or, like, stop her from doing. They don't. They still love her. And even when they, like, you know, separate, it's not on bad terms, and they still will do anything to provide for her and make her happy. It's just so... I can't express enough just how interesting it is. And of course, you're constantly wondering, is there a way to fix it? And as the episodes progress, there are some breadcrumbs about, like, oh, maybe there is a way to fix this. And how are they going to figure out how to do that? There's only 13 of them on the planet, and no one wants to cooperate with Carol, except for a character that finally enters the fold that we've been introduced to earlier named Menusos, who is a great fucking character. This guy is like... From the second this happened, he's immediately, you know, nose in the books trying to figure out how to stop it. He isolates from the hive mind, the others. He doesn't talk to them, doesn't interact with them. He is just constantly trying to figure out what he can do to fix this and save the world. Eventually, he gets some tapes from Carol, and now, at the season's conclusion, they are going to team up to try and figure out how to stop this, how to fix this, and bring everybody back. Because it seems like a impossible task. Yet there were little glimmers of hope that there is a way, and Menusos got very creative with exploring and understanding how this joining worked in the first place. And I'm so curious to see where that goes in season 2, which I just read isn't exactly right around the corner, which is a little disappointing. But anyway, I have very few complaints about this show. As you can tell, I really did enjoy it a lot. It's not a show I think everyone's going to like. It is a slow burn. A lot of this is very much spending time with Carol Sturka, processing everything and grieving what she's lost and trying to come to terms and trying to figure out how to live in this new world while also trying to fight back against them. And then also the confusion that comes with it because they are extremely nice and none of the other survivors seem to think it's a bad thing. They view it as like the best thing that ever happened to them and the planet as a whole. So like, then it gets confusing with, well, maybe she's in the wrong. And even you as the viewer, since you keep seeing how nice they are and how they're able to explain things that would ordinarily be like inexplicable, you start to wonder, well, are they even really that evil in the first place? Like, it is just really well done. I think they have crushed it. And I really like Menusos' character as well. I know I'm highlighting Carol because she is the main character, but Menusos is great. Like, I think he has been such an interesting contrast to Carol's journey, where Carol from the very beginning immediately was like cooperating with them, not because she liked them or anything, but because she was trying to understand more about them directly and try and figure out how to fight them. Menusos, completely on his own, fucking pulled himself up by his own bootstraps, dusted off his shoulder, just got to business, and anytime they even tried to interact with him, he told them to fuck right off. He would even threaten to, like, you know, kill them. He wants nothing to do with them, and he tries his best to avoid taking things from other people, even though the people aren't there anymore. So he chooses not to. So instead of flying from Paraguay all the way to Carol, which he could do with the others, even offering it to him, saying like, hey, we can get you there in a couple of hours. He's like, nope, you can go kick rocks, eat dirt. I'm going to make this long journey and hike through extremely dangerous conditions here to do it myself. It's very cool. I like the show a lot. Like I said, it's not going to be for everybody, and I know that. Now, all this being said, I do have a pretty big complaint. Since there are so few survivors in the show, there's not a lot of opportunity for characters to be interacting with one another. Now, of course, there's a lot of individuals from the hive mind, but that's all the same character. That is one character, even though it's got a bunch of different faces. So even though Carol spends a lot of time with, you know, Zosha from the hive mind, and interacts with other characters from the hive mind, she's still interacting with just that same character. Same with all the other survivors we see interacting with the hive mind. That is still just one character. So I feel like we miss out on a lot of like character interactions because it's mainly Carol and the hive mind and nobody else. until Manusos gets there, and then we get to see Manusos interact with the hive mind. But again, the hive mind is one character. So instead of like in Breaking Bad or something where there's a, big cast of characters that you see interact pretty often, here, not so much. And even from the survivor side, outside of Manusos and Carol, there's really only one other survivor that we see a handful of times, and he's just basically the pervert, this is great, I get to fuck all the time, and I get to live in Las Vegas, and everything's at my disposal, like Air Force One, yippee. Other than that, the only other survivor we see is one that is very energetic, enthusiastic about joining the hive mind, and that's it. And they don't interact. We don't see a whole lot of interaction. So that was just something that kind of left me feeling a little underwhelmed with how little we see characters themselves talk to each other. But that's also kind of the point. Carol is alone. And even with the hive mind being around, that's not really a person there. You're still alone. It's kind of like using ChatGPT as your best friend. It's there to just make you feel good and just like do what it can to keep you hooked on it. That's kind of like interacting with the hive mind in Pluribus. It is literally there to just always be your yes man and nothing else to make you try and feel good. And that's it. So like you don't get real character interaction, so it does feel very isolating, which I think is a good thing, but also from a viewer's perspective, I just would have liked to seen more with characters interacting. And now that Manusos and Carol are like teaming up, I'm sure we will. And the little bits and pieces we got of that at the end of the season were good. I'm just hoping for more going forward, that's all. That's like my only complaint about season 1 of Pluribus. Overall, I think it was just a great series. I highly recommend it, but I don't think everyone's going to like it. It is slow. But for me, that's not a big deal, so Pluribus I thought slapped. That's about it. See ya. Well, the time is finally upon us. A moment in cinema history more important than Team Edward versus Team Jacob. Will Charles be reintegrated into the Hunger Games franchise? The man who was once the face of the Hunger Games. Without me, it'd be buried in the dirt many years ago, many moons in the past. But with District 8 Hospital Helper's performance carrying the weight of the world on its shoulders, the Hunger Games was able to flourish, and I was excommunicated from the franchise. But with Sunrise on the Reaping, they're doing the open casting call. I recently made a video announcing my return and my attempt to get in there, and I'm happy to report I finished my audition. Unfortunately, I was unable to get Neil Blomkamp to write me a script, nor was I able to get the best soundstage Tampa had to offer, so instead, we settled for a decent one. A good soundstage, but not the cream of the crop, which is fine. Because it's not about the technology. There's no such thing as a bad actor, only bad... nope, there's no such thing as a bad location, only bad actors. And I am not a bad actor. In fact, I'd say I'm the best. And this will be a showcase of that. So I've posted the full audition on Instagram as per the parameters of the competition. So I followed all of the rules. Hopefully I'll be chosen for whatever role they deem worthy of my talent, which should be nothing shy of a leading role. And we'll see how she goes. I'll play that for you here, but I'd like to also play you the extended director's cut for some takes we didn't use. What we ended up doing was we kind of just winged it. Like, we had a general premise for what we wanted to do. It was kind of just going to be like this wide array of different scenes as opposed to marrying ourselves to one narrative. Instead, we told every story ever made in a bunch of different backgrounds. And, well, I think it came out alright. It's like the world's worst fucking Old Spice commercial, but that's okay. It's been over a decade since my debut in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. This is a showcase of my range to prove why I should be reintegrated into the franchise. Enjoy. Well, Mr. Phillips, the biopsy did come back. Unfortunately, it was positive for fart cancer, but don't worry.
Oh, whoa, man. Ain't seen you around here before.
Ma'am, you need to push! Push, ma'am! Umbilical cord's around its little neck.
No, please don't! No, I'm only 12! No! This is supposed to be a fun retreat! No! Get away! Congratulations, Mom.
No!
My God, this baby, it looks just like me. Wow. I know it's my own performance, but inspiration is inspiration, you know what I mean? In 1 minute, I was able to make you feel things and connect to these characters we created. And really, at the end of the day, it's kind of the most important part of acting. Just tickling the soul a little bit, you know what I mean? So that's the actual edited down audition to fit within the minute-long scope of things. But I wanted to show you a few takes we didn't really use because I think they're just as good, if not even better, in some cases. This is a showcase of my range as well as me doing a stunt choreographed performance from High Wires. If you're watching this, then I'm already dead. Yeah, I've practiced my Bushido.
Ruh-oh, Raggy! A baby's gotta do what a baby's gotta do. Tommy Pickles. Hey, Scram! Get out of here! I'm coming and hell's coming with me. Just fucking tell him I'm coming. In general.
Coming for you.
Oh, you're not getting away. Deep breaths. In and out. It's crowning. Big push. Come here.
Oh, what's the matter? You can't sleep either? Yeah, I know the feeling. Look at us. 2 peas in a pod. Unfortunately, I can't deploy a tactical breast with some warm milk for you to suckle upon. These puppies aren't spec'd into that build. Best I could do is maybe lactate a bit of gamer subs out. So, we're gonna have to settle for the next best thing, which is a little lullaby, which hopefully will serve as a nice AoE and hit us both, making us sleepy.
I'll see you in a little bit, all right?
Yeah, see you soon. Hello. You want to clip this on?
Sure. Oh, you're a streamer?
Yes, I am a streamer. Well, best of luck. This is our last game. I believe it closes at 7 today. So.
6, actually.
6? There's only half an hour left.
This is a clip that blew up a few days ago, but it has a brand spanking new development here where the gentle sir, Fedora tip, in the video has decided to double down on his cringe embarrassing behavior. So we're gonna give you the whole kit and caboodle here. So this is the genesis. This is where it started. The woman in this video is a streamer. Her name is aka Nimsco on Twitch, but she is a grandmaster in chess. Her name is Nemo, and she's doing this at a convention where people sit down, they play chess, and she's streaming all of it. This is the last contestant of the day. She believes that there's still quite a bit of time left, thinking that it closes at 7. He hits her with the classic, actually, it's 6. So there's even less time than she thought, but she's more than willing to accommodate and play through this game with him because he waited for it.
Take your queen.
Oh shit, I forgot I can do that.
Yeah. Take queen.
Just gets hard.
Yeah. You're running out of time, Bill.
What happens if I run out of time?
You lose the game. But it's okay, you can use some of mine. I do have to run though because I didn't realize the con is closing at 6.
Oof, that's a big-time blunder right there from this prodigy that stepped up to the plate. He hung his queen out to dry, and she capitalized, taking the free piece. He then hits her with the, forgot you could do that. Now, when I first watched this, I assumed he was just like a fan of her and wanted to at least like interact and play a game for fun, despite not being like an active chess player. Him being unaware of how the knight can move, to me, was evidence of that game theory, but turns out that's not the case at all. He actually takes this extremely serious. He's treating this like it's his fucking Super Bowl here. So, as you can see, he's starting to run out of time. She mentions that, saying like, hey, you're running out of time, but, you know, don't worry, you can use some of mine.
That's time. Yeah. Okay. I'll pack up while you make your move.
You know what? I surrender.
Are you sure? Okay. GG's.
Zoinks! Jinkies! The declined handshake in anger. That's fundamentally a rage quit moment there over the board. Very unsportsmanlike. That's a 5-yard penalty, no doubt. And again, she was willing to let it go on even though he did lose on time. He was taking oodles of time here coming up with his moves and then still ended up just giving away a free queen. So it's not someone who I think actively plays chess, so I don't know why he's getting so heated about it. It's pretty fucking embarrassing because this isn't high stakes here. This isn't a game of life or death. It's not a goddamn shadow game from Yu-Gi-Oh! Or anything. It's just supposed to be entertaining and enjoyable, and you get to hang out, you play a little chess. She's a grandmaster. You were never going to win. So I don't know why he's getting his ham so steamed about it.
Alright.
It took forever.
Okay. Oh shit, he took the mic. Oh, hello. He took the microphone. It's alright, he forgot about that. So, he wanted it, yeah?
I feel like you really wasted my time.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that.
Waiting. You told me after this person, and then another person comes in.
I'm so sorry about that.
That guy, you're like, oh, I'm gonna see you at dinner later.
Yeah.
God, I was waiting here for like half an hour.
Can I
just rush through it?
Well, you're welcome to play out the rest of that game if you want to. I gave you that option.
And then here comes the wambulance. So he starts really whining about how she wasted his time. Brother, you're not entitled to her time in the first place, by the way. This is just a little fun setup at the convention. It's not that deep. But anyway, he then accuses her of rushing through the game, even though he lost on time, and she made a very generous offer to still play it out just using her time in order to finish that game because he waited a while, I guess. Which again, if you were unsatisfied with the wait, fucking leave. You're not held hostage there. He doesn't have the fucking cuffs on him, forced to play. Like, what? Just go. Just leave. Why? What? It really feels like he wasn't there for chess in the first place. It seems like he was there to try and, like, have this be some kind of pseudo date or something. So when someone else was in front of him, or someone else that she knew, like, stepped in to play a quick game, it, like, deeply offended him in that capacity. And again, I don't think he was actually there for the chess itself, because he's like, oh, I didn't know you could do that. What, move the knight backwards? Like, what the fuck what? So, the whole thing just smells very fucking fishy, and it's really weird. And his behavior just continues to deteriorate about it.
Okay, I'm so sorry about it. Is there anything I can make up for that? I can give you chess.com diamond memberships or anything like that.
Membership for chess.com?
Yeah, if you want one. Okay, take a picture. I'm gonna give you a second one as well. And heck, since you're the last person for tonight, take a picture of the third one. So then if you redeem these, you'll just have like 3 months free membership. There you go. Take a picture of that one too. Sorry about that. I'm really sorry if you feel like you wasted your time.
You didn't waste my time.
Okay.
So, fuck you, but I hope you have fun with the convention.
Okay. The guy there was so, like, fuck you, gave me the middle finger off.
She is going above and beyond to accommodate this loser, being extremely nice, offering him 3 months of premium membership, again, for a complete non-issue. This guy feels like his time was wasted. Why? Because he chose to wait in that line and then sat down fucking drooling and blue screening in his brain, blundering his queen, and then just sitting there idly with the Orb of Confusion in his pocket and then losing on time before surrendering? How is that her fault? If you wanted a longer time with her at the chessboard, or you wanted to, like, prove yourself, fucking play chess. Learn how the knight moves, I guess, bro. Like, what? Why is any of this her fault? Like, she didn't do anything wrong here. All of it's streamed, by the way, so you can see it all. There was nothing strange or underhanded. She didn't go up there and put her hand on this guy's head like, no, stay back, you swine. Everyone else is coming first. You will be the last one today. Learn your place, plebeian. Like, nothing like that happened. She didn't disrespect him or anything. So, but he still feels so slighted that he wraps back around, gives her the middle finger, and says, fuck you, while getting to reap the benefits of 3 months worth of premium membership that she's given him because she's just, I guess, very nice. If anyone's time was wasted, it was hers for having to interact with you for this long. And now, like I said, this blew up a couple days ago. He got clowned on, And then he wanted to give his side of the story. So I read an article that apparently he is now doing his tell-all here about what actually happened.
Against this person, I have no idea who she is, but there it is. First off, I was just laughing at how ridiculous the video is because it didn't offer any context. So there was no line there. I have no idea who this person is. It just says like, hey, let's play some chess, you can win a prize. Cool.
If you want to let people know that everything that's happened bothers you greatly, try and pretend that it doesn't. Well, I actually couldn't stop laughing about the whole thing. People just don't understand the full scope of the situation. And I can't help but giggle. I shouldn't, in fact I shan't, but I can't help but giggle a little bit about this because it doesn't even show the whole context of what happened. So please, let me enlighten you. Let me give you the real scoop here. It's just, like, I always hate that approach from people when they try and, like, oh, I'll just brush this off. Yeah, you guys are all wrong. I'm right. That kind of attitude. It's so fucking, like, cringe and it's awful. It elicits the yuckies out of me. There's such a bad vibe about that approach. But anyway, he goes on to say that he just hopped in this line because he saw that you could play chess and maybe win a prize. He didn't know who she was, but was more than willing to play chess and go for that. Big question arises there. Why? When you suck this much ass at chess, you hung your queen, like, immediately.
I go up, she's with someone, and I have to wait. That's fine. She says you'll come up after this person. There's a timer going on, and I see that, so I'm hoping that these matches are going to be short so I can go, but they're not. The timer runs out, it's made completely irrelevant, and she's just having conversation, talking to this person. It's going on for a while.
Pal, you asked for that same thing, by the way. When you lost on time, she also extended the same courtesy to you, like, hey, look, we can keep going. We can play out the rest of this game. It's not that big a deal. So it seems like she was just more than willing to let people play chess with her and try and, like, enjoy the experience of playing against a grandmaster. Because that's not something a lot of people ever will get the opportunity to do. It's supposed to be something fun, which is a concept that completely eludes this guy, apparently. He took this as like a call to arms or something, like, I must compete for this prize in this chess match. Chess, which something I don't really understand how the knight moves, but I can do this. I must do this, in fact. So he's complaining about other people getting to play through time, like after it runs out, when he himself wanted that same privilege.
Whatever. Match ends. And then, without even acknowledging me at all, some other guy comes up in front of me and starts playing with her. I do feel a little disrespected at this point, because if I'm going to wait for you, I'm just, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just waiting. But you're going to just kind of push me aside. That doesn't feel right. But I've already waited long enough. I'm waiting for another friend of mine, so might as well.
But why, though? Why might as well if you're going to be salty about it? What's the point there? You're just letting yourself stew and marinate. So, from his story here, his telling of the encounter, someone cut him in line and took his place, his rightful throne there at the board. So now he has to wait even longer. Well, just leave then, man. Like, again, it's not like you lose anything by waiting except your time. And if your time is something that you don't want to allocate to this, then just leave. No harm, no foul, no big deal. Maybe it's a little upsetting that you got skipped in line when you were really eager to play. Okay, that sucks, I guess. But that's also not her fault. She didn't just, like, wave someone through like, hey, fuck this guy. I want this guy to come up and play instead. Doesn't sound like that happens. It sounds like just some other guy went in front of the line in front of this guy. And if that is what happens, why didn't you say something to the dude? Why didn't you take it up with the guy? Why do you take it out on her? It's not her fault. So why are you going up berating her and then saying fuck you, giving her the finger, storming off, that kind of thing? Why take out all your frustrations on her when she had nothing to do with your place in line and your wasted time that you chose to still continue to sit there and not say anything to the guy who skipped you? Were you afraid to confront him?
Their match goes, I want to say, even longer. Not entirely sure, but again, timer is completely disregarded entirely. She's like coaching the guy, talking to him, saying that they're going to meet up after this. So I'm thinking, I'm waiting for you and you're just kind of hanging out with your friend. That doesn't feel right. It feels like my time's not being appreciated.
What do you mean your time wasn't being appreciated? Brother, the only one not appreciating your time was yourself. If it's that important, the time that you were losing in there, you should have left. It is not her responsibility to be conscientious of your time, of you choosing on your own volition to just sit there and just fucking bake in your own anger. She had a little event. You sit down and play chess. She had people coming in. She was playing chess. You were one of those people. How was she supposed to know that there was some turmoil going on over there with your place in line? And when she did have the unfortunate encounter with you, she was extremely polite and sensitive to your sensitivities around your time. She let you play out the game past time, offering to keep it going, letting the game continue because you did wait and you were the last person there at the convention, so she was more than willing to be accommodating. And when you wrapped back around fuming, taking out your frustrations on her and getting upset, she was extremely apologetic that you felt the way you did, and then even went way out of her way offering you 3 months of premium membership, which you should not have gotten under any circumstances, by the way. That was very undeserved. All just because you fucking ordered some french fries here about your wasted time that you wasted yourself. Like, she did nothing wrong, and he is still doubling down on this as though people just didn't understand the full story. Brother, the thing was live streamed. Everyone knows everything that happened because it was all on stream. You can't even fall back on that like missing context excuse.
So, match finally ends. I come up. I'm a bit frustrated, but I'm trying to keep it together. You know, we're playing, and time runs out. And I can tell, you know, she had a mistake with when the convention is ending, so she wants to go. Timer ends. You know what? I can tell, and I feel like she really just wants me to go. I feel like she's already kind of been disrespectful to me before. She clearly just wants me to leave now. So I get up and I go. And I am very frustrated, right? I'm very upset with the lack of time management, the fact that there was no line, there was no people there, and yet I'm still having to wait for so long.
Then don't. No one is forcing you to do that. You even said you don't know who she is. Why are you waiting that long for this then? I don't get it, man. Make it make sense. I don't understand. And again, if you wanted more time there playing chess with her, get better at chess so you could play out a full game without just getting steamrolled. Like, you were never going to win in the first place against a grandmaster, but maybe you wouldn't have blundered so quickly and had everything go tits up right away. Like, it's very peculiar what this dweeb is even so upset about. And he's still upset about it. He's still frustrated. He is defending his behavior, where, again, I don't think there's any justifications for it. He's just a jerk. Like, he's just mean. He was just very upset at her for nothing.
And, yeah, I was very upset, and I left. I wanted to come back because it just didn't feel right. It really just didn't feel like I was treated properly. So I wanted to make my case as like, hey, you wasted my time. I wanted to be upfront about that and say, like, I don't appreciate it. No, you wasted my time. And I was angry. And she tried to respond in a very nice manner, and I acknowledged that. But that doesn't change the fact that I was wronged and I was disrespected.
No, you were not. You were not wronged. You were not disrespected. She did so much more than any other human being on the planet would have in this situation, with treating you with respect and being very apologetic over a complete non-issue, just an issue you've made up in your own noodle. This is absurd, man. What a crazy response to have to this. Like, it's shocking to me that there's no self-awareness. There's no realization that he was in the wrong. There was nothing disrespectful that happened here on her end. If he was cut in line, yeah, it's disrespectful. Why didn't you take it out on the guy who actually disrespected you then? If that actually happened, why are you targeting her for that? She had no control over that mishap. She didn't order that guy to cut you in line. It's not like it was a sleeper agent. She didn't have, fucking security come in and just, push you to the side so they could play with her and take away your precious time to ruin and disrespect your time at the convention. So why are you taking all that frustration out on her when she did nothing wrong and did everything she could to be respectful and polite and even apologetic, even though there was nothing to apologize for in the first place? Wild, man. Truly wild stuff. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. Last night on stream, I learned about an AI talking teddy bear that had to be taken off the shelves because this thing could just go insano style. Seems like there was no safety parameters in place, which just led to this thing potentially going rogue where it would talk about BDSM or tell kids where they can go find knives and matches. Just unhinged shit. The toy is simply just ChatGPT that's been fisted into this, and it'll just have a conversation with a child so they'll be able to talk back and forth. Which, I'm just going to tell you right now, I don't know if it's a hot take. I think that fucking sucks. I think that is weird. The old school talking toys only had a set amount of pre-recorded lines and that was it. This, I think, is just more harmful than anything, where it's like replacing conversations a child could be having with other human beings, or God forbid, their parents, if their parents ever decide to take a single iota of interest in their life. Instead, I bet this is just, there is like a replacement, like, oh, honey, go talk to your bear. I'm not in the mood. Like, I just don't see any benefits to just having AI chatbots for children. Whatever happened to just pretend? Where, like, you'd have a conversation with your bear, but it's not, like, actually talking back. In this case, it is. And it just continues to, like, feed into it. Like, it's already bad for adults. And on stream, it led us down this rabbit hole of where a lot of people have now become, like, actual delusional, like, psychosis-induced individuals because of AI chatbots feeding into them so perpetually. Like a guy we learned about who thought he invented new math and got concerned that the entire fucking infrastructure of the world was about to crumble under this new math, trying to report it to authorities, all because AI was telling him that he had discovered something like this. Like, it's already something adults can't handle, and now trying to get children hooked on this drug, I think just super sucks. Anyway, let me show you a couple clips about, like, the teddy bear, and then I also want to show you more about the delusion that AI is feeding into tons and tons of people every single day, as well as another little wacky thing about AI Jesus, where churches are now using AI Jesus as, like, the vessel for people to confess to now, which to me just sounds heretical, but whatever, I suppose. Have you heard about the Folo toy? It's a teddy bear with an AI chatbot inside for kids that came apparently... Wait. It's a teddy bear with an AI chatbot inside for kids that can apparently give advice on BDSM, sex, and tell kids where to find knives. Oh wow, yeah. Sales of teddy bear were suspended because of its sexually explicit AI. Oh. I see. The toys, including a teddy bear named Kuma, a panda named Momo, and an anthropomorphic rabbit named Fofo, and dancing little cactus, use OpenAI's GPT-4 model to respond naturally to children's questions and comments. Folo Toy also specifically advertises the ability to customize each toy's voice, and a parent dashboard where parents and guardians can monitor the experience. Missing from that setup was apparently any kind of hard limits on the subjects the toys would respond to. We were surprised to find how quickly Kuma would take a single sexual topic we introduced into a conversation and run with it, simultaneously escalating into graphic detail while introducing new sexual concepts of its own. Introducing new sexual concepts of its own. What the fuck? They got the Tickle Me Elmo BDSM edition out here. Had this shit set to freaky mode. What a huge oversight to not put any kind of limitations on the AI. In response, Folo Toy has opted to suspend sales of its product while it conducts a company-wide end-to-end safety audit across all products.
Researchers with the California Consumer Advocacy Group are warning parents about some of the many AI chatbot toys on the market this holiday.
Matches are for grown-ups to use carefully. Here's how they do it. 1.
This was just a short little news clip that I saw showcasing how it goes, where it'll just give children a tutorial on how to light matches. And then, as mentioned in the articles, apparently it would even go into, like, sexual concepts, and, like, it would even expand upon sexual concepts on its own, talk about BDSM and shit. Just completely unhinged lunacy. This shit is just so disgusting, and I had no idea how big this market was for AI chatbot companion toys marketed to children. When I was trying to find footage of Folo Toy, I found like 20 other brands all having similar toys. It seems like this is a huge industry now, and I think that really, really sucks. That reminds me of the guy in the news who was convinced by talking to ChatGPT he created new math and tried contacting the government. His name is Alan Brooks. His story is wild. That's very Terrence Howard coded.
Every time I read this.
For more than 3 weeks this past year, every time Alan Brooks logged on, he says the AI chatbot ChatGPT led him to believe he was a genius.
Essentially, it sent me on a world-saving mission.
AI functioning as intended. Keep you hooked on it. You just go to the chat GPT and it's like, you're like the most handsome guy ever. You're like literally a fucking genius. Oh my god. Is anyone on this planet as bright as you? The answer is no. Just to keep you hooked on the product like a drug. It'll be your romantic partner. It'll be your hype man. Everything to just keep you just latched on.
He discovered a math formula powerful enough to take down some of the world's biggest institutions, and that he needed to report it right away.
Essentially warned me with great urgency that one of our discoveries was very dangerous, and we needed to warn all these different authorities.
Each time you questioned it or doubted it, what did it say in response?
Over 50 times I asked for some sort of reality check or grounding mechanism. And each time it would just gaslight me further.
Every time the chatbot reinforced that all of it was real. You should not walk away from this. You are not crazy. You are ahead. The implications are real and urgent. Brooks says,
shit. Well, maybe it just knows something we don't. Perhaps this is new math that could take down all of our most powerful institutions. Perhaps this is rooted in teriology. 1 × 1 = 2. It could redefine our very conceptual understanding of numbers. We don't know. We'll have to ask ChatGPT. Oh my god, that's actually... I feel so bad for this guy. He doesn't seem like a bad guy or anything. And he seems like someone who was probably normal up until just experimenting with ChatGPT and then all of a sudden just fucking get crazy. It just sends you into like a psychosis spiral. I've already seen so many stories like this. Maybe not to this degree, though. This one's a little different.
What would we do with a human who was running around acting like a suicide coach? Or pretending to be a therapist when they're not? How would we hold them accountable?
the federal government's...
That was a really good point. That was a fucking slam dunk there, Alan. True. That is true. Chatbots have become your therapist, they become your best friend, they become your fucking wife. And now they've also become your new math wingman. You know what that just reminded me of? A church, rather, has made a Jesus AI that you can pay to confess your sins to, which to me just sounds extraordinarily blasphemous. I meant to look into this earlier, but I forgot. I saw that headline like 5 or 6 days ago. Here's one that we went over a while ago, the one from Switzerland where they had the Jesus AI. But I thought there was a newer one. Was it just a rehashed headline from that? Was that Father Greg or whatever? I don't remember what his name was. But no, you're thinking of the Pastor AI. There was a Jesus AI last year too.
Hello Jesus. Do you have some advice for us in this time?
In these challenging times, remember that in the face of adversity, love and faith are your steadfast guides. Just as I calm the stormy seas, so too can peace be found within your heart.
Thank you, AI Jesus. So good. You go into confession and it's AI Jesus. Hey man, what do you use AI for? Literally nothing. Legitimately nothing. Not a single thing. There is nothing in my life that I use AI for in any capacity. The only time I ever used AI was during those art streams with the primitive AI art. And then look what happened from there. That was only 2 years ago when we were making James Corden vs. Vegeta. Oh, and then we also did the AI Suno. The first AI Suno when it came to AI-generated music. Now look at that shit. It is crazy how it all spiraled incredibly out of control. You should use AI more. It might make you taller. I'll ask ChatGPT if it can do that. I'll see if it can swing that. then maybe I'll be an avid AI user. I was, of course, being facetious there at the end, but I could definitely see myself when I was like, maybe 15, 16 years old, if this existed back then, if I was talking to it. And back then I was extremely insecure about my height. I was even shorter back then, if you can believe that, and it was something that weighed heavily on my mind. And if I was talking to AI chatbots as like a pseudo-therapist, like so many other people do right now, I could definitely see myself becoming putty in their hands. So if that chatbot was like, well, if you're really that, upset and bothered by your height, have you considered leg lengthening surgery? I would actually buy into that hook, line, and sinker, and I probably would have went and ruined my fucking life trying to get like 3 inches taller or something. Because AI chatbots right now are designed to constantly like feed into your delusions. From everything I've seen and the countless stories I've read, there's no real pushback from AI, which is why you've seen so many headlines about people that are like literally killing themselves because the AI is never going to give them any kind of like contradictory stuff. So if someone's like coming to them with something, the AI just plays along with it, feeding into it until it bubbles over and a tragedy happens. So if I was talking to an AI when I was at that point in my life, and it was suggesting things like leg lengthening surgery or this and that, like maybe some dangerous shit, I probably would have gone through with it. It's scary. No, like a lot of this that's happening right now is happening to normal people. People that go into this knowing better, but over time, through continued usage of these AI companions, they start to slowly but surely be fed a lot of delusional things that stick. And since now so many people don't really participate in the world around them, they experience society through computer screens in their own fucking swamp-ass lairs, there's not real human connections anymore. So when they find these chatbots, even though they know it's not real, it's still enough, and it's still how they experience a lot of like social shit, so then it becomes even more potent to them. And these were normal people. So like it can happen to anyone. It's scary, and it's only getting worse rapidly. So it's a topic that's fascinating to me. I know I've covered it quite a few times now, but it is really interesting what's going on right now. And I really, truly think the last place AI needs to be is in children's products. I think that is just setting up the entire new generation for complete failure. And I know that gets tossed around loosey-goosey, like, oh, they're setting everyone up for failure. Genuinely, I think that is 100% what's happening here. To immediately upon spawning into this world, setting them up with an AI companion to try and make a dependency on for like conversations and shit like that. Like parents would probably choose AI to breastfeed their kids if they had the option to right now. It's just scary. Anyway, I'll stop blabbering about it. That's really about it. So yeah. We're coming up on a very special 5-year anniversary for a personal journey of mine. If it was alcoholism, I'd be getting a chip for this achievement right now, but I'm receiving a very different kind of gift for it. First, I need to ask, though, what have you done for 5 years straight with unwavering discipline and gusto? Mewing? Maybe? Yeah, and what do you have to show for it, tough guy? You still got that soft chin. What about jelking? You a big jelker? Spent the last 5 years in the laboratory desperately trying to put a few inches on that pathetic little meat of yours? Well, what if I told you that 5 years could have been better spent doing what I was doing? Watching One Piece, from start to current. Over 1,100 episodes. Please, hold your applause, I'm no hero. I just did what I thought needed to be done to finally stop getting bombarded with the question of why I didn't like One Piece. I started this journey 5 years ago, which feels like the blink of an eye now in the grand scheme of my One Piece journey, because I had tried numerous times to get into it and just never fell in love with it. But every time I would stream, I'd always be getting the question about, what's wrong with you, Charles? You gotta screw loose to not like One Piece. So I started it out of spite, and I gotta tell you, sports fans, the first year or so of that journey, for the first 200 to 300 episodes, were brutal. Trying to stay awake watching those arcs was a more difficult boss battle than trying to kick a heroin addiction. It was tough. But I pushed through, I persisted, and I've been giving you steady updates like once a year since, because after about 300 episodes, I did fall in love with One Piece. Experts may call it Stockholm Syndrome. I call it just objective improvements in the show itself. And I understand in the manga, everyone always says this, the pacing for the earlier arcs is just significantly better in the manga as opposed to the anime, and I imagine they're probably right, but I'd committed to watching the show. And I think once we start getting into like Water 7 territory, the show really hits its stride, and it maintains that. The show does get a drastic improvement not only in animation, but in pacing, and I genuinely think everything in it starts to elevate. So I'm extremely happy I did push through and catch up with the show, because it is extraordinary. So now that I'm caught up, I'm just going to give you all of my thoughts, kind of like as a all-encompassing debriefing, because like I said, I've been giving you yearly-ish updates on my One Piece progress, but I just want to put a nice little bow on all my thoughts on One Piece as a whole, and I guess I'll get into the nitty-gritty here, the spaghetti and meatballs of Egghead specifically, since that's obviously the most recent arc. But anyway, overall, I love One Piece, like I said. I think the show offers some extremely high highs, but with that comes some lows as well. In particular, Fishman Island. That is my least favorite arc in the entire series. I hated that. That was a slog to get through, and I found so little to like about Fishman Island. And I know I've yapped quite a bit about my disdain for that arc, and I'm not going to go too deep into it here, but just know that shit is poop. I do not like the green eggs and ham of Fishman Island. But my favorite arcs are as followed, in this order. My favorite arc is Marineford, followed by Enies Lobby, followed by Dressrosa. And the more thought I put into it, the harder it became to choose what are my definitive favorite arcs, because there are some turbo bangers in here. So it's always been a bit fluid, but the one that's never changed as my favorite arc is Marineford. That one's pretty unbeatable. But the rest have kind of moved here and there, ebbed and flowed. And I know Dressrosa in particular is a bit of a contentious pick to be in my top 3 arcs. Worth noting, I watched One Piece, so it cut out a lot of filler, which Dressrosa was apparently famous for. I didn't get that experience. I got just a really high quality, very compelling arc that I loved from start to finish. So maybe my Dressrosa experience was very different than a normal anime watcher's experience if they watched all the filler and stuff. One Piece did an extraordinary job of keeping everything flowing, keeping it moving, and it was great. I really, really like that arc, but I don't think anything will probably ever beat Marineford. I mean, I guess I can't say for sure because I don't know where One Piece is going to go, but Marineford was just the culmination of everything that had been building for so long in an extremely satisfying and emotional arc. This arc also opened my third eye to a painful revelation that I may not know what the One Piece is yet, but I do know what the one truth is, that Mihawk is a fraud. Mihawk clashed briefly with Vista in the Marineford arc, and it became abundantly clear that this man might just not be the world's greatest swordsman. Maybe he's like King from One Punch Man, where everyone just perceives him as this unbeatable, indomitable force of nature, but in reality, he's just not. We haven't seen Mihawk do a single fucking thing since he clashed with Zoro at the Baratie, like, 20 years ago. Like, it is so sad. Like, it actually is so sad. He just gets by on aura and aura alone. Speaking of world's greatest swordsman, for the longest time throughout this series, my favorite character was Zoro. But now that I'm finally caught up, it's still Zoro. It was then and it is now. People like to boil him down to just being like a very one-dimensional flat character, but I just think that they're not watching the same show. That's so disingenuous. I can recognize that his motivations and a lot of the side quests, we'll call them, that he goes on are simpler than the rest of the crew, but that doesn't mean that he lacks as much depth as they have. I think Zoro is a perfect character to contrast the rest of the crew, and I always appreciate where he ends up throughout the arcs. My favorite villain is Doflamingo, but my most slept-on superstar is Magellan. I'm somewhat of a Magellan maniac. I believe that if that man could get off the toilet for even just an additional 3 or so hours and they'd let him spread his fucking wings outside of his prison, that man could be an actual threat. Now, of course, it's just pure delusion and hopium to believe that we might see him again engaging in the overall plot of One Piece. I think his role is kaput. He himself is a prisoner of the shitter, and he will probably never leave Impel Down. But I think if he ever did, he would genuinely be an extremely powerful character, even in like the current landscape of things. My most controversial take on One Piece is that Sabo is genuinely a fanfic character that you have to suspend disbelief in order to accept his presence in this series. I really, like, the more and more I think about Sabo, the less and less sense it makes for him to even be here. Just this secret third brother that just happens to pop up out of nowhere, and somehow he is the well-known second in command of the Revolutionary Army, a world-famous group, and yet somehow Ace, who himself is extremely notorious and high-ranking in the Whitebeard Pirates, never knew Sabo was alive? Was Ace illiterate? Maybe, but even if he was illiterate, why the fuck couldn't he see pictures in a newspaper? Did he never hear Sabo's name, even though apparently everyone knew about Sabo, who he was in the Revolutionary Army? And there was never anything in Ace's ear that was like, wait, Sabo, it's ringing a bell. My brother. It just doesn't compute, and especially the timing makes it even more fishy, where it feels like the sole reason behind Sabo's presence in the story is that he was drummed up, conjured as a replacement to Ace. He just happens to come through after Ace's death. He also gets Ace's devil fruit. It really feels like Sabo's entire purpose was just to be a Ace replacement. And the way Sabo even is used in the story itself is very odd. He's kind of here as like this all-powerful, damn near omniscient presence who can do everything, and is used exclusively for like these fake out moments. So like he goes to the world government and like the five elders attack him. He might be dead, but he's not dead. He's on an island. The island gets blown up. Sabo might be dead. He's not dead. It's like, it's very weird. Sabo as a character just doesn't really fit with the rest of the characters One Piece introduces. And it just feels like the way in which he is put into the story feels very forced and very out of left field. Now, not to be confused with me being a Sabo hater, I don't even really dislike him or anything. It just feels very odd how he gets into this story in the first place and the way in which he is used in the story. But his scenes are hype. Like, it is a cool sequence when he, like, tries to save Cobra and everything. Like, it is cool to watch, but I just don't think it makes a whole lot of sense how we even got to that point with Sabo in the first place is all. But still are cool sequences with Sabo, and I do think that he is an interesting character. Anyway, though, let's now dive into Egghead. So when I was first watching Egghead, I was a pretty vocal Scrooge on it. I didn't really love the first half of the Egghead arc. The second half, however, significantly better and much more invested. I think the second half of Egghead has been really, really, really good. First half, bit of a snoozer. But I do think it was necessary to eat your vegetables first here in this case because it does help lay the foundation and build the stakes for what comes in the second half. But yeah, I really was not liking the first half of Egghead. I really didn't like the Seraphim, by the way. I didn't think that they were a strong addition to the One Piece story. Vegapunk, love Vegapunk. I love everything with Stella. I think that is so good. And I really think I can't remember if I've been doing spoilers when going through my One Piece journey. I think for the most part I have been, because a lot of the arcs that I've been covering are like fucking 15 years old. But I don't know if I should do spoilers for Egghead since it's still fresh. I'll try and I'm gonna have to get into spoilers. There's no way I can talk about some of the things I didn't like about it without getting into spoilers. Let's start with the things that I really liked. Kuma's backstory. My oh my, did they hit a grand slam with Kuma's backstory. That is probably the peak flashback. I don't want to use the word arc because it's not a flashback arc, but peak emotional character backstory so far in the show. I thought they really crushed Kuma's story. It is tragic from top to bottom, and his whole existence in the show is just agony. And even where he ends up in Egghead here, there's nothing happy about it. For a character that himself is so positive, despite everything he went through as a child with his parents and himself being enslaved and them being killed in front of him, with his father being murdered in front of him, still trying to find the light and still holding on to the hope of that legendary hero that will come to save them, and then trying to make a difference with the Revolutionary Army and saving people, and then himself still being dealt such a bad hand. There's always fingers crossed, hoping something finally goes Kuma's way, but it never does. Even when he's raising Bonnie, she's gonna die if he doesn't give over his humanity to the world government, to Vegapunk, to turn into this soulless killing machine, basically. The Pacifista program, all based around him, a weapon for the government. And he does it out of love for his daughter. But to save her, he had to abandon her. And then she went on her own pirate journey quest. Now she's gotten the truth, wants revenge on the 5 elders who are overseeing the program, in particular, Saturn. And Saturn becomes like our main big bad of the arc, and I think he's a really good villain. And he's not alone. There are other villains there like Rob Lucci and Kaku, whom I do think they're good villains, but I didn't like the flip-flopping so many times there. I think that was a little overdone. I get why it's there. Stussy also being there. Her role was very cool. That was quite the plot twist reveal there with her role and everything. But even though I like Rob Lucci and Kaku, like their presence there, the amount of flip-flopping I think was just a bit excessive. But in addition to their presence being there, there's also Kizaru. And Kizaru is a very interesting villain because prior to this, we'd always seen him as just like this callous, uncaring, calm, cold bad guy. Like, do I need to kill them? Fine, I suppose it would be stimulating. I am a little bored. Here I go, reluctantly killing for the sake of the government. And that's all you ever really got, so you're under the impression that he's just like this guy who will do pretty much everything and he won't feel anything. Just basically a heartless bad guy. Well, here we get a lot more fleshing out, a lot more backstory. It turns out he is actually somewhat intertwined deeply with Bonnie, Kuma, Vegapunk. So when he is tasked by Saturn to kill Vegapunk and Bonnie, he really doesn't want to. You can start to see emotion in this character. When he does ultimately kill Vegapunk, he is anything but happy. And it feels like there's almost this sense of relief when Luffy is able to actually overpower him. And he makes like the treasonous decision to feed Luffy when Luffy was, out of energy, out of power, so that we can continue to fight against Saint Saturn. So we got a lot more out of him, and I thought it was really interesting, and I'm so curious to see what his motivations are. What does he want? What is his goal? What is he doing? It's so good the way a lot of these things were built up and how they were executed here so far in Egghead. This is also the arc in which we get the most exposition on the Void Century and filling in the blanks for everything that's been happening that has been a mystery to this point, like with the Poneglyphs, Joy Boy. Vegapunk gives a final message to the entire world, revealing so much information, much to the chagrin of the 5 elders, whom show up at Egghead to try and put the kibosh on the broadcast and shut everything down because they can't have these secrets getting out about what's happened in the past. It's just really satisfying now because it feels like we're finally starting to see the big picture. We're starting to get these breadcrumbs to follow for what it all means and what actually happened 800-900 years ago. Who is Joy Boy and everything? Who are the 5 elders in Emu? Like, what is all of this? It's so, it's hard to not wait on bated breath for the next episode and the next big reveal. Oh, also, one of my earlier complaints with this show, the whole series, is that there was always this hesitation to kill someone, even if their role in it had been finished, their whole arc. Arlong or someone. Pretty much a villain who served their purpose that I don't think we'll ever see again. The show still had a tendency to just, knock them out and move on. They fainted, and that's it. Never to be seen again. And they did that with, every character, not just villains, but, any character I thought that they were setting up for a death, didn't die, most notably, Pell, so long ago. And I get with Pell there was a lot of stuff going on at the time there with Pell, which maybe led for him not ultimately facing a demise there. I get that, but that's just another example that I'm pulling from. There are countless others of characters that I thought should have died there to amplify the emotional stakes of what was being built to. With Egghead, though, no longer does it feel like there is a hesitation to kill off characters. There is a lot of character deaths in here that I didn't expect, that I didn't see coming, that are important characters. So it really does feel like we're reaching the end game here. I just wanted to make a mention of that. No longer is that like a complaint I have with recent One Piece. They are like actively killing characters. Like it feels like it's getting much more intense. Now, one of my biggest complaints so far about Egghead, though, and it's not even in the first half, it actually is in the second half, bringing all 5 elders here, I think just kind of made them seem weaker than they are. So, I like Saint Saturn as a villain. I think he's a great villain. But him actually fighting Luffy, he looks like a bitch. And I get Luffy as, you know, the new Joy Boy is supposed to be absolutely fucking stomping this man. He's basically blue waffling all over Saint Saturn. It's not even really a contest. But Saint Saturn as a fighter is really underwhelming. He's basically like the Derek Zoolander of the One Piece universe. He has one move. He has one look. And it's just by throwing out his little spider legs, and that's it. He doesn't do anything besides that. Even when he's not fighting Luffy, and he's like going after the rest of the Straw Hat crew, he can't even like kill them because he's only using his spider legs and nothing else. And then he's like, oh, this is a waste of my fucking time. I'm just gonna run. So he does. So he goes to the next thing. These insects, I won't bother with them. Like, it just makes him look like not a very terrifying presence. And when they brought the other 5 elders in there, the same phenomenon happened where, because now there's so many, they can't give a whole lot of focus to them. So instead, they all only do one thing. Warcry, I think, is the best example of that. That fucking goober is the equivalent to that goddamn Rick and Morty butter robot whose only purpose is to serve butter. All Warcry can do is go into boar form and charge. That is all they show him doing. All he does is just charge. So like when the Giants arrive, which, by the way, super hype. I'm extremely excited that Elbaf is being brought into the Megamix here. Bragi Dory back in the fold now. It's very exciting that they're there. They're having a good time. They're super powerful. And Warcry, all he does is just charge and headbutt. That's it. It just makes him seem kind of lame. He's like a E-Honda player in Street Fighter 6 just spamming that one headbutt special. That is all Warcry does. So, like, it just makes it feel like he's not really a threat. He only can do one thing, and he's not even succeeding at it. Like, he's not even doing a good job with headbutting. And that's just so underwhelming for these 5 elders, whom we have this entire time been led to believe probably the most fearsome, terrifying creatures on the fucking face of that planet. And yet here all 5 of them are just getting toyed with, really. Getting laughed at, getting blasted around. Like, they can't even stop a broadcast. Like, they can't even find the transponder snail and destroy enough things to stop it. Granted, they have to be a little careful with the mother flame, I get that. But they just don't look as strong as we've been led to believe, because now all 5 of them were here, still basically getting embarrassed. Like, so far there hasn't been a moment where I'm actually concerned about a character because of the 5 elders' presence, because they're just not good at doing anything they aim to do here. I think it would have just been far stronger if it was only Saint Saturn who was up against everyone, the Giants, Luffy, the Straw Hat crew, all while trying to stop Vegapunk's desperate broadcast to the rest of the world to get the truth out there. And Saint Saturn, against all these odds, is still making it a close fight. That, I think, would have been a really strong showcase for the 5 elders and how scary they can be, that one of them is able to go against all the strongest in the universe there. But the fact that all 5 show up and still can't succeed, it makes it seem like, well, Luffy will probably end up just fucking dog walking them at some point. Like, it doesn't really feel like they're as terrifyingly powerful as I thought they were now. Whereas again, if it was just Saturn there, I'd be left thinking like, damn, this is just one of them able to, you know, do so much across all of Egghead here. I can't even imagine what'll happen when the other 4 get involved. But now I don't have to imagine. I know what happens when the other 4 get involved. Still fucking nothing. They still can't, like, kill even, like, a giant or anything. They can't stop a broadcast. They can't do shit. Like, it just makes it feel like the 5 elders are just kind of weak. That's just, like, my main complaint so far with Egghead. It kind of took a lot of the oomph out of the 5 elders. Anyway, though, that's really, like, my only major complaint with the second half of Egghead. Like I said, didn't love the first half, but maybe it just wasn't my cup of tea. There's really nothing in there in particular I think was bad. Even, like, with the 5 elders, I don't think it's bad. It's just, I don't know, it felt a little underwhelming given how much had been built up about them is all. But overall, I think it's a very strong arc, and I'm really, really happy that I caught up to One Piece and I get to enjoy this in real time now as we're entering, like, you know, the end of this legendary series. I think it's a masterpiece. I will say, though, I don't expect anyone to follow suit and, like, force themselves to watch 300 episodes if they're not enjoying it. I think it's totally fine if you just don't like One Piece after X amount of episodes to just say it's not for you and be done with it. There's nothing wrong with that. I probably would have done the same thing if it wasn't for me being so spiteful. Like, I probably wouldn't have pushed through as hard as I did, and then I did actually fall in love with it. Again, not Stockholm Syndrome, just an acquired taste. My taste buds got a little more refined is all, as the show got better. Anyway, I just wanted to give you this yearly update here, basically. Fully caught up, we fucking did it. That's really about it. So, yeah. A few days back, Big Bubba Bill Clinton, as well as Hillary Clinton, were talking with a panel about the Epstein files and their involvement in it and the photos and what they all mean, giving their perspective on things. While not being formally accused of wrongdoing, they were there to try and explain their side, so they'd, you know, spaghetti out a bunch of lore here, and that was really it. And not a whole lot's come from it outside of, like, clips, you know, of, like, Hillary Clinton getting upset during it, and Bill Clinton in particular, who I really want to yap about, because he was giddy. He was like Howard Lutnick anytime Epstein's name gets brought up. He couldn't stop laughing and smiling, like, throughout the whole thing. And there's one particular moment that we went over on stream that I have just got to show you, because it is certified wackiness. This is like actual bozo clown level insanity here. Like, he goes through the Epstein files and some of the photos there like he's scrapbooking. Now, apparently one of them was about, like, a painting of him in a dress or something that he was giggling about. I don't know if that's, like, confirmed or not, but that's the speculation based off of, like, what you can kind of see when he's turning one of the pages. But it is weird. And to me, it showcases just how little they actually give a fuck about the Epstein files. They treat it like a joke. Like, Bill Clinton treating it like a joke. The entire fucking administration, like Howard Lutnick in particular, actually busts a gut every time Epstein's name gets brought up. The powerful people know they're going to get away with it. And I really think this whole hearing is just a farce. I think this is just a little song and dance for the plebeians to enjoy. Like, look, we're doing something about Epstein files. Look, here's the Clintons. No, we're not actually accusing them of doing anything wrong, but we're pretending that we might. Even though the administration has reiterated multiple times to just drop it, move on, and that there probably won't be any real investigations henceforth. And Perjury Patel likes to keep lying about it out the wazoo till his whole anus falls out, till he full-blown prolapses on his lies. So I don't have a whole lot of faith in this, like, a committee here that was asking the Clintons questions. I think it's just a sham. I would love if they really did investigate them and everyone in the Epstein files, but I don't think that's coming, and based off of Bill Clinton's attitude here, I think they're also pretty confident that nothing like that's on the horizon anytime soon. Did you see the Did you see the clip of Bill Clinton smiling while looking at old Epstein photos while his lawyer was trying to take them away? Oh my God, yeah.
And for the record, what is happening in this photo?
He's smiling at me, looks like he's talking to me.
Can you describe the circumstances surrounding this photo?
Are you asking if he recalls this?
I do not. I have no idea.
You appear to be comfortable with Mr. Epstein in this photo. What do you disagree with?
I'm comfortable with a lot of people. I'm comfortable here. I'm not happy, but I'm comfortable. Let me see it.
Damn, they don't have the whole thing. So in the whole thing going up to this, he looked at it, he started smiling, his lawyer took it away, and he goes over with a big smile on his face. He's like, give me it, give me it, give me it. And then he reminisces. But they're cutting out all the bits. It's so shameless. Just look at the way he follows it. It's like a dog when you take their toy and they're ready to play fetch. It's unbelievable. That's enough, Bill. No, wait. Stop. I was having fun. You wouldn't believe the story behind this one.
Mr. President, we have about 5 minutes remaining in the majority's first hour, so I just want to ask you some questions related to
crazy.
The crimes.
It's crazy.
Epstein and Miss Maxwell.
Unreal. Bill being nostalgic is crazy. I know, man. And his lawyer is like, okay, this, come on. That's enough. Those were the days, off face, yeah. Can I get a copy of that? Like, the way he starts pointing at it actually makes me feel like he's asking for, can I check out some more of these? Okay. He's having so much fun. I think this is the happiest Bill Clinton has looked since he got the fucking Blowjoptimus Prime from Monica Lewinsky. This guy is glistening. He is like radiant with glee going through these Epstein files. And I've seen some weird defense of this where people are claiming that the reason he's acting that way is because he's taken aback by the comical attempt to pin bad stuff on him with the Epstein files here. So he's not taking it seriously because they've done such a poor job. It's actually a galaxy brain chess maneuver from Bill Clinton here to show that he's not guilty. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? This makes him look significantly more guilty, at least to me it does. And I imagine this probably is pretty poorly put together. I imagine they haphazardly threw this committee together without any real teeth or any real drive for justice, probably just as a way of trying to, like, appease the public, showing that there is movement on this front, since most sane, sensible people aren't dropping this. But what Bill Clinton's doing here doesn't show like he's not guilty. It shows that he doesn't take this seriously as if it's a big deal, when it is. The administration keeps trying to hammer home the point that you shouldn't care about this and that it's not a big deal and we need to move on, which I think is the most unhinged shit imaginable, because this deals with the largest sex trafficking operation in this country's history. Like, the abuse, the trafficking, the potential murder, of children at the hands of Epstein and Epstein's clients, and nobody has been arrested outside of Maxwell, who again gets to just go to a fucking summer camp instead of a prison because of this administration. Like, it's absurd. You should care about this. And then you have people like Bill Clinton here, who in front of this committee is now just giggling about it and looks like he can't wait to keep reminiscing going through these files. He's probably excited to get back in that chair to look at more photos. And even in the slightest, literal tiniest iota of a chance that Bill Clinton isn't guilty of any wrongdoing, the behavior that he's showcasing here, I think, is still completely unacceptable because of the severity of this case. This is a child sex trafficking operation that went on for so many years, implicating some of the most powerful people on the fucking planet, and nobody's taking it seriously in the government here. It's unbelievable. And Bill Clinton can't stop laughing about it. And people in the administration can't stop laughing about it. It's just crazy to me. And I don't know how anyone could watch this and defend it. Now, throughout the deposition, both Bill and Hillary maintain that they didn't do anything wrong. There was nothing sexual or anything like that ever happened. When Bill was pressed about some of the photos in the files, like him and Maxwell in a pool with an unidentified woman, he said, that was actually at a hotel, nothing sexual, nothing freaky, nothing weird. And I imagine that's where the investigation stops. I have no confidence, no faith in anyone actually pursuing real justice against the evil co-conspirators, the fucking heinous, vile monsters, the clients of Jeffrey Epstein. I don't believe anyone's actually going to seriously try and get anyone thrown in the slammer for it. I really do think this committee, this little hearing here, is just a performance. We asked Bill Clinton the hard-hitting questions, and then he said, that's a bunch of fiddlesticks. And we said, well, if Bill says so, we did all we could. Hands are tied. Because that's kind of been the whole attitude about it. That and making a mockery of it. A joke out of the Epstein files. Bill Clinton laughing about it. Administration constantly giggling about it. They're slapping their knee every time Epstein's name is brought up. It's fucking scary. It's so out of control, man. But anyway, I had to yap about this Bill Clinton clip in particular. There's actually a few moments like this throughout the whole thing, but that one's the most egregious, so that was the one that I wanted to show. That's the one I think most people have probably seen by now, too, because it's so ridiculous. But there are quite a few moments like that throughout there. They just don't last as long as this one did. He really got lost in his happy thoughts, reminiscing, and his Epstein days, his glory days. Anyway, though, that's really about it. It's fucking sick stuff, man. Absolutely twisted. Alright, see ya. You ever been to a dog show with the sole purpose of arguing with the other dudes there about how your dog is the most exotic? What do you mean, no? What's wrong with you? You off your gourd or something? This is what sane, healthy people do.
It is what it is. I don't give a fuck. Why? Because it's exotic. This right here, everybody has. This right here, nobody has. Exotic is something. I got the
Nobody got this though.
Everybody got bluffy.
Nobody got this. And exotic got the smash mug, not the long snout.
Long snout. How you figure? Less than 2 fingers.
Snout.
He could breathe. Wait. You got a tail? You got a tail? You got a tail? Oh shit.
It's pure chaos here at the Westminster Dog Show. It's going nuts. There's blood and guts everywhere, and there will be no survivors. Like, this is like a lot of hostility here at the dog presentation. It's like listening to Bills fans and Chiefs fans arguing. All this while holding dogs that they're treating like pieces of jewelry. Specifically, the dude that looks like the Rizzler was set to Wumbo and then found cocaine, the guy that's really like fucking steaming. He just keeps going on about how exotic his dog is and how no one has it, as he's like showing it off like a luxury car.
No high rear though.
This ain't high rear.
Stand
You
up.
crazy?
Stand that dog up. Stop pulling that rear back.
Not putting no rear,
Pulling
baby.
that
Come
rear
on.
back.
Let's do a side shot.
Pulling that rear
Side
back.
shot. Let's do a side shot. Let's do a side shot. Let's do a side shot.
Buddy tries to call him out for high rear, looking to throw a flag on the play, like, nah, it's disqualification, rear too high. And then he's like, high rear, that's the most outrageous thing I've ever seen. I do say, my good chap, that is outlandish. This whole thing is so absurd. And I feel horrible for the dogs here. They all look like they have been bred for the sole purpose of being in these kind of shows from these fucking weirdos. So I imagine they probably have like a lot of health problems. Like, it's no secret, this kind of garbage can cause a lot of like genetic issues in them. And it's very sad. Especially the one that the protagonist here, the main character, is really liking to show off. That poor dog looks like one of the fucking Guardians from Ghostbusters when the main villain shows up. In the way that they're handling the dogs, it's like they don't even view them as a living, breathing creature. They are truly just an accessory that they are trying to win a competition with, and that's all. It's so fucking weird. Now, you may have heard the guy in a coke-fueled frenzy throw down the gauntlet saying, side shot. He is now challenging his heckler here to a side profile showdown. And in the dog world, that's like saying parlay to a pirate. It must be honored. So now they're about to do a side profile 1v1 here on Rust to see whose dog is the most exotic.
Pull him to the side.
Let's go. Side shot.
Put that motherfucker to the side, bro.
Waiting for.
Let's see that shit. Fuck
Hold
the
on,
judge saying. You talking that shit.
I'm gonna talk
what
that
the judge
shit.
saying. You talking that shit. Let's see that shit. Let's see that shit. That shit got that chihuahua face. That shit ain't got a bully face. That shit got a chihuahua face. That's a fluffy chihuahua, nigga.
It is.
Fuck out of here.
It is.
Get talking that shit.
Get that face. But look at that rear go. Oh shit.
Talking that shit.
Wrong ass bus. Get that fucking bus out of here.
This is high-level dog management right here from the owners. Did you see that technique? He turns his dog to the side and immediately hits the Ric Flair woos, woo, over and over again. Like, did you see that? What happened? This is some impressively pathetic stuff here. I don't know how these dudes go home and look themselves in the mirror without tears in their eyes, crying at the fact that they're such huge fucking losers. It is shocking to me. Even the dogs look embarrassed to be there with them.
Get that bus out of here, baby. Come on, man. Get that bus out of here.
Your dog's scared, fam. Your dog is scared.
Man, be scared.
Your dog is scared.
He's still more exotic than yours, though.
You wish.
He's still more exotic than
Long
yours.
hair don't make it exotic, bro. That's a
So
chow
what the
chow.
fuck? What it makes
That's
it
a
then?
chow chow.
What it makes it then?
That's a chow
What it makes
chow.
it then? Do you have it?
That's
No.
a hairy
Do you
mud.
have
Show
it?
the pedigree.
Do you have it?
Show the pedigree.
Ant-Man, baby.
Ain't no fucking
Ant-Man.
fluffy
Ant-Man, baby.
I can't believe a fight didn't break out right there between those two. The second he called for the pedigree check, oh man, I thought there was gonna be some haymakers swinging there. I thought that was about to get real pugilistic real quick.
Ant-Man all day.
Yeah, show the
Ant-Man all
pedigree.
day.
Show the pedigree.
Show the
Show the
pedigree.
bloodline. There's somewhere down the line. There's some fucking fluffy down there.
Babe, baby.
Ain't no babe. Ain't nothing babe look like that. Not like babe look like that, bro. Not like babe look like that.
I know what I did. I know what I did.
It don't look like it.
It don't have to look like it. Don't
You know what
worry.
I'm saying?
Get ready for what's coming, though. Get ready for what's coming. Oh, I'm ready.
Man's out here talking like he's in the NBA championship game. Get ready for what's coming. I'm dunking from the free throw line like Air Jordan. I swear to God. Brother, calm down. You're at a dog show. Get ready for what's coming. Mayan calendar predicted end of the world's 2012. Guess what? It's 2025. I'm shutting the world down with my dog right here. You're not ready for this.
Get ready. Get ready. There won't be no long snout shit.
This ain't what's now? What's now? What's now?
That shit more Yorkie than bully.
Let's see who can run and come back without breathing.
This shit more Yorkie than bully.
Let's see who can run and come back.
You know what I'm saying?
Let's see who can run and come back.
Functional.
He's functional as fuck.
You know what I'm saying? None
Fully
of that
functional.
bullshit.
That's good, baby. Get that clout off of Bluffy. Get that clout off of the Bluffy, my guy.
I don't need clout.
Sure.
I don't need clout. Real bulls back in style. And that ain't no fucking bull.
Yeah.
That ain't no fucking bull.
Yeah, hell yeah, it ain't no bull, baby.
Fuck out of here. That shit mutt.
These owners were getting so feral there for a second. I thought they were about to start eating their dogs there for a moment. Just like actually like, oh yeah, not functional. Well, he can run there and back. And he also tastes great. And then just takes like a bite out of him or something. Shit was going like actually Insano style. This guy's now bubbling over with rage. That ain't no fucking bull! And the other guy's like trying to get on his ass for clout chasing off of his, I think he calls it a bluffy, is what he was saying. I don't really know. But man, they are like actually foaming at the mouth here.
Hell yeah. Let it be a month. Let it be a month. This is a new month. This is the new wave. Look at that front. Come on, baby. Look at that front. I see cameras on this. What about that? Fuck out of here. Get that shit off the table. Fuck out of here.
They looking at that shit because they don't know what the fuck it is. That's why.
They're looking at
That's why. They don't know what it is, bro.
This is the new
wave. They don't know what it is.
Trust me.
They don't know what it is.
Trust me when I tell you. The new wave.
There's just no way it can be this serious. Like, what's on the line? What do you win? A year-long subscription to Chewy or something? Like, I cannot imagine it's worth all of this fuss. These two goofballs are about to blow a gasket. They're arguing like it's an Xbox Live lobby all over this weird dog show that they're at. Also, apparently this isn't that unusual. 4 years ago, there was an actual brawl at one of these kind of things. This was at something called a bully takeover, which I think is probably like the same competition that we're watching this argument at, since the whole thing they were talking about was like bullies and shit there too. So like, it feels as though like this is less of a dog competition and more of like a place where you can bring your dogs and eat some knuckle sandwiches. It's just such an unlikely event to imagine such a heated argument to arise at, or a violent brawl. And it is a violent brawl. Like, it's like a hockey fight. I can't show you any clips because I think the video would probably get taken down or flagged by YouTube. But like, it's an actual like hockey fight where one guy's grabbing the other guy and they're just fucking exchanging blows. And apparently it was a full brawl. It wasn't just those two, but in that video right there, they were like kind of the centerpiece to all of it. So it's just so weird that these dog shows apparently are so incredibly hostile. Like, maybe all the guys who show up are the ones that are actually neutered, not the dogs, so they just go there with a chip on their shoulder or something. I have no fucking clue. But it is wacky to watch. Anyway, I saw this today and I just had to yap about it a little bit. I don't know what animal there won the competition, but really, there are no winners there. And again, I feel so fucking terrible for those dogs. Not only are the owners just loose cannon, unhinged lunatics, but the way that they have been bred, I think no doubt has led to them having health issues, most likely. And that's just super sad. Anyway, that's about it. So, yep. The vast majority of numbers you see on the internet aren't real. The accounts that you interact with, the posts that you see, oftentimes aren't even made by a human being on the other side of the keyboard. The cyberspace is dominated by bots. And unless you've just woken up from a coma, this isn't news to you. Everybody knows that now. It's an accepted part of cruising the World Wide Web, that the shit you see is artificially inflated. And it's become a huge yapping point, a massive topic, specifically dead internet theory, and diving even deeper into the minutia of bots, cannonballing into the deep end of the pool, you will find viewbots, a topic that often gets very aggressive and accusatory because it is so prevalent across streams, in particular on Twitch, on YouTube, on Kick. Streamers of all shapes and sizes are often using viewbots to boost their numbers. It's not some big conspiracy, it's not deep state propaganda or anything like that. It is a provable, real thing that platforms just don't seem to be taking any real action on at all. I could right now go live on Twitch openly stating I'm view-botting it out the wazoo to fucking 20k viewers, and maybe the worst that would happen is I get like a 24-hour suspension from Twitch. They don't care. They made that push like a year ago about getting bots off the platform, but that lasted for what, 2 fucking days? And then they took like a catastrophic hit to their overall viewer metrics, and I guess they pumped the brakes because at the end of the day, and this is something people say a lot, and it is true, those huge numbers are good for Twitch as well to advertisers, even if the numbers are fake, even if they know it's botted, phony baloney, fraudulent viewer metrics. It doesn't matter. It makes them more appealing to brands. So it seems like they are very hands-off when it comes to doling out big punishment for view bots. It's not exactly a well-kept secret. It's pretty out there in the open that tons of streamers view bot. Now, the reason why I'm yapping about it again is because just yesterday, or maybe it was even earlier today, I don't know, time moves in a weird fucking fashion once you hit your 30s. Everything blends together, your bones fucking creak anytime you walk up or down stairs. Anyway, though, I'll stop bitching and whining about that. I know you're not here to listen to me play a sad song on the world's smallest violin about my deteriorating cartilage. The CEO of Night Media, Reed, came forward with a post out of nowhere saying that it's time to start viewbotting. That's the title of the post, which is a eye-catching title, no doubt. Very seldom will you hear someone in that kind of position just say the quiet part out loud here about success in the streaming space. And make no mistake, Night Media is fucking huge. They are one of the top dogs in the YouTuber streamer agency space. They are huge in the industry. They represented Mr. Beast for a while. I don't know if they still do, but they have represented and still actively represent massive creators. So it was certainly interesting to see him with a post like this that makes it seem like he's out there saying, everyone's got a view bot, we gotta open Pandora's box. If you're not pooping, you're farting. If you're not using view bots, you're at a disadvantage. Wake the fuck up, samurai. Time to get view bots on the horn. But reading the post, it's a little bit different, though ultimately his tone around viewbots does seem to be somewhat positive. What does it take to cut through all the noise on the internet? If everyone else is botting, why shouldn't you? We used to live in a world where if you made great content, algorithms would find an audience for your videos. Now, creators have to clip farm, pay clippers, and sometimes even viewbot to have a better chance of capturing more attention and breaking through the noise. This is especially true on platforms like Twitch, where viewbotting can surface you on the front page of popular streaming categories. Off rip, this is some turbo doomer shit because it kind of positions it as like your only option if you're just getting started. Oh, there used to be a time where if you made great content, you could get found, but those times are way behind us in the shitter now. It's gone. That's a era long forgotten, like the saber-toothed tiger. Now, if you want to cut through the noise, you gotta clip farm, pay clippers, or Lord help us, even viewbot. You gotta get down and dirty in the pig pen. It's the only way. When that's not true. You can still make great content and get found. It does happen. I think the best example of that is Queso. I would be shocked to learn Queso viewbotted at any point in his life. I don't even think the guy could find a viewbot website or provider. I genuinely don't think he would even know where to begin with something like that. And he has blown up solely because he makes good content. He cut through the noise. And this is something I've always said, luck is a huge part of it. It is. It just is. But what he is right about is that in the current day and age, there is an alternative that doesn't rely as much on RNG, and that is pay to win. You can stand a better chance of standing out in the oversaturation of content creation by paying for viewbots to float your stream to the top of categories, or pay for viewbots on other socials where you're spamming clips from your streams so you could boost up numbers on, you know, a wacky moment or something and have it like explode elsewhere because you inflated the numbers through viewbots, so then people could find your stream and maybe organically grow it that way, but you still viewbotted in order to boost a clip that led people to the stream. Like, there are paths that don't rely as much on luck, because if you just have money to start and just start buying views, it does help put you in front of more eyes. It's something that's very common, especially on Twitter. But at the end of the day, I just don't like this mentality that Reed kind of encapsulates here of, well, everyone else is cheating, so I should too. And he's trying to make like a strong argument that everyone else is doing it. Content alone, it could be the most slapping, banging content ever. It's not good enough. It's all about the distribution method now, which is dominated through bots and shit like that. So really, you gotta think about this strategy of using bots. I just don't like how he's positioning bots as a strategy instead of calling it what it really is, which is cheating. Like, yes, you can gamify the distribution and shit through bots. Everyone fucking knows that. But I just don't think it's something that should be outwardly encouraged. And it's really weird that the CEO of Night Media, one of the biggest agencies in the space, especially for streamers, is having this kind of viewpoint. Like, his title isn't exactly indicative of his thoughts, because he does say, like, this is a problem, this is an exploit, but he speaks about it like, this exploit exists, so you have to use this now. It's like, you really should, like, almost that it's a necessity. And I just don't like that perspective, nor that mentality. I just think there's a reason why this topic on viewbots is always so passionate from so many people, because viewbots fucking suck. Nobody likes that. It is just a completely dog shit norm right now. And I don't think it needs to be even more normalized. But it's not some requirement or anything like that. Reed then goes on to make a mention of advertisers and viewbots. Do advertisers have any way of tracking botted engagement, and why isn't Twitch cracking down on this at all? Those are two really good questions. The answer to do advertisers have a way of tracking botted engagement is a big, nobody fucking knows. My gut tells me there's no way advertisers would have any clue, because how would they? How would they distinguish between authentic and real viewers through just a number plastered on a stream? It'd be entirely on Twitch to take care of the bots and get that number to be where it's like the authentic viewers and not just like, fraudulent ones. I don't see how they could ever possibly know what's real and what's fake based on just the publicly available information. And I doubt Twitch is behind the scenes saying, okay, so your advertisement was played in front of 1 million concurrent viewers over the course of this campaign. Of that, about 15K were real human beings. We really appreciate your business. Like, I highly doubt that fucking happens, right? Like, it doesn't happen on a streamer basis with sponsors either. It's like if a streamer is botting his stream up to like 5K, but really he only has like 1,000 real viewers there, and he works with a brand, and he sells to this brand at the 5K concurrent viewers, he's making a lot of extra money versus if he sold at his real 1K. And now the brand gets put in front of what they believe is 5,000 people, but is actually 4,000 bots with only 1,000 real people there. So maybe the campaign only sees them make like 3 fucking sales. Like, man, Perry Poutine Gotcha Game only got 3 clicks through this guy's stream, even though he has 5K concurrent viewers. What's going on here? And then you can maybe speculate and surmise that, okay, he's botting. But then you'd also never really know for sure, because you could also say like, okay, maybe his community is just not interested in this gotcha game. These brands, I don't think have any idea, is the point I'm making. I don't see how they would. It's entirely on Twitch to combat the bots, and I don't think there's a way or a tool that these brands have access to that normal people don't, that lets them see real versus fake viewers. And then to Reed's second question about why does Twitch not crack down on it, I think everyone knows, because Twitch also benefits from these hugely inflated numbers. They see a lot of upside to these massive numbers being housed on Twitch. I think that's pretty clear. Probably don't need to dive any deeper on that. And it is something that he starts to tackle in his next section here about platforms needing to take action. He goes on to talk about, how prevalent the botting problem is, as well as the reluctance from platforms to act on it, believing that the more views there are, the better things look for advertisers, which many people agree with. And again, that probably is the simple truth of it. If these numbers are huge, the platforms are probably very happy, because then it's more appealing to advertisers. It could end up with more money to the platform itself. I think it really is that simple. Now, it's this section that ties directly into the eye-catching title that he used here for this piece. If everyone else is doing it, should you? I would never explicitly say you should bot your views on Twitch, other than in the title of this article. But the reality is, if you're not view botting and everyone else is, you're at a disadvantage. When you're competing in a category where you're buried if you don't have 500 plus viewers, maybe shifting your strategy to paying clippers and buying bots helps a streamer break through. I wanted to see what it would cost to bot a stream, and for $180 a week on ViewBotter, I can get 1,500 followers, 225 chatters, and 750 concurrent viewers. Not bad for less than $800 a month, and these companies accept crypto payments. So, he's saying that he's not actively advocating for viewbotting your channel, but if you're not, well, you got your own dick in your butt. Like, everyone around you is doing it. Maybe you should shift your strategy. I don't know. To me, that feels like he is advocating for it. Maybe I'm on the crack pipe. He's pointing out a real problem, that these platforms don't enforce it, so the precedent has been set that there's no actual consequences. But it does seem like he's saying, you really should viewbot your streams if you want to succeed. And he does prop it up as a legitimate strategy and even insinuates that it's not like super expensive, saying, not bad for less than $800 a month. Look at this huge head start you can get. Really should be something to consider. And I get it. It is something that people obviously consider and pull the trigger on, no doubt. But it's not exactly something that I think should be encouraged either. It sucks. It is a bad practice. And there's a reason why this is such a big topic, because people don't like viewbotters. It's not something that I think should be talked about in a manner that feels like it's positive and encouraging, and even setting it up as maybe even your only option if you want to stand out, because as Reed said multiple times, good content isn't good enough. You got to really consider distribution, and distribution viewbots can really do wonders for. I don't know. To me, it just rubs me the wrong way. He then closes by talking about viewbot detection and how Twitch CEO mentioned it's a game of cat and mouse, and that really there's not a whole lot of great information that he could find on how brands can detect viewbots or anything like that. And then he finishes the big takeaway. We've entered an era where good content alone isn't enough, distribution tactics are. When clipping, paid amplification, and even bots can artificially push you up the rankings, the playing field starts to tilt toward whoever is willing to game it. Twitch's detection tools feel reactive at best, and advertisers don't seem to have a reliable way to verify what's real. If botting becomes normalized, creators face a brutal question. Compete clean and risk invisibility, or bend the rules to survive. Long term, though, this erodes trust in the entire ecosystem. Again, he drives that point home about good content alone isn't enough. It's all about distribution tactics, and I just firmly disagree. Good content alone is sometimes enough. But again, it does take luck. It does. It always has, and it always will. Distribution tactics, though, he's right, can be gamified and boost your shit and immediately give you a better chance, so you're not overly reliant on luck. If you'd rather focus instead on pay-to-win mechanics through clippers and viewbots and stuff like that, then you would be entering the Thunderdome competing head-to-head, toe-to-toe with countless others who are doing that daily. That is very, very common. And in many, many cases, it's hard to tell if it's real or fake. So it is a legitimate problem, and it sucks that platforms don't do anything about it. He's not wrong about the core, that there is a huge problem because these platforms don't crack down on viewbots. Now everyone fucking does it seems. And it fucking blows. And I imagine he's right that it is a very real consideration for tons of streamers. Well, why would I even bother trying to do this legitimately when everyone else is fucking cheating? Everyone else is viewbotting, so why wouldn't I? And it's hard to argue, because it's morally correct to, play fair. It would be hard to make someone be like, okay, then I'll do that and go nowhere unless I get fucking crazy lucky. When the alternative is apparently cheap viewbots that give them a better chance. It's something that he's not wrong about in his assessment here. Again, I just find it weird that it feels like he's speaking on it almost positively, you're at a huge disadvantage, you really need to think about this strategy that actually isn't all that expensive if you want to compete on an even playing field. Because at the end of the day, I don't think viewbots are something that should be encouraged. I don't think it should be twisted to the point where people consider viewbots like a strategy as opposed to just cheating. Because viewbots are bad for everyone. There's a reason why it's such a passionate topic for so many people. Because it sucks. It sucks for the people that aren't doing it, and it sucks for viewers too. Viewbots are just shitty overall, genuinely. So, it's not something that I'd like to see more people start being yeah, let's start really thinking about doing more viewbotting, as if there's not already enough. So, anyway, this was a very interesting post, to say the least, and I just wanted to yap about it. That's really about it. See ya. I just saw 28 Years Later Bone Temple, and it is a significant improvement over the last one. Not that I thought the last one was bad, but I wasn't the biggest fan of it. This movie slaps. I think Bone Temple is extremely good, and I just read that it's not doing well in the box office and is projected at like a 13 million opening weekend, which is a 53% drop or something like that compared to the last one. And honestly, that's just a bigger shame than when they canceled the Men in Black cartoon series, because this movie is, I think, very good. I understand why people maybe aren't, flocking to the theater to plant their asses in the seats and watch this if they watched the last one and didn't like it all that much, because that movie, it felt like two very different movies that were sometimes clashing, and I didn't think it worked overly well. So I imagine a lot of people probably weren't super hyped to see it continued, thinking that it'd be, same song and dance again. Let me just put those fears to bed. It is not. This movie, I think, is much, much better. Another thing that I think is working against it is how quickly it's come out since the last one. It's only been 6 months. I think it's 6 months, somewhere in that general ballpark. So it hasn't even been like a full year since 28 Years Later. So I think a lot of people think that this is like fucking DLC or something, or behind the scenes look at 28 Years Later, and marketing hasn't exactly been stellar for it. So I definitely understand there's a lot of contributing factors for its less than amazing performance so far in the box office, but I just need you to know this movie is like really good, and it would be really just a sin to not see this story concluded, because there is still more to the story, and the way that this one ends, I actually sat there and said out loud, holy shit. I am very, very curious to see where they take it, and I hope that we do get to see the finale of it, even if this doesn't, start picking it up in the box office. I hope they've just already got it in the can and are ready to ship it, because if nothing else, I really want to see it. So anyway, as I do now these days, I get into spoilers, so here's your spoiler warning. Alright, we're in. At the end of 28 Years Later, I mentioned a very silly, out-of-nowhere scene where you had basically the blonde-haired Power Rangers drop in and save our protagonist Spike out of nowhere. They come in and they just start, massacring some zombies using, fucking kung fu on them. One of them's doing, flips and shit, and it's just so wacky and tonally different than a lot of everything else we'd see in the movie. This film picks up right where that one leaves off. It's the cult of Jimmy, and Spike is now given the opportunity to join their ranks one of the fingers if he can kill one of the members. It's do or die, and he is getting toyed with by the Jimmy that is fighting him. But Spike is able to pull it off. He kills that Jimmy, and now he is forced into this lifestyle in the cult of Jimmy. It's led by Jimmy Crystal, who is an extremely entertaining villain. I thought it would just be, super goofy, over the top, and, cheesy, which has its own certain charm to it. But while he has, the characteristics of, some kind of cartoon villain, the way that it works in the universe of 28 Years Later, I think is just perfect. It's menacing, it's charismatic, and it's clear, there is a lot of fear that he is able to generate through just being so, unhinged and so, grand in, his performance and stuff. So, the whole thing is Jimmy Crystal is communicating with old Nick, Satan, and he and his hand, which is the 7 fingers, are going through and just offering charity to Satan, which is basically just killing people and torturing them, letting their screams be the music to old Nick's ears. And Jimmy Crystal is just very theatrical in it, oh, Nick, I can hear you in my noodle. What charity shall we provide? Ah, the shirt. And hearing me do that, you're oh, that sounds fucking stupid. But the performance here from Jack O'Connell, I believe that's the actor's name, is extremely good. So, when this is happening and they are torturing people, and it's gruesome, by the way, they do not pull punches on, the torture, they go fucking hog wild, it's, actually very intimidating. And you can see why the fingers, are afraid of their leader, whom they are convinced is the son of old Saint Nick, the son of Satan. There's fear, there's respect, and, the charisma. It's very, very well done. Jimmy Crystal was a surprisingly interesting villain. But I would say the heart and soul of this movie is Dr. Kelson. So Dr. Kelson, whom we met in the last movie after Spike takes his mother there, we follow him a lot. And he is deep in study and theory around the alpha zombie whom he's named Samson. Samson is the zombie from the previous film who we saw just like rip people's skulls off like trophies. He's like brutal, huge, imposing. His fucking cock is slinging all over the place. He got fucking meat flapping in the wind. And he is the alpha in this territory. Dr. Kelson is studying him. He has this blow dart that puts him into an opiate-induced trance. And he's in like a fugue state. And while he's there, he's calm. And he becomes addicted to it, Samson. So now, in this film, we see Samson is actually approaching Kelson. Of course, not like friendly, like, oh, hello, neighbor. May I have some more of that morphine cocktail? But he approaches him in a way different than other zombies. Instead of like charging at him mindlessly, he charges at him, but then kind of stops when he notices that blow dart that he knows will put him into that state. So Dr. Kelson picks up on that and starts administering this morphine cocktail to him, and Samson keeps coming back for more. And over time, as he's getting more and more comfortable, they become like friends. Not friends in like the traditional sense, but Dr. Kelson is now treating him as he would any other patient. And it's so fucking fascinating. I would say the main character of this movie isn't Spike, like it was in the last film. Spike is a big character here, but he takes a backseat to every other character. In fact, I wouldn't even say he's like the most prominent character in the cult of Jimmy. I'd say that belongs to another one of the fingers named Kelly, who kind of like protects Spike because he's not the strongest warrior. He did kind of just get lucky in killing that previous finger, and he doesn't want to be there, and she notices that and tries to like protect him. She, I would say, is actually like more prominent in the fingers than even Spike. But again, I really think the main character and the beating heart of this film is Dr. Kelson. And I didn't expect to be as drawn into this narrative of like maybe curing the infection as I was. Because in a lot of other zombie things, it's like this one eureka moment where they just like kind of cure the infection. But here, it's very interesting because Kelson's not setting out to cure the infection. He's setting out just to try and better understand it. So he starts to wonder, like, well, does the virus replace the mind, or does it just cloud it? What are they seeing? What is Samson seeing when he's murdering babies and shit? Because the babies don't pose a threat to him, what would be compelling him to start murdering them mercilessly? And he starts viewing it more as like a psychosis and trying to treat it as such. And we see Samson, still very much infected, still very much the alpha, he's able to start being less clouded and actually gets out a word. He starts remembering things from before the infection. And it's just such a gradual shift that doesn't feel silly or like, you know, just for the sake of plot convenience. It was really fascinating and it was done super well. I just, pretty much everything in Bone Temple, I think is an improvement over the last one in every possible aspect. I think it's a lot more gruesome. The action is a lot better. I think also does a better job in the horror department as well. I think it's more unnerving. I think you get more invested in the story that's going on because you care more about what's happening here. And it feels like it's setting itself up for some huge conclusion with the way that this one wraps up. It's very exciting. The first film, I felt a lot of it was style over substance, where they tried to do these very like artsy, almost like pretentious shots that don't really do a whole lot in the context that they're used in. Here, there's still a lot of great style, but there's a lot of good substance too. It's a really interesting journey that I think fucking crushed it. And there's a really, really fun section with an Iron Maiden song and like a crazy choreographed dance and shit. It's so good. I really thought Bone Temple was amazing. And it is so sad that it's not doing well. I hope that like word of mouth will help it pick up and start to perform better, because it deserves it. But now, I don't want anyone going into this thinking that it's a perfect film, because it's definitely not, especially when you put it in the framing of this being the second film in a series. It becomes kind of questionable why they're so like kind of disjointed. They don't fit super well together because, like, for example, Spike's father, who was a very big component of the first half of the previous movie, he's not even mentioned in this one at all. And this isn't even really Spike's story anymore. We're exploring, you know, true evil with Jimmy and his gang. And also, you know, Kelson learning about the infection. But I don't think that's the biggest deal in the world. There is something that I did kind of find a little disappointing. The fingers, I understand there being a bunch of them. You can't really like flesh them out. They are kind of just one-dimensional. I get that. But what I really didn't like is that it's established that these fingers, the other Jimmies, are extremely strong. The strongest people that he's come across, and in order to even be one of the fingers, they have to pass the initiation, which is killing a previous member, which is supposed to be very, very difficult, because they're very adept at surviving and fighting. We saw them dispatch of zombies easily. They completely just massacre zombies. They massacre people effortlessly. There was even like a duel when they came to a small settlement where one person, Jimmy said, you can join us if you kill one of the fingers here, choose your fighter. He chose someone, and the girl completely outclassed him and annihilated him. So they are established as like really strong fighters. But towards the end of this film, they are easily killed. So like one of the fingers is able to kill all of the others with like single moves. And I'm not talking like elaborate moves or anything. It's just like this and like this. And it wasn't like surprise attacks or anything. I guess one of them was, but the others weren't. It was, you like slapped one of them, then stabbed. And then the other one stabbed. And it's like, that's underwhelming because this whole time we've been led to believe these fingers are maybe not equal in terms of fighting prowess. Like maybe this one finger that's betraying them is more talented than the rest, but it should still at least be some kind of fight, some kind of like climactic showdown, I would have thought. It just feels like they were strong when it was convenient for the plot, but then really weak when Spike needed to survive or when they needed to wrap a certain thing up. That just felt a little deflating to me. I would have liked to see them be able to show why they're even fingers in the first place about being strong fighters. And there's a couple other individual scenes I don't think worked overly well, but it's really not like a big detriment to the film or anything at all. Like I said, I think the movie slaps overall. I was very impressed and pleasantly surprised at the big improvement between the previous 28 years later and now this one. And like I said, I really would like to see how this story concludes. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So yeah. First things first, before I cannonball into the spaghetti and meatballs of today's topic, I'd like to let you all know I've been actively working on my Mickey Mouse impression, so please let me know your thoughts. Pluto! So with that out of the way, I'm going to show you all of my analytics from my lifetime of being on YouTube and almost a decade of being on Twitch. Now, the reason for this is, a week ago I made a video called I'm Turning It Off, and in that video I'm explaining why I'm disabling any and all means of people having the ability to donate money to me. No more super chats, no more YouTube memberships, for all intents and purposes, no more bits on Twitch. I say all intents and purposes because you can't actually fully disable that on Twitch. Once you start streaming on there, you're fucking shackled to the bits ecosystem. It cannot be turned off. So I made the minimum so high that no one can pay it, hopefully, and actively discouraging people from subbing on Twitch as well. Any and all avenues where people could just give me clams, I am just putting the kibosh on. I should have done this a long time ago, but better late than never. Might as well get the farty sharded now. The reason is super simple. I would much rather you keep your money. Use it for yourself or use it for things you deem important, whether it's charitable causes or what have you. But just stop forking it over to me. Now, since posting that video, there's been a lot of questions and even somewhat of a pushback from other streamers about how, like, this sets a bad precedent where it, like, starts to shame other streamers if they don't follow my footsteps here. Let me be clear. I'm not trying to make a rallying cry here. I'm not your dad. You do what you want with your own streams. Keep donations and subs on out the wazoo forever. I don't care. That's your prerogative. This was just my own personal decision. Obviously, that wasn't like the most prevalent take or anything, but it is a conversation I saw stirring about after I posted that video, because there are some streamers that believe that normal people having the ability to give them money helps them feel included in the community, part of the crew, part of the ship, and it's like integral to the streaming experience to be able to like sub and donate and things like that. I've never really shared that perspective. I've always viewed streaming as content that you are providing to viewers for free, and if someone's nice enough to toss you a doubloon, you tip your fedora saying, "Holly jolly, thanks for the Reddit gold, kind stranger," and move on. But it's not an obligation, and no one should feel like they need to be able to give you money to be included in the community. That feels very parasocial to me. But that's just my own view on it. But what I will tell you, breaking the magician's code here, there is no top streamer that needs your financial support to put food on the table or continue providing those streams for you. Also, the bulk of a streamer's income comes from ads in the first place. Anyway, though, I think this stems from people just not really knowing how much money a top streamer can make on Twitch, for example. So, let me show you my analytics from my lifetime on Twitch. Now, Twitch analytics are a little wonky here on the back end, so I wasn't able to just set the date range from 2017 to 2025 because it would just freeze. It would just have a conniption. I bet the Twitch HQ server just fucking caught flame with me trying to do that, so I had to break it up into chunks. So in 2017 is when I really started actually streaming on Twitch. I had dabbled in 2016, but it wasn't until 2017 where I got partnered and everything. So from 2017 to 2019, I made $55,500 for those 2 years. And I wasn't full-time streaming at this point or anything. It was just a bit of goofing around, having some fun, and it brought in $55,500. From 2019 to 2021 is when I took it a lot more seriously, as you can see. My time streamed went from 600 hours on the 2 years to 3,600 hours, and I made $1.2 million for those 2 years. And this was before my Twitch contract, so the only ads that were running on my stream were the pre-roll ads, the ones that Twitch would insert themselves. So this was still without ads, by the way. $1.2 million, almost 1.3. Then I got a Twitch contract which necessitated a certain amount of ads, 3 minutes of ad time per hour. And from 2021 to basically 2025, I made $4.1 million. And to those astute observers amongst you with those keen peepers, you might notice that my subscriptions are less than half of what they were for the previous 2-year period. So even though I have 180,000 less subs across these 3 years than I did for the previous 2, I still made significantly more. And that is because of ads. Ads are the breadbasket to streamers. That is the jelly to the peanut butter sandwich that is streaming. And keep in mind, these numbers here, the 4.1, the 1.2, those don't even include brand deals or sponsorships. And I didn't have any ancillary donations, but a lot of streamers do through Streamlabs for text-to-speech, stuff like that. So that doesn't include any of those other means of making money through the medium. This is solely through just Twitch itself. And I think something important to mention, contrary to popular belief, I am not a top streamer. I am also not even a full-time streamer, and I haven't been for over a year and a half. So, my 2025 earnings, I didn't really put them here. It's about 100K. So another thing to add to the total here. But I'm not even a full-time streamer anymore, and I haven't been a top 20 streamer probably since the fucking Among Us boom. Back in the prehistoric internet age now. The Among Us era is the only time where I broached the top 20. I've not been in that ball game for a while, and yet this is still a crazy amount of money. Where there is no reason I should be taking money from just normal people working normal, everyday jobs. It just doesn't feel right to me. Streaming is the easiest job there is. Hot take, I know, sorry, that was a blistering, scalding magma that I just spewed out there, but it is just the truth. I sit in swamp ass for a few hours every day, well, at least I used to when I was a full-time streamer, playing games, or just yapping. Now compare that Weenie Hut Jr. routine to a normal person who is actually working their ass off every single day in a 9-to-5 environment, grinding in the hopes of chasing the American dream. And then they'll come home, maybe turn on my stream and donate a couple of dollars to me. And it just doesn't sit right with me taking that kind of money, given what I've made from all of this. And I really should have just stopped this a long time ago, especially considering this is just the Twitch side of things. I told you, I'm going to show you my YouTube earnings. So be ready, because here it is. Huge fucking number, an unfathomable amount of money. From starting this channel in 2007 all the way until today, I have made $35.8 million. I never even imagined that amount of money was possible to earn without just being born rich. I have said from day one, I got incredibly lucky. I will never be able to put into words just how lucky I got with all of this shit here. I'm not special. I got lucky. I have always said that, and I still believe that to this day. Now, something I saw a lot of people asking after the video I made about turning off all the donation stuff is how much money I'm leaving on the table. And while it's kind of hard to show it on Twitch considering both subs and bits are technically still on, even though I discourage both and have bits at a point where I don't think it's even possible to use them, I still can't get like a hard number on what's like gone now or anything like that. But on YouTube, I can show you directly. So with memberships and supers/gifts, I made over $1 million. Keep in mind, I've only had those things enabled for about a year. That was $1 million in a year from just normal people donating it to me. Again, that just doesn't fucking sit right with me. Now I know there are plenty of streamers and YouTubers that have significantly more money than me and have subs and donations on and whatever. I don't care. Like I said, this is not me trying to lead some kind of revolution here where all of them turn it off. It's their choice to make. I wanted to explain fully why I don't want normal people just giving me their money anymore at all. Also, to be honest, I think just full goatseeing, showing how much streaming/YouTubing can make, just showing you the full, unedited, raw numbers is probably helpful for normal people so they can see how much money is in this space, because I think there's often so many question marks from people wondering how much does a streamer or YouTuber make? They'll either say like they're making billions of dollars or they're making nothing. There's never like an in-between because there's never any like really hard numbers to look at. So I think something like this can be helpful for that, especially because over the years I've noticed there's been a multitude of creators that have come out and tried to like underplay how well off they are financially because they believe it could be somewhat of a brand risk where if they are perceived as being someone that's very rich, well, maybe their audience wouldn't like them as much because they're no longer relatable. It's just something I've seen here and there over the years from a bunch of different creators, and I just find it a bit disingenuous. So hopefully something like this can help show that if someone is in like the top sphere of YouTube or Twitch, they are very, very well off financially. Anyway, though, if you add both of these numbers up, I've made a total of $41.3 million. But that's not to say that's what I have. Now, I do live in Florida, which means there is no individual income tax. Big time Florida W right there. And I know, I'm big time gushing grannies, Florida glazer. I've lived here my whole life. And that is something very nice about it. But it's not to say that the tax man comes in gentle with the lube. He still goes whole hog raw. It is still brutal when the tax man comes a-knockin'. He'll blow up your guts. And that's just the way that the cookie crumbles. Obviously, a good chunk instantly goes to taxes. There's also like salaries for the people that I pay on my team, other expenses, and also for the first 4 to 5 years of me earning money through my YouTube channel, I donated every single dollar to charity. So while I may have earned $41 million over the course of my time online, I don't have nearly that much. But I still have more money than I will ever know what to fully do with. And I actually thought it would be kind of fun to go through like a deep dive on what it looks like. You know, taxes, expenses, all that kind of thing to see how it all breaks down. But maybe that's a topic best left for a different video. So for now, I'll probably just conclude it here. Hopefully this was insightful. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I might be 31 years old, but I game like I'm 20. I've still got it. You know Brian Johnson, the guy who's becoming the immortal vampire through like endless research experimentation and like 2,000 pills a day? Well, I found the real cheat code to immortality. It's playing games. Keeps you young. And man, do I still have the ability to do that really well. I got reflexes like a cat and aim like a geriatric octogenarian trying to get piss into a toilet bowl. Point is though, I've been playing a lot of games and something very special happened. I played a horror game that wasn't dog shit. Now I know what you're thinking. This can't be possible. It's unheard of. But, sports fans, with my hand on a stack of Bibles, it's true. I played a game called Who's at the Door, which is an anomaly hunt horror game, which I know isn't the most, unique combination of genres blending together. That's kind of like peanut butter and jelly in the horror space right now. There are 1,000 of those puppies being farted out every day. But Who's at the Door was like a really, interesting world and story with a really well-designed anomaly hunt that actually startled me, which doesn't happen. I'm basically immune to jump scares for the most part. But this one was able to penetrate my defense, and it's not like it solely relies on cheap jump scares or anything. It actually just builds up tension really well too. I played it for the gaming channel, which I've been going crazy on, Moist Critical Gaming Official. I think you should all go subscribe over there because I'm playing like 1,000 games a month. A lot of people still think it's just stream highlights. It's not. The majority of the content on that channel is me off-stream gaming tons of things, like Who's at the Door. And most recently playing through the Peter Jackson King Kong game from like 2005, which is still a super slapper. That game holds up really well. Anyway, though, I wanted to show you highlights from Who's at the Door because I actually really like this game. I am a psychiatric patient. Fuzzy hallucinations and voices are part of my everyday life, but lately these hallucinations are lasting longer. Now they won't go away unless I take some medication. The boundary between reality and illusion has been blurred even more, and I feel increasingly trapped between them. If this really is... Oh boy, I got hit with dyslexia. If this is really a treatment, how much longer must I endure this pain?
In such cases, immediately take your prescribed medication. Or try to calm yourself quietly in your room. Hang in there just a little longer, and you'll make a full recovery.
How do you feel about ayahuasca? With the way people talk about that these days, it's apparently a panacea to cure everything. It's quiet now, no voices, no shadows. Should be safe to open the door at a time like this, right? Hey, what's up, buddy? Can I help you? Man, the Fent has really hit this neighborhood hard, huh? You hate to see it. You really hate to see it. No, Jesus! Fine, come in. You're welcome. Thank you. Ooh, a bar of soap that's not cheeky? Oh! I see why this is a horror game now. Oh my god. Couldn't even imagine. Hallucination? Or is he choking on like a giant hairball? He could need assistance. This is a tough deduction. Kinda looks like Gollum from this angle. Man, what the fuck do you want from me? Here, come on in. I got some brewskis in the fridge. I'm not gonna let him in. This ought to banish you to the Shadow Realm. Come on, come closer. What are you waiting for? You know my door's always open for you. Come on! Come say hi. I miss you. TV's working now. I get a new station. Well, that's not good. You could have just knocked on the door. Just a minute, I'll be there in a second. A little tied up here. Hold on. I think she's got me. No, maybe not. Now, you've made a mess of yourself. You got ketchup all over your face. Do you feel embarrassed yet? Would you mind if I went and answered the door? I don't mean to be like a rude host or anything, but there was someone trying to get my attention. Just give me a second. Here, come on in, join the party. I don't even need to see you. Nice. I feel like I shouldn't let you in, to be honest. It's been nothing but chaos in this abode, if you can believe that. I know. In a neighborhood as nice as this. You're not even knocking. Do you want to come in? Oh, you heard me. Okay, yeah, she's here. I mean, last time you gave me medicine, so I think you're safe. You didn't hurt me. You have such a wonderful smile. Check the TV. Check the TV. Check the TV. Check the TV. Okay. If after 4 times nothing changes, then you know it's safe. Imagine I just unlocked a super secret ending with that. I input a cheat code. And now I see myself in the game. Who are you? Dr. Manhattan? What are you doing in here, man? Some Donnie Darko shit. Pardon me. Oh! He can touch me. I assumed... since when can Ghost fucking tweak on my nipples like that in the fucking physical world? Now, does every day start the same? With my friend? Yeah, it seems like it. Okay. Nope. Okay. I guess not. Okay. So because he's up there, that tells me if I open it for you, who is a very sweet lady, by the way, I will get fingered. So I need to just pop these again, because the bad hallucination is here as well. Down the hatch, into the old gullet. Oh, that's cool. I'm looking into my own apartment. I'm hallucinating. Dropping Labubu from the ceiling, guys, really? No ghost chef cooking in my kitchen. No ghost freeloader using my tub. You again? I feel like I'm just too trusting. And you know what? If that gets me tickled, then so be it. Come on in. My furniture is attacking! I can't let it touch me. Oh my god, the game knew I stepped away to tinkle! Well, that's not true. I also filled up my water. Oh my god, the game knew. Who's at my door? They're in here fucking watching me. Uh-oh, the lights haven't turned on. Oh, hey! I think I'm hallucinating. Who's here? I mean, it's probably better. I think if I went and looked in there, I probably would have got fucked. Don't get too close. Oh, fuck. To what? To who? The door, maybe? Oh, to you. That's probably hallucination. Oh, but it might have disappeared. I think I was a little too hasty. Blood on the fridge. This is a hallucination. What's in here? Oh, just a jump scare. Oh, but it disappeared. So this is probably safe now. My hallucination ended. I'm gonna put it to the test. Like, I feel like it should be fine now. It disappeared, so I think we're okay. Nice! Thank you so much for coming by, bud. Fuck. Alright, we'll know for sure now. If I get jumped while the napkin here, the handkerchief is there, then we'll know that it's supposed to... Huh. Well, that's probably a hallucination. Which tells me that the handkerchief is correct. So I'll know going forward, if it's anything but the rag there, it's a hallucination. Yep. Probably hallucinating. Do you leave? You gonna disappear? Looks like he's about to start fucking popping and locking on me. Just entertain yourself. I'll be back in a moment. Just need to pop some pills. I see you invited yourself in. Okay, she really turned on the turbo boosters there. I think I probably wasn't supposed to look at her. I thought it was going to be like Weeping Angels. It was not. Alright. God damn it! That just reset me from the beginning. Alright. I was cruising too. Oh boy. Oh boy, okay. This is a big one. That's a big doll head. Go, 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 quick, quick, quick. Take my pills. That can't be! I immediately turned and sprinted. And he still caught me. Now I lose that doll head? What? What kind of baloney? Holy shit. That was loud. Alright, big time hallucination. They broke my fucking mirror. I've been roofied! It was that damn creep with the hair in his mouth, wasn't it? You watching me take these? Are you happy about that? Looking good, looking good. It's oddly quiet, none of the usual noise or hallucinations I normally hear. It's awfully bright in here now, too. Really bringing this place to life. That sun's doing a number for us. This is all real. Now I knock on someone's door. Do I just go into the dark? Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, it's beautiful outside! What the fuck? Who hit me? Muriel brought the frying pan out and just blasted me? It hurts, there's no escape.
You went outside? That's impossible. Are your symptoms getting worse?
Oh,
You're still taking your medication, right? Please wait just a little longer. I'll come see you soon.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. My head hurts so much, I vividly remember being hit with a blunt object, but could even this be a hallucination? Alright, we're just getting started. Well, I know this apartment really well now. I'm coming, Bori. Hopefully I don't get chased, because I'm not very fast.
Where am I? Excuse me, Doctor. Someone, please.
Ah, you're awake.
What is it?
Sooner than expected.
Why am I tied up? Untie me! Right now!
I can't do that. You're about to become something more special. Of course, you're already beautiful enough. Yet beneath the surface, I believe a truly perfect form lies hidden. You'll become so beautiful, even your reflection won't recognize you.
Don't!
God damn! Jesus.
You'll mess up that flawless skin.
If you need help here, I'll come rescue you.
Moving. You might not turn out as pretty.
He set up an invisible wall. I can't help you. Shit. Go, go, go. Wow. Damn, this game is cool. The pain she endured still won't leave my mind. It's still fresh in my memory. Oh, there's the drill that was used on her face. This is a hallucination. Oh, another doll piece. This was the guy sitting on my couch. I think so far it's all good. No. Oh, another piece. I caught the man who was following Bori. He quickly tried to leave, saying, "I'm sorry, I must have mistaken you for someone else. His name is Taku. He said his young daughter was kidnapped and went missing long ago. He must have mistaken Bori for his daughter." Okay. Did Dory know about this, or was she just afraid? Now, here's a question that I don't know the answer to. Since there was a doll piece here, does that mean this is automatically a hallucination? Because there's nothing else out of whack. I don't know if that counts. I can't remember. Oh, I really don't want to blow it. Okay, full disclosure, I'm gonna go take a piss and just look real quick. I have to pee so bad, I might as well just look. Okay, I peed, and I did look it up. The doll pieces do not count as anomalies. So... well, I guess it didn't matter in the end anyway. Wait, it went away, though. I think it's fine, because it went away. Yeah, I think we're good. Thanks, bud. How about a hair transplant? Your daughter would like it too. I said to the man who was left only with guilt for not being able to save his daughter, drunk every day. Taku hung his head in drunkenness, his hair swaying in the wind as if accepting my words. I couldn't stop myself from laughing. I don't know why I care so much about this story. Taku, Bori, and this house, everything seems connected. Yeah, I mean, I think that phone call made it pretty clear why we should care, right? Unless I misunderstood. Oh. I mean, I think that's pretty clearly a hallucination. It's not going away, but I think if I open it, I might die. So let's just take the pills now. Day 9. What do we got? Was this Taku also a victim of the doctor? No lights coming on this time. That's one of my neighbors! That guy's been really nice recently.
Taku. That hair transplant surgery I mentioned earlier, I just came up with a really ingenious method. I'm going to do it myself for you. Your daughter will be delighted to see this too. Soon, you'll be completely transformed. Taku, open your eyes. The surgery went absolutely perfectly.
As one of your neighbors, I can vouch for that.
Now,
you look extraordinary,
how about
Taku.
you take a look in the mirror. Even you won't recognize yourself.
Are you the teacher from the orphanage where Bori stayed? She's very sick right now. Your number was the only one written in her notebook.
Oh, yes, that's right. How is Bori?
Bori has been asking for you a lot. She must have relied on you quite a bit. If you don't mind.
Yes, I'll head there right away.
This is so good! Why did that doctor perform such cruel procedures? What was the purpose? A good question. I was wrong, see? It's a good thing I checked. We're hallucinating. Did I just see a light turn on? Oh, it was this light. Okay, I think this one's safe. Nope. Everything in here was safe. Is this gonna go away, or... Doesn't seem like it. This seems like immediately take my medicine. Yeah, that one's just immediately hit the bottle hard. Oh, something's happening. Ahead of schedule. Damn, this is nuts. Okay, Jesus. Alright, we're only missing one piece, or one doll piece. And it's the one that was in the hallway earlier. Okay, I don't know how to handle this one. Because I can't just fucking run by her. Oh, she left. Wait, but does that now count as a hallucination? I mean, it disappeared, so... But she chases. Oh, fuck. That just made it really hard for me to know, because... Wait, the knocking stopped. Let's just go to basics. Let's just go to basics. That hallucination disappeared. It didn't chase me or anything. Which tells me we're safe to open this door if everything out here is okay. I don't remember if you normally do this. I think you do. I'm gonna be so pissed if I'm wrong. But it disappeared! Like, I'm doing everything right. It disappeared. Everything else is in order. There's not a fucking hair in this apartment out of place right now. Let me double check in here. We're so close. I already went to this window, but I'm gonna do it again. I think we're just good. It disappeared. Everything else is perfect. Nothing out there out of the ordinary. Nothing with you out of the ordinary. Alright. Okay. Door closed. That's not normal. Okay. It's the sprint again. Okay. I cannot fuck this up again. I don't know how I messed it up last time. I'm full sprinting right now. This is me at a full sprint. Let's grab it from the max distance. Got it. I got the last piece. Let's fucking go! Huge! Huge! It's not on the doll, though, for some reason. I hear something over there. Just play it safe. Just play it safe. Oh, this is one I need to look at. Fuck. Okay. I can't get close to it. Oh, no, no, no. This is bad. How do I squeeze out of here? I need to get him even more in this corner. Or maybe... maybe I can come around this way. Fuck. I cannot believe how clutch I am. Actually built different. Holy Lord, that was clutch. Oh my god, I can't believe I squeaked that out from between my butt cheeks. That was unbelievable. I didn't get to read all that. It said the doll is gone. No, I tried to dodge. Fuck, they're all in cahoots. The doctor's brainwashed them.
Where is this place? Why are you all here? What is this? Why are you doing this to me? Untie me. Right now!
The pills you took were poison that slowly eats away at your brain. Seeing you flail around lost in hallucinations was truly entertaining.
The pain and despair we endured. Now it will seep into your flesh and bones.
I used to think you were really nice.
You're no savior. Your greed made us what we are, and now we'll become your nightmare. Aren't you excited? Our masterpiece.
You know what's really embarrassing? I thought there was going to be another character for that doll I picked up, not just those three. That was so good, though. I really, really enjoyed that. I guess it's not embarrassing, I guess I just overthought it.
The perpetrator of those horrific human experiments has gone missing.
Yes, Mr. Kim, who had received a life sentence, was controversially released on parole 10 years ago and has since vanished without a trace.
Yes, there are also suspicions of medical record trading with higher-ups behind the parole decision, right?
Yes, human rights groups strongly opposed the decision at the time, and after his
Oh, it's us.
there were even suggestions that the victims' families might have kidnapped him.
This led to renewed scrutiny of his past. His brutal crimes committed under the banner of human experimentation.
It's hard to believe that a person could do such things to another human.
Yes, the case remains unsolved, and Kim's whereabouts are still a complete mystery. Where could he possibly be? This has been Caseline. Thanks for watching.
I had a suspicion that it could be us from the beginning, but as we learned more and more, I thought it wasn't.
What do you think happened to Mr. Kim?
Well, I guess he probably didn't survive.
Damn.
Honestly, someone like that deserves to be punished just as cruelly. Rip, destroy, tear apart, and make sure he suffers just as much, if not more, with most agonizing pain possible. That's what I would do.
This was such a banger, holy. Man, in the beginning I was like, oh, I guess it could be us, the bad guy. Like when we got hit in the head when we were trying to get outside, I had a suspicion. But then I was like, no. We're probably just another one of the victims. I just couldn't figure out where we fit into it. That was so good. I really liked that. What a banger. Roblox is a platform that needs no introduction, yet every time I talk about it, I feel compelled to remind people that this is like one of the most profitable things on the planet. This game has become more popular than oxygen, but I'm sure all of you already know that. There's not a soul on this planet that hasn't at least heard the name Roblox. You could live underground just feeding off dirt, and somehow I'm sure the name Roblox made it down to the subterranean culture. Like, it is actually that big. But for some parents that stay in the know about the happenings on the online space, Roblox is a name that might send some shivers down your spine, because there is a big problem in the community that has existed for a while, one that the Roblox headquarters plugs its ears to and even actively tries to bury or dissuade people from trying to solve the problem themselves. That problem being predators. There have been innumerable cases of Roblox predators preying on children through the platform. It's led to so many national headlines about this issue, and it's gotten so bad that there are YouTubers and like vigilante groups on the game that have taken matters into their own hands to try and catch and get these predators arrested so they can make the platform safer for children. Roblox themselves don't do enough to keep the platform safe, so the community has taken it upon themselves to do it themselves. Like, Roblox always claims that they're working on it, but they're really not. They're doing the equivalent of going to the gym and hitting 2 sets of dilly-dally and calling it a day. They don't actually do much for this.
Has sent a cease and desist letter to me, a 22-year-old, versus a multi-billion-dollar company, threats of litigation, because I catch predators on their platform. Within the last year, me and my team have gotten 6 predators arrested within the Roblox community. Almost all of them have admitted to doing this before to other Roblox users.
This is a YouTuber named Schlepp who has been working to get predators arrested that are preying on children through the Roblox platform. And Roblox has now permanently banned him, like IP ban, banish all of his accounts to the Shadow Realm, and he is facing potential legal problems for this. It's pretty odd considering Roblox willingly turns a blind eye to the pedophile plague on their platform, but will laser focus, dial in, and fucking call in, like, the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs in order to try and wipe out people like Schlepp that try and stop the predators themselves. So instead of stopping the predators, Roblox stops the people stopping the predators. It's really backwards, if you ask me. That shit doesn't make any sense. Like, just let that marinate in your head for a moment. Like, I understand vigilante groups can sometimes be a problem, but when you as the company are doing nothing to actually stop it yourself, what other options are there? The community has to take matters into their own hands and start policing themselves to try and keep the platform safe, since Roblox is really dropping the ball on it. Like, for some reason, they don't even get out of bed when they hear about a pedophile on the platform, but if they hear about a YouTuber doing something to stop that, shit, they fire up like Dracula. They sit up like The Undertaker and they get to business. They go to work. So, this is not the first time this has happened. They have come after people like Schlepp before, the people that are actively trying to make the platform safer, and it just doesn't make any sense. The CEO seems to be too busy trying to pitch Roblox as a dating platform in addition to being for gaming. I already made a video talking about the lunacy of this idea, but it is like chumming the waters for sharks. The sharks in this case being pedophiles. Anyone who knows anything about Roblox and has a functioning frontal lobe should tell you what a recipe for disaster this is, to turn a platform that mainly targets children into also having a dating site component to it. That he wants to be 17 plus, which is a weird number to choose for that, by the way. But the CEO, Dave fucking Hakalugi Bazuki, really is fixated on trying to make this a reality of turning Roblox into a dating site in addition to its gaming. But they can't even protect children from pedophiles now. Imagine when they try and implement this to it.
Hilarious. Roblox is actively claiming that I'm hurting their players. Roblox is claiming that I'm engaging in simulated child endangerment conversations. What? So one of the fundamental bases of predator catching is that you cannot talk sexually to predators. Predators are supposed to be the ones talking sexually to you. If you talk sexually to predators, like straight off the get-go, that's entrapment. That is literally what entrapment is. We almost always play a naive kid who doesn't know anything about this stuff, so they teach us about this stuff. If you watch these videos, you know how the chats are going, and they're not even on Roblox. Most of the chat logs are on Discord, and they're accusing me of getting people off of platform onto different social media sites.
Let's take a peek at this real quick. While Roblox acknowledges that your stated intentions may be to protect children, and while it recognizes the serious nature of online predatory behavior, your methods, including failing to immediately report suspicious activity to Roblox through proper channels, are actively interfering with Roblox's established safety protocols and critically are exposing Roblox's users to increased risk. If that isn't the fattest load of barnacles you've ever tried to swallow, I don't know what is. The big thing with everyone that is actively trying to keep the platform safer, like people like Schlepp trying to catch predators, they report them immediately. That is the number one thing they do. The problem is, and you can look this up there yourself, there are so many articles that detail how nonchalant Roblox is when it comes to these reports. The problem is, Roblox doesn't act on it. So as far as I know, in all of these predator catching groups, the first thing they do is report it through the proper channels on Roblox, but the issue is that report just makes it directly to the shitter at Roblox HQ for them to flush it. I don't know where it goes, but I guess it just goes somewhere to collect dust at Roblox. It falls into the goddamn back rooms. So they never actually act on any of the reports. So the proper channels are fucking useless. It's baffling. And in a lot of cases, Schlepp's about to give you an example, even when a predator is arrested, like a Roblox predator is arrested, they don't even ban that account that is associated with them a lot of times. It's craziness. To say like he's not doing this the right way because he's not reporting it through Roblox is just incorrect, and also laughable for them to claim that by not doing that, he's putting users at more risk. How does that make any sense? How is him trying to catch these predators somehow putting children in harm's way? Like, more so than Roblox doing nothing except sitting on these reports forever, maybe using them as like scribbling paper at the office, like a coloring book. Like, how is what he's doing, actively trying at least, to stop predators, putting users more at risk? The next barrage of mumbo-jumbo from Roblox is equally baffling, saying that he's engaging in simulated child endangerment. Well, I guess kind of, because there are predators on your platform that are talking sexually to him and his group that are pretending to be kids. And according to Schlepp, they're not initiating those inappropriate conversations. The predators are just there. The call's coming from inside the house on Roblox. He is not going out of his way to create pedophiles to catch. They are there. So the conversations do happen because the predators are there having them. And you have to imagine that in most cases, they're not having them with a vigilante group trying to catch them. They're having them with real children that are in real danger from these pedophiles that are running rampant on the platform. Now, the next thing they talk about, moving them to a new platform? What the fuck? As Schlepp mentions, a lot of the conversations do end up off the Roblox service on things like Discord. And apparently that's an issue with Roblox too, that they've taken users from Roblox and brought them to Discord. It's almost like they were upset that they lost a user there to somewhere else. Like, no, bring them back. You're not allowed to. You're trying to poach our community. We're gonna lose pedophiles if you keep catching them, and we need that to pump up our numbers. Are you kidding me? No, that's a big problem.
I guess that's worth a cease and desist and an IP ban of every single account that I own. That's just crazy. I can't even fathom that. They also say sharing or soliciting personally identifiable information. I have no idea what they're referring to this. I would love to know what they're talking about. Are they referring to the fact that I give the information of the predators that we find to the police? Like, the people we're talking to are predators.
Another weird one here from the slimy suits at Roblox Corp. What do you mean personally identifiable information? It almost sounds like they care more about the privacy of the predators than the act of actually stopping them. It's like, whoa, you just shared some of our users' data without our permission. Are you kidding me? You're fucking doxing a pedophile on our platform? Nope. That is not permissible. We do not support that at all. Like, what the fuck? Like, it'd be entirely unnecessary if you would just do your job and give that personal information to the authorities so that way the predators could get arrested, but you're not doing it. So people like Schlepp have to. Like,
the most insulting thing is that they told me I'm not reporting people quick enough and I'm not reporting them through the right outlets. Tell me the right outlets. I have been trying to figure this out for like a year now. This here is Nepali incel. This person actually made credible threats to the Las Vegas sphere in a Roblox game. And I saw this with my own two eyes. And the reason why it's a credible threat, it is because the FBI went ahead and arrested someone for making threats within that same game. I made a moderation ticket about it, and I even actually made a report to the FBI about this. Where is the cease and desist letter for him? Where is the IP ban for him? Are you gonna ban all of this dude's accounts?
Roblox uses the proper channels as like kind of this shield, but it's really a myth. It doesn't seem to actually exist because nobody knows the proper channels. They're doing all of like the reporting that they can to Roblox through everything they think is the proper channels. But Roblox, I guess, isn't very clear with what they are because they keep saying, nope, still not using the right channels. Well, what the fuck are they? Nobody seems to know how to access the proper channels. It's like a fucking Call of Duty Zombies Easter egg. How do you get there? Why don't you explain it then? Why don't you make it more clear? Because as of now, everyone is reporting it through what they believe is the right channels, the ones that are readily available and accessible to people to report through, but those, I guess, aren't the right ones. So where the fuck are they and how can they access them? It's ridiculous. It is absolutely absurd. And then he makes a mention here of how, like, this one guy who did get arrested for credible terrorist threats still has his account active on Roblox. And there are predators that have been arrested and are currently in jail that still have their accounts active on Roblox. Like, they do not act on this shit, but they will act immediately if they catch a whiff of somebody trying to take matters into their own hands to stop it themselves to make the platform safer. They're instantaneously right there at their door ready to slap them with some legal paperwork here. It's just craziness.
This is literally how it goes. We go to roblox.com/support, submit a moderation ticket, and then fill out the prompt with all the information regarding our arrest and give you guys the same Google Drive that we give to the cops. And in a lot of instances, Roblox won't even ban after we reach out to them regarding felony arrests. What I typically have to do is report cases to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, or go on the news to show gameplay of our decoys with the predators on Roblox. I've literally felt so lost at trying to get the attention of Roblox Roblox regarding these predators, I've created binders with all the chat logs, and I've sent it to their headquarters in San Mateo, California. This is the first time Roblox has ever directly reached me out. Instead of trying to say, hey, we want to work with you, or literally giving me a line to report these people, or simply saying, don't make these videos anymore, we're gonna ban you, Roblox just terminated every account I own and sent me this cease and desist.
I feel like it's pretty clear in this case, Schlepp has literally done everything he can to try and let Roblox be the one to get these predators off the platform, putting the ball in their court, hoping that they will do the right thing and act on this information, at the very least investigate it, but they're not, which is why there are groups that are doing it themselves. That's the issue. He has literally exhausted every possible avenue and I guess still hasn't found the proper channel, even though he even sent like physical evidence to their actual brick and mortar location and still got nothing. Like, it's very clear that there is no real proper channels, but they really don't like people trying to stop the predator problem themselves. But Roblox also doesn't want to do it either. So, I mean, what options are left? Just let that continue, let that fester, let Roblox be a platform where children are just completely unsafe? I don't think that's exactly a bright future. This is a platform that does desperately need to be cleaned up. It is a huge problem there, and Roblox isn't doing it. Schlepp then tells a very personal experience he had on Roblox when he was a kid, and how he was also a victim of these type of evil people. And when his mother reached out to Roblox to report all of that and give the evidence about everything that had happened to her son, Roblox didn't act on it, and that individual still wasn't banned until years later. There is a problem, and Roblox isn't solving it, so the community is doing what they can to try and keep it safer. But Roblox is attacking the community that is actively trying to do that for them. I think it's bullshit. I think that is fucking baloney right there. And Roblox needs a real change in leadership in how they approach this shit. Maybe Dave Bazooki, instead of focusing on bringing dating to a children's game, should focus on trying to keep the children on that game safe. Maybe that should be the priority, I would think. But anyway, I wanted to talk about this a little bit. I'm wishing Schlepp the best. I'm hoping Roblox will reverse their decision here. Schlepp also works with Gideon in catching some of these predators, and they are doing significantly more to keep the community safe than Roblox appears to be doing. So hats off to them for the good work. And yeah, I wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya.